1 minute to the deadline. Deadline.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 VDC. This is DBN's coverage of the Premier Virtual Diplomacy Tournament. I am joined today by several familiar faces from DBN, and one second, I am getting an echo, so I'm going to take these off so I can concentrate on what's happening here. Joined today by two familiar faces and a brand new face to the DBN family. First, joining me today is Katie Gray. Katie, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi, thanks.
And Nicolas Taillet. Nicolas, welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Joining us from France. Katie, you are joining us from Albuquerque, New Mexico. And making his first appearance as a commentator on DBN is former world champion Dan Lester. Dan, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi guys, pleasure to be here.
All right, I need to figure out what's going on my end. I have a window open that needs to be closed. That is not happening. I'm sorry. Can I turn this over to you, Katie? And can you talk about Virtual Diplomacy Championship? You played, I believe, in it before anybody else did, yeah?
I don't know. I'll talk about it.
All right, thank you.
All right, this tournament is one of two virtual championships that are usually held. It's sort of a post-pandemic creation to sort of get more games in the virtual community. There's a summer classic and a winter classic. And I have won a summer classic. Saren has won one of them. Morgante has won one of them. Morgante has won two? Saren's won two. Correct me, I don't remember.
Saren has won two, yeah. Saren has won two a summer classic, yes.
Okay. I can't remember. I'm probably missing another winner. Apologies. Or just today, we'll find our next winner. Yeah, it's 6 rounds, best score. I don't think there's a round limit. I don't know anything about the scoring system. I hope we talk about that later. I don't know, Nicola, you've played in some of these, right? You can talk about it too.
Yeah, I've played the summer classic part, not the VDC part. I've played one VDC when I just started, not really playing competitively. The scoring system, basically, I always forget how it's called, but the idea, maybe you know it, Dan, but yeah.
I do. And great. I can't tell you how different you guys are to me, because the first thing that I do when I hear about a new tournament is I say, what's the scoring system, you guys? Because nothing determines play in a tournament in quite the same way as what the scoring system is. For some people, it will make them play the game completely differently, transformationally. And I'll just look to see what can I get the most points for, and at different points in the game, they will change the way that they would normally respond in a friendly game or an average game to try and maximize the number of points that they're going to get. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got people who just show up and play their diplomacy. So like you've got this clash of styles, and I love it. I love it. Yeah. All
right, guys, I'm back. Thank you very much for taking over. I accidentally clicked the in Discord. I clicked the preview, so it was this stream was playing in Discord, and I closed all the browsers, could not figure out where that was coming from. So everything was coming on a 15-second delay. All right, I'm back on track, and we'll see if there's any improvement in the quality of the hosting that I do now that I can actually hear everyone. The Virtual Diplomacy Championship is in its 4th iteration. This is a championship that started in the beginning of the pandemic. So back in 2020, we were all forced to stay inside, and those of us who love face-to-face diplomacy were looking for a way to continue playing without subverting the restrictions or giving each other the pandemic that was going around. What we came up with was this way to have basically voice-to-voice communication without faces, but through existing technology like Discord. The very first championship was called the Virtual World Diplomacy Championship, and that in the second year became just the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. The very first winner was Morgante Pell back in 2020. The second winner was a very familiar name, Nicolas Sahuguet, former face-to-face world champion, somebody who has been on top boards galore in the virtual period. And then last year's winner was Riaz Varani, also a familiar name to those of you who watch DBN. Nicola is playing this year and has made some noise, as we will see. Riaz played enough to qualify for next month's DBN Invitational. Got a second game in, thought he might be able to make the top board in 2 games. We'll see how that one went for him. I missed what you guys talked about while I was fixing my tech. Dan, you have never played virtual face-to-face, correct?
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
All right, so we'll be interested to see if you have any observations as we go along about how things might differ from the sort of diplomacy you're familiar with. Katie, you've definitely played in a VDC before, correct?
Yep.
And you've played lots of virtual stuff, won lots of virtual stuff as well. Nicolas Taillet also has played lots of virtual stuff, won lots of virtual stuff. Nicolas, have you ever played in a VDC?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned just before. I've played once, basically, just when I started playing. I didn't really play competitively at the time, and then I took part to 2 Summer Classic, which is the same scoring system. We was talking about the scoring system actually before you rebooted, Brandon. And just so the scoring system is World Classic. I just checked. I just didn't have the name in mind. To finish on the scoring part, and because Dan mentioned how important it is, and I completely agree with him, it's a scoring system which is super interesting for me. It's close to Open Tribute that you have the ability to see on VDL. It gives you a lot of points for every centers you take, but even more when you're the board leader. So the idea is for every center you get 10 points, and you've got a board top bonus of 48 points. So if you take a 10 center board top, right, it's 100 points plus 48 for the board topper plus 34 as a survivor. So it's really a really good scoring in my view, which entices you to basically take as many dots as you can and try to race for the top. So as Brendan knows, that's the kind of diplomacy I love personally, which would entice me to play VDC if I had more time.
Well, I think we'll have opportunity to talk about scoring more today. This scoring system was invented for this tournament by Peter McNamara. And there are some significant differences with other scoring systems, actually including Open Tribute. I'll be interested to see as we get more into the games how your thoughts about the differences in play between World Classic and Open Tribute go. But it doesn't have as significant a bonus for topping the board. So that's kind of the biggest difference. It's a fixed quantity for World Classic, whereas in Open Tribute, it's not a fixed quantity and it grows as the size of the board top grows. The structure of this tournament is 4 rounds. The top 3 score. I'm sorry, it has 6 rounds. The top 3 scores count towards the standings. 6 rounds over 2 days is a lot until you realize that it's designed so that each of the major time zone areas, North America, Europe, and Pacific Asia, each have 2 that are very convenient for them, and I'm sorry, 2 per day, so 4 total that are very convenient for them, and also 1 per day that is inconvenient for them. As we will see, that didn't actually stop people from playing in those inconvenient time zones. And I believe there is at least 1 player who played 4 consecutive rounds, and I think 1 player who played 1 more than that. I don't know if anyone played all 6. So it used to be in previous years, players could only play 4 rounds, but they relaxed that this year. So players could play 5 or 6 rounds if they wanted to.
I can't imagine that it's to your advantage to play the rounds that are in the middle of the night, but I guess we'll find out.
There are some night owls around the world. I think it's the playing like 3 consecutive that would wreck me.
Yeah.
2 in one day is enough.
Horrible.
Dan, so before we get jumping in here, why don't you introduce yourselves to our listeners? They would have seen an interview with you last year for a little tournament that you may have done well in. What can you tell us about how you got into diplomacy and what it is you've actually done these years?
Hi, Dan. Well, so thanks very much. I'm a face-to-face purist, it's safe to say. When I started playing diplomacy, there was a very live and thriving postal hobby. And in England, there were a very large number of magazines, little newsletters made by all manner of wonderful people with a lot of postal games in them. So that shows how old I am. It was in the 90s when I was a teenager, and I burst onto the scene with a large number of eliminations in the 90s in tournaments full of absolute tons of diplomacy players. I was completely hooked as a teenager, going to games conventions which had that competitive edge, but were also people so able to just turn that competitive edge off after the game was over, go to the bar, have a drink, and share the love of what is undoubtedly still the premier multiplayer board game in existence. It's a love affair that continues, and I try to get to as many face-to-face world championships as possible. I've been to quite a few of them. Have some pretty decent results over the years. Did manage to snag one in 2022, which was great. Haven't got the tattoo to prove it, but strongly considering it. Yeah. It's interesting because I associate it with going to new places and meeting new people. So virtual feels closer to the kind of written version, I guess, but that's just me being an old fogey, isn't it? But I haven't quite been able to get on the horse, so I'm really looking forward to talking about it and discussing it with you guys, and talking about some of the people that I do know from face-to-face tournaments around the world, and some of that I'm finding out more about some of the guys that I don't.
I encourage you to try it. It's definitely, there are differences, but there are lots of similarities. And the quality of plays is quite high, in my opinion, in virtual, especially at the top levels. And hopefully we'll get to see some of that with the top board later today, because the top 7 for this tournament qualify, and they are currently playing that championship game right now. And once we finally stop jibber-jabbering and get to summarizing the preliminary games, we will get to the top board coverage. Really quickly, I want to turn to you, Katie and Nicolas, and you guys. Katie, you're a player who started out in virtual and then moved into face-to-face. So a little bit the opposite direction as Dan. Has your perspective on virtual changed at all, having played face-to-face now?
No, I don't think my perspective changed much. I think I play less virtual now. I have less time overall, and I've been traveling for face-to-face tournaments, so I have less time for virtual games. But no, I don't think so. I mean, there's definitely differences. There are parts that don't translate. You don't get body language. I actually find it a lot easier to think about tactics when the board's in front of me, so I feel like I play a little smarter face-to-face. But I haven't been very successful in face-to-face, so maybe that's not even true. I don't know. But no, I think I actually started out in extended deadline and then did virtual and then face-to-face. So I think there's a lot more differences between extended deadline or like the post, like the mailing games than there are between those and virtual and face-to-face than between virtual and face-to-face, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fair enough. And Nicolas, so you have not played a face-to-face tournament yet, correct?
No, I haven't. I haven't had time.
So what's your problem, man?
I have a family of I have 2 children, so yeah, it's complicated.
All right, well, I'm sure it'll happen at some point. And for now, you'll just have to content yourself with winning and contending for virtual championships, as you will do in 2 weeks, I believe, for the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game.
I'll try to reclaim the title you took last year from me.
Nicolas won this virtual diplomacy league 2 years ago, came close last year, and now is going for it again. So third consecutive appearance on the top board there. Guest appearance.
I have 2 children as well, as you can see, Nicola.
And please introduce themselves.
For diplomacy, same as all of us. One moment.
No excuses, Nicola. That's what he's saying. No excuses.
Yeah, but he has chosen face-to-face versus virtual, right? That hasn't played virtual yet, so.
All right, shall we turn our attention to the tournament at hand, and let us. Dan, we were going to ask for an introduction before you ushered them out of the room.
What to those two?
Yeah,
that's Nathan and Francesca. 13-11. Nathan is being inducted in the ways of board games. Having seen some of the moods that I can be in due to diplomacy, I'm not sure he's completely keen to dive in. A life dedicated to a board game of this nature is definitely a choice you need to take advisedly, isn't it? But yeah, Francesca's coming along too. Yeah.
And Francesca is interested as well.
Definitely, she likes to use Art Nova as her game at present, probably connected to the animals situation. But yeah, she's the more cutthroat of the two, actually. So yeah.
All right, so future diplomacy player. All right.
Future Chicago Weasel.
She can be a weasel. Come to Chicago. Is that the?
Well, if you stabby enough, I guess you take her in your club, right?
That is rich coming from you, Nicola.
I won't say anything, Katie. Our games speak for themselves.
But it's always nice to hear from you guys directly. So.
Yeah, I'm sure this is what the viewers want. They just want cattiness.
Actually, there's a point to that. But there's also a point to moving on. So with that said, here, according to the DBN Invitational rankings, are the top players who are participating in this year's Virtual Diplomacy Championship. Some of these names are, in fact, I think most of these names are familiar, as they should be, given that they've had success. Jackson Roberts is a young kid who has been playing for several years now and has been sort of slowly making his way up the rankings. Always good for something interesting, and it looks like he's getting some consistency to his play as well. Michalis Kamaridis is the defending North American champion, the DipCon champion, and familiar voice on DBN. Riaz Varani, as we talked about, is a pretty good player. Jelte Kuiper is a newer player on the scene, and
European Diplomacy Champion.
What's up? European champion.
Yeah, the European Diplomacy Championship.
Fantastic. Jamal Blackerly should be a familiar name. He is to Dan and me. We just got first-hand seats to his win in the World Diplomacy Championship. I guess my seat was a little closer. Is that a euphemistic way of putting it? So it's good to see him. Jamal is making his debut as in a virtual tournament. He did play in one game in the Virtual Diplomacy League, but he is getting ready for the the DBN Invitational next month, and this is definitely a tune-up, a way of getting familiar with the virtual play in advance of that. Jason Bennett, Craig Mayer, we'll skip over that guy, Johnny Gillum, and Chris Brand, also a familiar name, former world champion. Chris, I believe, is just playing in order to qualify for the DBN Invitational, as was I. So I was not a full competitor in this, although you'll see I did play more than one game. With that, and Johnny Gillum is a name that's bounced around these airwaves several times. An interesting player. We'll have opportunity to talk about Johnny in more detail as the broadcast goes on. Yeah, do you guys have any comments on the list of names up here before we dive in further?
It's a great list.
A great list, yeah. A lot of diversity of plays too. You've got like the all-in guy with Jackson, as you see, with his elimination rate being so high compared to other players, but his top share also being high. And you have safer player, I'd say. Jelte, for example, he's new, but he's a very safe player. So it's going to be an interesting cast.
I have a question. How has Craig had 0 eliminations? That can't be right. Craig Mayer, 0% eliminations. I don't know about that. Someone check those stats.
in 8 games. Only 13% top share, so he's been sliding through. But yeah, I'm sure Craig will appreciate that shout out. All right, shall we then move on? So we are going to cover. There are 12 preliminary games. We're going to cover them in summary fashion, and that means we're going to have some people off screen and bring them back on. I believe Katie and Nicolas, you guys get a break at first, so we'll see you in a little bit. And that leaves you and me, Dan.
Let's do this thing.
Yeah, let's do it. Let me pull up the game. I am tasked with summarizing the very first game. And here is the player list. This game took place on Friday, Friday morning European time. So that was very early in the morning North American time. And this game was named after, all these are named after great sporting figures. Dahlmeier, I actually don't know who that is. Do you?
I'm afraid I don't.
All right. Then we'll move along. In Austria, Micah Blom from the Netherlands. England, Simon Lemieux, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, from an undisclosed location. France, we have Jackson Roberts out of Orange County. In Germany, we have a very familiar name to DBN audiences, Mr. Peter McNamara, playing out of Melbourne. Peter was the very first winner of the DBN Invitational 3 years ago. And he's always a factor every tournament he goes into. In Italy, we have Cody Green playing out of Fort Wayne. Cody is a new entrant to the diplomacy world over this past year, but has quickly made a mark as an Ironman. He has played 3 games in one day multiple times, so we'll see how many he's able to get through here. Russia, we have Johnny Gillum, who has become a very crafty player. And in Turkey, we have Isaac Jukes, I think I've learned to say his name correctly, playing out of Great Britain. And all right, let's just dive into the play here. We're going to cover these games in what we call winter to winter summary fashion. We have too many games and not enough time to cover them all in as much detail as we would like, but we'll point out some moves here and there when we think it's warranted, or when we have something really exciting to show you guys. As it happens in this game, there aren't any moves that really stuck out to me, so we're just going to be looking at build phases. 1901 is a fascinating one here because I think everyone on this board would acknowledge that Peter McNamara is the strongest player, and he's one that people talk about fearing regularly. And so what do they do here? They give him 3 builds as Germany in 1901. And that nets 2 armies and a fleet, which probably made England happier than France. In the East, we have pretty clear signs of an ART. We've got Russia putting that fleet in Romania, and Turkey getting that fleet out into the Aegean and building another fleet. So the question here is, does that continue? And the answer is yes, it really is an ART. If I can move this along. And 1902 just sees the ART advance slowly. Russia seems to benefit in the north here. And we get this very funny thing with these builds where Johnny and Jackson, who are kind of pranksters, they both put in more builds than they actually get. And I'll be honest, when I first thought of this, I thought, oh, that's a funny mistake to make. And then I thought about it, and I have a strong suspicion that this was deliberate, that both of these guys put these builds into Backstabber to verify that this would be the result, and that this is just meant to be some fun for us to talk about on air. So what ends up happening in 1903, Russia and Germany fight for 1 year. You'll see quickly that they make up. And Germany is actually working against England, in 1902. So this is an FG in the west and an ART in the east. You can see Germany gets into the North Sea. What happens in 1903 is that Russia and Germany, who had been cooperating against England, start fighting. France guesses right in around the English Isles here, and you can see they pick up 2 builds. And here they continue the theme of asking for more than Backstabber is willing to grant, and in this case, it gives a southern fleet and a northern army. In 1904, the RNG reconcile, probably because they see how strong France is getting, and knowing the France meta that exists in the hobby, they don't want to let France get away with this for too long. While in the south, Austria and Turkey, who had been cooperating very well in effect pushing Turkey's units very far forward, they don't cooperate to take Venice when they could have. And this is a curious decision that maybe indicated some cracks in the AT alliance. What you have here is Russia, a very friendly part of the ART up until now, puts down this army in Sebastopol.
Yeah, Brandon, it's been, noticeably it's slow progress in the south, isn't it?
Yep.
You would think that combined arms, Austria and Turkey coming over the top against Italy should make some decent progress. France hasn't helped up until now, but it hasn't hindered either. Is that strong defense by Cody holding it together, or some weakness in the attack lines?
I think it's some inefficiency on Austria and Turkey. They play for position, so they get into Adriatic. There is not an attempt to convoy to Apulia, for example. And the curious thing, though, is that they finally get the leverage that they need. So they have 3 on Venice here, and they simply don't attack it. Instead, Adriatic supports Ionian, and it's hard to know if that was a fracture in the alliance or a disagreement about what they should do. The net result, however, is that Turkey ends up being the odd person out. Austria and Russia decide that they don't need Turkey, and in fact they don't, and Turkey is a good opportunity for growth, and so they take it. The ART becomes an AIR, so they actually bring in Cody Green here, and it works out for Cody. He gets a build. The cost is a French fleet in the Ionian. And the question is, how is Germany going to respond? So sorry, I should have paused here. This is back in winter of 1905. As this AIR forms, the question for me is, how is Germany going to respond? And he does it with a curious set of builds here, 2 fleet builds rather than an army, in order to go over the top and threaten Warsaw. And I believe this is evidence that Russia and Germany were in close communication. The conflict they had had earlier in the game is no more. But what does happen in 1907 is that Belgium is transferred to France, and Germany and Russia actually do fight at this point. So we get an FG versus AIR. And the game kind of starts to bog down at this point. We have stalemate lines being set up, people trying to make sure that there's no forward movement. And Italy makes a decision here to agree, apparently, with cooperation, to give up centers so that the rest of the board can find an equitable solution that everyone's happy with. And that is an 8-8-8 4-way tie for first place. And Cody Green is the lone other survivor at 2. The tagline I had for this, I didn't mention it at the top, is don't fill up on appetizers. This is the first game. Nobody was really gunning for a big score. There were probably opportunities, not great ones, but opportunities to try to push for a few more centers that weren't taken, and everyone seemed okay with that.
How does that make you feel, Brandon? This starting tournaments in this way, low key, get some points on the board, don't push too hard, don't make a target out of yourself. Do you think that's wise?
I think I think it makes sense for these players. It's especially with a tournament where you can play more than 4 rounds if you want to. And with this scoring system, so the score they end up with each of these 4 is 122 points each. And the cut lines in previous years was in the 300s with the scoring system. So if you're counting your top 3 scores, then getting a third of what you need for that for the top board isn't bad, especially if you don't have a clear opportunity. And this can become a good second or third score. That's how I would have looked at it if I were them. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my way, I must admit. I think, if the chance is there, you can take it, but groupthink determines that, doesn't it? And I think, there's a very strong RG pretty much right from the start, a little bit of a hiccup maybe, not sure if it was manufactured or not to try and get France to wiggle. But my impression is, I think Peter would definitely have gone for more if it had been there. I get the sense that he would have probably gone to Austria and said, so you're making out pretty good, I'm making out pretty good. Shall we keep going? But they're out of time here, aren't they? Is that right? They've run out of time anyway.
That's right. They went to 1910.
Yeah, they went the full distance. So I guess that's the point, right? A hard slog. They've worked hard. It's not for the lack of trying, perhaps. It's just you get to the end and you think, okay, we'll settle for it and not get a reputation for being uncooperative anyway.
I think that of the three players in the North, Jackson, Peter, and Johnny, I think all three of them are the type of player who would look for an opportunity and take it if they could, and especially Peter. And I suspect they just never saw it. And you can kind of see it, especially in Peter's position. He's surrounded by two strong powers.
It seems to me that both France and Germany have played quite a defensive-minded game. I mean, France opens up to the English Channel right away, doesn't he? And sort of pretty much sits in. No overextension going on. Peter spends a lot of time with a lot of armies inside Germany. Just take what's there and not take too many risks. So yeah, like you say, wary.
Yeah, certainly not wanting to give up an average score in order to take a low chance at a bigger one. So that is the first game. We named after someone who we haven't figured out who it is yet because I didn't do my homework. Because unlike Brian Fravel, I'm not good at homework. So, all right, let us move on into the second game. We've got a bunch of them to cover. As I said, 12 in the first in the preliminary rounds. And for this game, we're going to give Dan a break and bring on Nicola and Katie. So Dan, we'll see you in a little bit. All right, Nicola, welcome back. And Katie, actually, did you still need the break?
I'm good.
Okay. Let's head on over to...
Oh, wait, did Dan was on? Dan can say. Let Dan say.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay. All right, Dan, you're back.
Hooray!
I forgot the last minute change we had made. So, yeah, it's fun times here on DBN. All right, so let's head on over to game. There were two games in round two. So this round was taking place in the morning of North America and the evening, the European evening, and overnight in Australia and Asia Pacific. If I can get this up on the screen, there we go. All right, we see Isaac Jukes is playing again, second consecutive game. He is in Austria. In England, we have Michalis Kamaritis out of Brighton. So two members of the UK. France, Denis Peskov in an undisclosed location. Germany, we have Johnny Gillam playing second consecutive game as well out of New York. Italy, Jelta Kuiper out of the Netherlands. And in Russia, Cody Green, Ironman Cody Green is also playing second consecutive game. He is out of Indiana. And in Turkey, Micah Blom also playing again. So a bunch of these players were in that first round, now playing again. And Nicola, you were tasked with summarizing this game. What do you make of this board list? Do you have a thought on it?
Yeah, first I want to thank you to give me the opportunity to comment on the Gretzky board. As a hockey fan, that's always a pleasure. And yeah, for this board, I think it's a very interesting one, as you mentioned, with very different types of players again. Like you've got Michalis Kamaritis, who's of course like a well-rounded player, but Michael Blum, I've played with her now, and she's very talented too. She's a very safe player, sometimes a bit cutthroat also from what I heard on other games. And you have Cody, who has played a lot in VDL, has improved steadily across the season, and lacks maybe a bit regularity. So let's see if it's one of these good or bad games, I'd say. And Jelte, so European diplomacy champion. And of course, with Johnny, you have the perpetual wild card in the center of the board, who can stab you even when he's your Janissary. So let's pay attention.
What stands out to me, is weren't Isaac and Micah on the previous board in the same powers but reversed? I think they might have been. Micah was Austria and Isaac was Turkey. So here they are again, 2 hours later, the other way around.
All right, Nicola, tell us how it went.
So the theme of the game, I called it strike first, strike hard, no mercy. That's how I call this game. And if we go for it year by year, the first year is all about Austria making, I think, a disastrous tactical choice by giving up Serbia in 01. And that's a way to destroy your game, because Turkey now has 2 armies next to him, Russia has 2 armies next to him, and being way too cautious about Italy. So the story of this game is really Austria not trusting Italy at all. And at the same time, France deciding that they want to go for a triple, they want to go fast into the med. So if you go to 02.
So Turkey, so Austria giving Serbia to Turkey, as far as you can tell, was deliberate.
Oh, no, I think it was a mistake. I think they thought it would be cut. I think they thought, if you go to the fall, basically, of what happened, they thought Turkey most likely would cut Serbia and Italy would convoy to Greece. So I think that's what they feared. And in this case, I would still go with the fleet.
Okay.
Because it's better to lose Greece than to lose Serbia.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, so back to winter.
And so if you go to 02, already you see Turkey really growing so fast. But the tail of this game is really France thinking it's a Western triple and EG knowing that it's not a Western triple. So as soon as spring of 02, Michaelis goes into the channel, Johnny takes Burgundy, and they're going to roll over France as quickly as they can, while Austria is getting dismantled by Russia and Turkey. The issue
this is brutal, isn't it, Nicola, in France? Could he be any more out of position at this moment in the game? Would it be actually physically possible for you to be further away from where you need to be by this point after 4 moves?
When I looked at the game, I wondered what Jelte had done to Dennis to have such a strong attack directed to him, right? I wondered if he insulted his owner or something. Like, did he throw a glove at the beginning of the game, asking for a duel? I'm not sure, but that was the issue here for Italy, really having France going after them. For some reason, in 03, France continues, only backs out in the fall to try to protect Spain and Marseille. Austria pulled some good move in order to survive this year. That was quite surprising, actually, so good for Isaac here. Russia keeps attacking Turkey, keeps focusing on Turkey, and Turkey keeps focusing on Russia, which is probably also a bad idea when you see how fast this EG is going, and seeing who those 2 people in EG also are.
Can I ask, are EG leaving Russia alone to make this, decision? Because obviously with EG being so successful in the West, it would be very tempting for them to just fly off east. It looks like the 2 German fleets are just hanging around. The English fleet's just, marking time.
So, Brandon, you can go to the next year.
Whoa!
And so then you jinxed. I'm really sorry, but you jinxed Cody here. So that was the next step of the EG plan. Really well done. They attack Russia, the next target, but they let Italy leave. So you see how restrained Michaelis is to not go into the mate right now, because they know that they need some war to still happen in the east, and that's what's going to happen actually. Italy and Turkey keep fighting, while Michaelis can now plan the next move towards the south.
Yeah, well, can you talk about this army build? Because I think if you're in an EG as Germany, you probably don't want to see England building armies.
Well, actually, I have had problems as Germany with those builds from Michaelis from the start. So I think if you look at last year, he built a fleet in London. Which could have been a problem also for Germany. So I think Michaelis had always the flexibility to stab Germany. Johnny, not really. That's always the case, I would say, in an EG, right? England is in the back. It's the same thing as an AT. So Turkey has more opportunity than Austria to stab. Here, it's the same. But I don't think he had any interest to do that, because he could grow without stabbing Germany. And that's what we see happening here. Again, Michaelis just taking positioning, showing to Johnny that he's not in the North Sea anymore. Johnny can trust him and everything. And in 06, I wrote only one comment for 06, 07, 08. which is Egypt roll over the last enemy they have, which is Italy. And I think that was really well played, what they did, to have Italy maybe stronger for a longer time, to make sure that there wouldn't be some kind of alliance in the east trying to stop them, a later alliance. So I think it was very well played from them.
Yeah, it's the same trick twice. Sorry, Brendan. They've done it to Russia first, give him a year, let him go against Turkey, and then hit him. Same with Italy. Give him a year and then go. What Micah must have been feeling like, can you not? Can you just stop attacking me? I'm not the problem, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is diplomacy, right? Like the onus is on Micah in this situation to make the diplomatic overtures to, especially to Yelta. You think Yelta and Micah in this case would have a lot in common, that they could have reason to work together. This is a surprising place for the game to end, from my perspective, for two reasons. One, it's not a shared top, and McCallus and Johnny, Johnny can make a good argument that he matters as much in this as McCallus. But also there's a lot more dots to get, right? Like, Italy and Turkey are not necessarily, it doesn't appear that they're cooperating fully. We've got 3 more game years to just get more dots.
It's interesting. If McCallus decides it's over, I think it's over. That's where we're at. I think it's very, very difficult for McCallus. Probably loses Sevastopol, but what else is he losing from here? And what's Germany going to get off him?
Germany certainly doesn't have as good of a stat, but Moscow should fall, right? Moscow, Sevastopol, if they fight. But I guess for me, there's just more to gain, right? There's just more dots down there.
Oh, because they're all points. I suppose you're right.
Yeah. Oh, in any case, is there a finishing a bow you want to put on this, Nicola?
No, like I agree with you that I would be tempted to play for several players. On the other hand, it's your first board for some of those players. Maybe you don't want to appear too sharky or anything. And in that case, of course, like the one with the better start is Michaelis. But you could argue that if Johnny wants it, he can try for it. I think if Germany goes with Turkey right now, they have a good shot at increasing both of their scores, to be completely fair.
All right. Well, we're going to have to leave it there because we got lots more to cover. And let us come back to this view. This is the time to give Dan Lester a pause. So, Dan, take a little break. We'll come back and you'll get to summarize some games for us when we bring you back. Let's bring back Katie Gray. Katie, welcome back to the broadcast.
Thanks.
Nicola is not supposed to be on break now, but apparently he is. There he is. All right, so let's head on over to the second game in round 3. And here we go. Nope, that's not it. That's it. This is named after one of the Beckhams, probably David, maybe Odell. This one saw myself in Austria playing to qualify for the DBNI, which requires at least one virtual game over the course of the season, and I had not done that yet. In England, we have Ruben Sanchez out of France. Ruben has been on lots and lots of top boards, including the DBNI Invitational last year. In France, we have Simon Lemieux. I'm definitely not saying that right. Simon, please let us know. If you're watching, please let us know how to pronounce your last name. Germany, we have Jackson Roberts, who is resident wildcard, making noise from Orange County, California. Italy, Hal Schild, who is part of the DBN family. He is our resident video expert, professional videographer and editor, playing out of the Washington, D.C. area. In Russia, we've got this guy, Jamal Blackerly, who comes in with lots of buzz around him. He is the reigning world champion, edging me out on the very last order of the very last turn in the final board in Bangkok. And the fates put us together as Austria and Russia. Along with a Christopher near us in Turkey, this one named Christopher Ward, thankfully. And Wardy is playing out of the UK. Jamal is playing with us from Australia. So this is, he is actually playing in the middle of the night, I believe. This is an overnight game for him. I think it started early in the morning for him. Katie, a quick comment about the board before we hop over to the moves?
No, I think you sort of took the tagline of you and Jamal next to each other. But I think my opinion of both of you is that neither of you seem very vindictive. So it could be really exciting. It could be really boring.
Well, I mean, Jamal has nothing to be vindictive about.
That's true.
All right, take it away, Katie.
All right. So the first year of this game had a DMZ in Galicia, and Russia moved into the black, but Turkey didn't respond negatively to that. So it seems to me like nobody's really made any strong enemies in the first year of this game in the East. In the West, we've got some EF coordination. France supported England into Belgium, so perhaps an England and France against Germany in the middle. That's all I've got for the first year.
All right, 1902.
All right. So 1902, we see some AIR coordination. Italy is sort of going around Austria. I guess you can't see it in this one, but Tyrolia goes up to Bohemia, goes back. Nothing seems to be too threatening. And Italy makes their way into the Eastern Med. Yeah, it looks to me like some AIR coordination. In the West, we've got Russia helping out England against Germany. So perhaps everyone's ganging up on poor Jackson in Germany in the middle. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I skipped a day. I skipped a year. I skipped a year. My bad. Okay, in 02, we have Russia is actually propping up Germany against the English and France coordination. And France decides no longer to coordinate with England. I don't know. You were in this game. What's going on? It's a mess. Now we've got a French army and NAO, and it's no longer EF coordination. I don't know.
Fair enough.
All right. Are we
into 1904? I think you called it for the most part, yeah.
Okay, into 1904. So in 1904, the West is moving to the line. By the end of the year, we see Austria in Munich. We see Russia moving into Germany. We see Italy building fleets and moving east. They're making use of a fleet by Austria and a southern Russian fleet, which is kind of fun. So this is AIR sort of all moving west. But at the same time in the east, we've got France grabbing Belgium from Germany with help from England. And Germany, I think, just decides he's not going to help stop this attack if they're going to take dots from him. So Jackson disbanding those armies is a pretty clear message that, well, screw you guys. All right, 05. I actually don't have a lot of notes from this part of the game. Please enlighten us if you want to, but this just looks like continued AIR. I mean, we're carving up Turkey in the east. Germany is clearly more interested in sort of hanging out, maybe bothering England. There's not a lot of coordination between the three. And I think that brings me to my tagline for this game is, don't let the other side of the board coordinate better than yours, because we're going to see this AIR just go through the West, and Germany is not going to help them stop it. I don't know if it's the next year. There's a really funny moment where, yeah, it's this year. I love this. Jackson just decides, you know what? I don't even need any units. I'm just going to keep kill. I don't need to order anything. Basically, just completely removing the possibility of helping stop this triple. Which I think is very fun. We've now got an Austrian fleet at MAO, which is exciting, an Irish fleet, an Italian fleet in Irish Sea, and England and France are really not long for the world. Does the game end this year? No. Okay.
It ends here.
Oh, it does end this year. Okay, great. It ends with an 11-11-11 with the AIR. Germany holding on to one center, but no dots, which I think is very fun. I'm curious if Jackson had a lot of diplomatic sway in that, or if that was more of an agreement between the alliance that nobody else should get it. Because, I mean, Jackson removed his ability to do anything diplomatically or physically. So I assume it's just the three of you saying, yeah, we'll each get 11. Nobody needs the extra points. Which is very funny. I don't know. I just love that empty keel.
Nicola.
What's pretty cool is that Jackson doesn't even have to order, so they don't have to wait for him. So he can do something else while they just take the board. Yeah, I'm very disappointed in Brennan, though. He plays one virtual game in the year, and it's an 11-11-11.
Why is that disappointing for you, Nicola?
You know, it's
You know why, Brandon?
no, but like I don't think people understand really what issue I have with the 11-11-11 is that like I play to have fun. It's great to win, but I play to have fun. And I think the 11-11-11, if you have good players, it's quite an easy result to get. Because if as long as you have a strong player alliance, you have maybe one or two tactical guesses in 05, to make, but okay, fine. And you get to that 11-11-11. And that's why I love scoring system where you make the top board really enticing because you want this 11-11-11 to stop. You want somebody in the alliance to say, no, I want the 12-11-11, or, say, well, I'm not going to get the 12-11-11, so I'm going to start before. And I think it makes the game more interesting because, as you mentioned, like basically for the 5 last years, the comments of Katie have been, well, the air is rolling, right? And I've been on the other side, and it's not really fun,
Yeah, we can talk about this more as the broadcast goes on. I definitely was unhappy with tied games that were happening a lot in the early part of the pandemic, the virtual period. I mean, as a broadcaster, my point was that they were kind of boring. And there's sort of 2 points. One, they can be less interesting, partly because they're easier, as you're saying, Nicola. 3 good players who get on the same page quickly can dominate a board, and no one else has a chance. The game sort of tracks early and kind of snowballs. And I mean, that is what happened here. Jamal and Hal and I, we got on the same page quickly, and then no one in the West sort of made a bid to be a partner. If somebody had, and we offered, actually, we were looking for somebody to sort of help us end the game more quickly, and they kept fighting with each other. Nobody was taking on. Nobody was taking on. And so when Keel got popped, we went to Jackson and just offered him to be the one if he didn't rebuild the unit, and he said sure. And he was napping. I mean, I think he played 2 games in a row, and he would wake up to write the build order because that's the only thing he had to do, which was to wave. So that was funny. But I think the other thing that is here, we can close this game. There's 2 comments I'll also make. I'm curious to hear what you guys think as the thing goes on. I mean, I worried that people would play it safe and not have the courage to go for it and go for a big result. So that was a concern that I've had about settling for ties. The other thing is the scoring. I think the scoring system actually doesn't really incentivize going for it. There is not a huge difference in score, as there would be in Open Tribute. That's the thing about Open Tribute. As the alliances grow more and more successful, there's more and more incentive to go for it. And I think that makes a more strategically interesting game, personally.
I heard a lot of that from people in the one game that I played, talking about how, the scoring system really doesn't incentivize stabs. It doesn't incentivize going for the lone top if your allies aren't okay with it. I think the other thing you have to think about in these kinds of 3-way alliance games is you really need 2 people to be willing to stab. If you're going to be the only one of the 3, you really need to be either in the corner or just have an amazing opportunity, or else the 2 are probably going to turn on you. And, I think that that's a really realistic outcome in a lot of these cases. Like the person who stabs, who decides they want more, ends up being the one who actually gets the least in the end, if the game can continue long enough, if you don't have the timing right with the end of the game. So, I think there's also some level of diplomatic disadvantage to stabbing when you're in a 3-way alliance.
Yeah, they can be stabilized. They can have an internal stability to them for that reason. And if there's not a huge incentive from the scoring, then why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you bank the points rather than take a low risk chance? But look, there's this is a criticism of the scoring system, I think, for people who like the sort of dramatic game-changing moves, right? And I think the 3 of us are like that. But there are benefits to the scoring system. One of them is that it's very simple and easy to understand, which is important for scoring. And the other thing is that there are people who find these kinds of games interesting in and of themselves, not just in the context of a multi-game tournament, but because it can be hard for 3 people to get on the same page. We've called it easy, but that may be a little bit of our bias. Because that's an experience that we've had. It may not be easy in some other areas of the world, like Europe. I think might have a harder time pulling something like this off.
That's what I was going to say also. Maybe because of Ruben and the way he played in that game, like I've only seen what Katie has shown from it. I haven't seen the game, you know. But from what I've seen, Ruben has kept attacking despite the fact he was on a back foot. And I think that's the way he plays. I've played with him once. I love the way he plays, but he went for it. You know, it's like, okay, I hope somebody is going to stab, and I hope I'm going to have my luck. And maybe it's more the European way of playing. I don't know, but yeah, I think it helped on one side the air, but it also makes the game more interesting on the other. And so I don't know. And also I think like Simon, he's a quite new player. He started this year. And I think it was not as prevalent last year, honestly, than 2 years ago when I started playing. But man, this 11 air, you know, you could see them every 2 games, right? Every 3 games you had one of those. So maybe he didn't see the danger until it was too late. Because Elsie is a very safe player. So maybe he just didn't see the writing on the wall. And it's a learning experience, I guess.
Yeah, Ruben was very frustrated. And I think, you know, in Europe, they play the C Diplo scoring system. I think this is where scoring has a material impact on how people play. C Diplo definitely is a big advantage for finishing even one center ahead. All right, let's put this one. We're luxuriating a bit much, which is certainly my fault. So let us move on. We've still got a bunch of games to cover. I think we now give Nicolas a break. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, Nicolas, see you in a bit. And we welcome Dan back to the broadcast. Katie, I believe you've got a knife. You're looking for the stab. You're muted, I believe. Yes.
I was just going to say, as a stabby European, I thought I would represent for the cause. Definitely. I remember the first time I came to play in the United States in 2005, and people were coming to me in 1902 and talking about how the game was going to end, or it would be an EFR or whatever. And I couldn't understand it, right? Well, we've only just started. And who knows? Like 1 minute you're my friend, the next minute I'll take one, and we have to stay tight and keep an eye on each other. Different game.
That's funny because when you won your world championship, the last game was was a Western triple that you were a part of that lasted the entire game basically, and did the exact same thing we just saw this AR do.
I don't know what you mean, Kate. It escapes my memory.
Whoa, it's time to move on.
I am nice, really, and I only ever ally, and I've never been known to stab.
All right, we are turning to round 3, board 1. This is now evening in North America, Friday evening, and middle of the night in Europe, and Saturday morning in Asia Pacific. And who is tasked? I believe Dan. This is your entree into being the analyst or the narrator. I'm going to read these guys out. We're just going to jump into the game. In Austria, we've got Dennis Peskov. In England, we've got Nicholas Lawton. And in France, we've got Marcus Lone, all playing from undisclosed locations. Players, if you're watching this, please let us know where you're located so we can update our records. In Germany, and I'm not familiar with those players directly. In Germany, we've got Cameron Higby playing out of Missouri. Cameron is a face-to-face player who I've had the pleasure of playing with at DixieCon. Cameron's a really fun guy to play with, very congenial, and an excellent dresser, which stands out in the face-to-face diplomacy hobby. In Italy, we've got the big dog on this board, Riaz Varani. Russia, we've got Gus Cowan. I spoke too soon because in Turkey, we've got reigning world champion Jamal Blackerly. All right, let's dive in here. And Dan, tell us what happened.
Thanks. I won't do this every time, but if I can ask you to ping back one phase to fall of 1901.
Sure thing.
I think spring was kind of relatively straightforward, but fall had quite a lot of interesting things going on. So tailored 2 witches really for me, a good one, a bad one. England has done my very favourite opening, North Sea English Yorkshire, but then hasn't used it, in my opinion, in the way that kind of, that army has come down to Wales, could have started there. English, they've kind of bottled it slightly, but without agreement. So if you're England, you have the channel, you tried everything that you can do to talk your way into Belgium with that fleet to change the fortunes if you don't fancy going on France. But France has done something magical here, which I love. Good work, Marcus. He's managed to bounce Belgium and Burgundy with 1 unit. He's got 2 guys going for things, and he's stopped them both with just that 1 unit, while he's covered breast and taken his build. So nice work. Love that. In the south, on the other hand, in fall, Turkey, absolute carnage. Love this. It was just, yeah, thanks. So Russia's had a funny start. He's self-supported to Galicia and here, and obviously that was unopposed, and he's gone and unfortunately lost Romania. This convoy is supported by
the Austrian.
This is right, isn't it? Supported by the Austrian,
yeah.
who then in turn has lost Greece to the support from the Turk.
Jamal is devious.
Well, what's so special about this? What's so special about this is that neither of these, each player could have done the support themselves, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. If you're Dennis, you've got to say, wait a minute, just let me do Greece.
So great. Yeah, but you see, the thing is, Austria's used Serbia not to support himself ultimately, and that's what's done him in, and he's gone inside out there, unfortunately.
Oh.
For a Turkey, obviously,
I'm sorry, I completely misread this. You're absolutely so. Yes, Serbia could have supported himself. Didn't need. Right. Yes, 100%. So this is a sign of what we call a Kraken, which is the name that we give to the RT. It's the IT. Please go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, for real. And obviously it's precarious, right? Especially for Turkey. So it's great to have that mixture of people around you while you break out of the box, so you're not getting like fenced in. I enjoy it a great deal. It's great. Okay, so if you ping forward now to Fall 02, so Winter 02. So Austria's obviously been nuked here. That is the price for helping Turkey to take Romania and miss out on Greece. And he's picked Italy to punish, probably unsurprisingly. I don't know how well that's worked out actually in the end, but still, that's the way he's pushed, and that's why Turkey is way out of the box and Russia's in Budapest. If I was Italy, I'd probably be quite worried at this point. France is coming, definitely. On go lots and lots of fleets. Austria hates you still. That's only one unit, but it can make the difference. They've completely disentangled in the north, which is setting up for, here we go, Western Triple. Here it comes. Whoops. Whoopsie. Okay, so the story here is patience, right? This is a game about where France has decided that it doesn't fancy going 4 fleets on 4 fleets in the south and getting absolutely nothing for the next 5 or 6 years, while England and Germany make gains against Russia. Doesn't fancy it, not interested. He's switched around and he's gone north and he's going to try and pick off England, which he should easily be able to do with all of these fleets, and Germany being a nice guy and probably great mates and all the rest of it, and everything sorted. And England a bit dicey, especially from the beginning. That opens the channel, but it's a mistake, right? This is a very, very bad mistake, because what's happened is, by putting pressure on England, they've collapsed EG's opportunity to hold back Russia. And so France, having let Russia out of the box, suddenly you've got this RIT, right? And it's off to the races. He's chipped their defense. And it's interesting how these swirling alliances, you don't necessarily see, well, how come by attacking England, I've actually massively facilitated Italy? But he has done that. I really feel for Germany in this game. Cameron, I'll give you a shout out. I don't think he's done anything wrong. I watched, if you look through all the moves, he's done great. He's done nothing wrong. Maybe a little bit of a failure of diplomacy, not being able to persuade everyone to do what he wants entirely. But we've all been there. Just try and be the good guy, hold the line. Everyone do the right thing. I'm going to hold the line. There's not a lot of gains, but you've got to do it. You've got to crack this alliance that's coming at us. But and then you die slowly, right? And that's what happens here to Germany. Flick us on again. Look at Turkey's patience. This is sick for me. Turkey's sitting there. He's been waving. Look at this, +2 again, only building 1. Waving, being the good guy. Yeah, I'll go to Silesia, sit here and order boring supports. I'll sit here and support you in Ukraine while Moscow's empty as anything and just let you build in it. That's fine. While Germany gets cleared up. But he's got a plan, right? Turkey's been in and up amongst all of Russia's stuff for a while, being nice, and sitting behind Italy for a long time, being super nice. But he's got a plan. And actually, if you pop forward another year, you'll see that plan continues to develop. at some point, Turkey is going to start to make Russia look like he's not an extra viable kind of guy, because all of Russia's units are moving in across the north in this RIT. Italy needs time and space to break down France, which he is slowly doing. It's actually Russia who's making the breakthroughs in the north, but that defense of Russia, it's just not looking very viable. There seems to be more and more dots, just armies just sauntering into these Russian areas that make it possible for Turkey to just wink Russia out of existence. Go forward 1 year. This is, I'm sure, arranged, and it's all arranged, and Russia must be having a whale of a time. Right, look at this. Fleet Brest, Fleet North, Army Kiel. You must be having a great time ordering these units with complete support and help from Italy, who's come up from the south and from Turkey, and they're all in it together and having a wonderful time. But when push comes to shove, Russia should be looking at this and knowing that Turkey is going to take all of those. And, you know, I've seen these 2 or 3 games come through where it's ended a real nice arranged 8-8, 9-9, 10-10. But with Livonia, Galicia, Ukraine, for no reason from the Turk, at some point between 1904 and now, Russia has agreed with Turkey that he's going to get all of this stuff. And he's agreed it because it's felt inevitable to him. And that's how guys like Jamal do. And I think, you know, respect to Riaz, he's not having any of it. You keep your stuff away from me. You keep that horrible fleet away from me. You cross this line, you're dead. You cross this line, you're dead, right? It's all over. ITs obviously take a massive amount of curation. Every single season, you've got to be on it. And I think they have been. And that speaks great. That speaks to great to them.
Hard to not to notice this, but I'm guessing from the tone of your voice that it ends up not being a problem.
Yeah, so it's about the kind of tempo with which they arrive, and I think that curation is active. I think if you kind of look at it season to season, those guys, every single move that they do is heavily curated. Yep.
Can I jump in? I just really like this board because you see, can you go back to the last year? I really like how this is an IT, and instead of Italy getting their fleets up through MAO and going north, they're like, well, we'll just do it with armies and we'll get into Holland instead. It's pretty unusual. I think it's really fun.
Yeah, with Russia being willing to be the fleets,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Are there any more surprises as this game goes on?
That's your lot. It'll happen as you expect. IT will take the board, and Russia will be in there with a half decent score. I mean, 90 is pretty good, right? Like if 122 is something you'll shake hands on as an 8, 90 is not that far away from that, I don't think.
You know what's better than 122 is 194, and those are the scores that Riaz and Jamal end with. And you know, as we said before, the cut line would be expected to be somewhere in the 300s, maybe on the closer to 400. So, you know, 194, Riaz is looking to try to qualify with 2 scores. So this is quite a start on that.
I think it's ironic overall for the board. I think the Western Triple probably did have the whip hand if France holds the line, but didn't have the patience to stick with it and maybe didn't have the confidence to do it. So, yeah, good game. Really fun to commentate. Thank you.
Dan, thank you very much for giving us that. That brings us to the second game of round 3, which I believe gives Katie a break. All right, Katie, we'll see you in a little bit. And we bring back to the stream Mr. Nicolas Taillet. Welcome back, Nicolas.
Hello, everybody.
All right, let's keep this train rolling. We could try to pick it up if we're able to, because otherwise we're going to be here for another 6 or 7 hours.
I'm going to go very quickly with that. So if we go with the players just very quickly, again, an interesting board where you have a former world champion and VDC champion Nicolas Taillet, Peter McNamara, of course, who has been Diplomat of the Year, Timothy Crosby, who's won Tour of Britain, Ruben Sanchez, who was DBA on the DBNI top board, so really a stacked board. Ben Kellman, who is on the VDL top board next in 2 weeks. Evan and Jason, also very strong players. So really a stacked board. And the theme of the game is it's not easy to outpace a kangaroo. That's how I called it, because outpacing Peter McNamara as Russia is something very hard to do, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
So in 01, you have a lot of love for England. Everybody wants them in Belgium, and maybe there is a Western triple when you look at the build with the two French fleets. So when you look at the builds now, you're going to say, well, maybe it's some kind of an air with the two Italian fleets against a Western triple, right? And O2 says,
No.
air it is, Western triple it is definitely not. And that's a debate, again, that we had with Brandon, and we didn't reach a conclusion on that. But I think it's a product of England having two fleets in London and Edinburgh. I think it makes the West unstable, and it makes it harder for England to find a friend. And I think that's exactly what happened in that game again. Because when you have those two fleets, they can only threaten the German possessions in the north, and they're not really friendly to France either, right? So it's really hard to find your friend as England. And the air is going to profit from that as much as they can because they're so efficient again. So if you go to 03 already...
Just to put a quick note on that, you'd prefer, if you have two builds as England and you want to be friendly to both neighbors, Fleet Edinburgh, Army London, is that what you're recommending?
Or Army Liverpool, or if you want like the two armies, even if you're that bold, you know.
Wow. Okay. I want to talk about that, but I'm going to not let us do it. I'm sure Dan would love to have say, but let's keep on going here.
But anyway, the two fleets, I think, made it unstable. Okay. And in 03, if you look at it, England is already dead because everybody attacks them, from Russia to Germany to France. Russia is actually convoyed there to help at first, but it's never a good thing to have only one dot as England in 03 and a Russian army on your mainland.
Has England not convoyed that in to help him?
Yeah, if you look at, I think it's a fall.
It has to be because Germany wouldn't have done it here.
Yeah.
Or spring. I don't remember if it's in the fall or the spring. If you have it,
it's okay. We can go.
Yeah. But yeah, basically that's what happens, and the air is moving on, just outpacing everything. And that's what we mentioned before. Like it's really hard to stop a triple like that. You can continue. So with in 04, it's FG versus air. And you have the impression at the end of 04 that maybe Peter could try something because of this army in Romania. But air just decides that they're not going to lose to give a chance to FG to take the win from them. So they just roll and continue. Peter decides to fall back from Ankara, from Romania, and just knows he can outpace them. And if you look at 06, 07, 08, 09, it's just Peter outpacing the rest of the AI and getting a huge board top.
Oh, wow.
And that's what I mentioned. And I like this result for Peter, of course, but I think it's also far superior to an 11-11-11 because I'm pretty sure that Peter made sure that he wouldn't be outpaced, right? And if you want to let Peter win and have a good score like Nicolas and Ruben did, that's a choice, you can do it. Or you have also the opportunity to turn against Peter, but then maybe France is too strong. So I think Peter played a very good strategic game, giving Nicolas Sergei no other option than having the second place.
You don't think there was an opportunity for Ruben and Nicolas to work together against Peter?
Not at this stage. Like if you look here, it's too late. I identified a point. I think it was if you look at 04, actually. Here, that's the point where, and I think that's Peter who has driven the board to this state, but that's the point where Nicolas Sergei could have stabbed Peter, basically, but he had three armies next to Munich. He has three armies next to Munich. If you have your armies in Silesia and Vienna instead of Tyrolia, well, you can go after Russia. But
so the magic sauce here for Peter is this semi-alliance he seems to forge with France, isn't it? Because it looks like you just keep going. Italy goes against France, Russia goes against France, Austria goes against Germany. Done. But I'm not sure. They sort this out immediately with Edinburgh, right? Yeah. And then bang, Russia crashes into Germany. He's not helping against France. Italy is probably very annoyed that he's not helping against France, right? Peter's like, oh, I've got enough to do with Germany. Oh, leave me alone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why Peter McNamara is one of the best players in the world. Because he can take a situation like that against two world-class players in Nicolas and Ruben and get the better of them.
That's what I mentioned. It's chess mate, basically. It's just really beautifully played because it's not that you're going to drive the 11, 11, 11 because you don't need it. You're just saying, well, we are in a triple, but I got an advantage over you, and I'm going to keep this additional dots, right?
And it worked. And as we will see in a second, it puts Peter McNamara in quite a good position in the standings. But before we do that, we're going to give Dan Lester a break here. Dan, we'll see you in a bit. And the wheel spins and Katie Gray's name comes up. So let's have a look really quickly at how the standings stood after the completion of the third round. So now this is 3 rounds into this tournament out of 6, so roughly the halfway point. World champion Jamal Blackerly sitting on top with 3 very good scores, almost certainly has qualified at this point for the top board. Peter McNamara at 310 with only 2 scores, doesn't have a whole lot of work to do probably to secure his spot. And then after that, lots of familiar names in pretty good positions. Micah Blom is a new name, but McCallis, Johnny, Jackson, Riaz in position with 1 score, and then Gus and Hal. And all right, let's push forward then into round 4. Round 4 is, let's see, I think this is the one we're doing out of order. No, it's not. So we go on to game 1, Freeman. Katie, this is the one that you're doing, correct?
No, I have game 2.
Okay, so this is the game that you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, so the round 4 now is middle of the night North America, which gives us morning in morning in Europe and evening in Asia Pacific. Okay, so here we have in Austria that guy Peter McNamara. England is Ironman Cody Green, who I think he's played at least 2 rounds. I think he might have taken that last round off. France, Jeltic Kuiper, your reigning European champion. Germany, Ruben Sanchez, who is now quickly becoming a familiar name. Italy, Stephen Hogue, getting his virtual game in. Russia, Wardy out of the UK. And in Turkey, we've got Marcus Lone. Let's dive right in, Katie. Tell us what happens.
All right. In 01, we've got some AI coordination, but it's not the most successful. Usually when you see that Trieste loan, you really want to see Ionian get into Aegean, but Turkey was able to bounce it out. So they're working together, but maybe a little slowly. There's also some mismatching, maybe in communication, maybe in trust between Turkey and Russia. So the East is a little unclear so far. France did open to the channel, and he used it to secure Belgium for himself. It is interesting, in the fall, England reacted to France opening to the channel by bouncing Germany out of Holland. So I don't know if that was agreed. Maybe France is just a very, very good diplomat. But yeah, England didn't react negatively to that against France at all, which I thought was really interesting. All right. In 02, France immediately does use that position in the channel to turn against England. He moves up into NAO and MAO, and he's got 4 fleets, and they're all in the north. There are so few armies between Germany and France. This is an FG that's really starting and going after England. In the east, Austria moves in on Turkey, but backs out. Russia does fully move in on Turkey. And then there's a little bit of GR coordination in the north, which sort of makes sense if everyone's going to gang up on England.
But Russia is not ganging up on England, right? Right now. They could have taken Norway. They didn't.
Something happened where, I don't know, some amount of Germany-Russia coordination. I don't know. We could look at the thing.
It's all right. It's all right. Let's keep going.
I don't know. It's not.
It happens in 03, so for whatever reason, it didn't happen in 02.
Okay, well, in 03, we've got Germany and France still attacking England. France gets a nice convoy over to Clyde. Russia ends up taking Ankara from Germany. Turkey is taking some dots from Austria. Austria is taking some from Italy. It's a little bit of a mess over in the east. But at least one of those players is really good at working in mess and working in tactical situations and pulling a good result out of this. So just watch Peter McNamara. It's fun. Okay. All right. In 04, we're seeing some AR cooperation against Turkey. England is dying, so France and Germany are moving away to their next targets. France moving into the Med, Germany moving against Russia. That's pretty much 04. In 05, we've got Austria deciding that he doesn't actually need Italy to hold the line against France. And he stabs Italy and takes Naples and Venice for himself. He builds a fleet in Trieste, which we always love to see. He's up to. Turkey is dead. We're still seeing some AR coordination, and the FG is strong, and it's looking like it might be a little locked up with 2-on-2. 06. It's still kind of 2-on-2, but we've got another fleet build from Austria. I really like this position. There are 3 Austrian fleets and a Russian southern fleet that are preventing France from moving on to the Med, and I don't think you see that very often. It's really fun. But we still have France and Germany coordinating well together, and that's pretty much it.
That's how this. Oh, sorry, go on.
In 07, we've got Austria deciding, he's Peter McNamara. He's going to top this board, damn it. And he stabs Wardy in Russia. He gets a couple builds out of it. He builds 2 armies, and he still manages to keep the French fleet out of Ionian with his 2 extra Austrian fleets. And I just think, yeah, it's really fun. It's really great. And then the game draws.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think everyone just decided Peter deserves it. I don't know. I think this was fun to look through.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Yeah, I don't really have a tagline for this. I will say, if anyone can get away with being a 3 or 4 center Austria for 4 years and then top the board, it's going to be Peter McNamara. And top the board by 1908. That's such a steep, look at that red line. It's so steep. It's pretty great.
Yeah, this is impressive. I mean, I suppose that even with Russia's help, it's going to be difficult to crack the Mediterranean open, and so maybe France thinks there's not a whole lot to gain. But Peter McNamara is likely to end up with several of those Turkish and Bulgaria centers in just a few years. Wow. No, I mean, look, this is a master diplomacy player at work right here. Took a difficult position and turned it into another big score.
Yeah.
All right, let's. That was easy.
Yeah.
Let's move right along then, and this gives Nicolas a break, I believe, and we turn that wheel, bring Dan Lester on back. Dan, you're going to be telling us about the other game in round 4, I believe, which is Freeman. And let us head on over and check that out. Freeman, we've got that guy that keeps popping up, Mr. Jamal Blackerly, reigning world champion. In Austria now. England finds Jackson Roberts. We have gotten fond of calling him a wild card. France, Michalis Kamaridis, defending North American champion. In Germany, we've got Tim Crosby, defending Tour of Britain champion. So we've got an American who is the king of Britain and an American who is the ruler of North America here. Italy finds Micah Blum, Russia, Simon Lemieux, and Turkey, Gus Cowan. Dan, tell us what happens here.
Thanks. Yeah. So Michalis is I think I'm not sure, but I think he might have only played 1 game and won it so far.
That's right.
So he's opened really ultra safe in this game. Like English channels, support himself to Burgundy, and we've got something that's all very sea lionish. Tim didn't have a brilliant time in his first game, I don't think. I don't perhaps he played again since then, but he's obviously out for some fun. So I think France has tapped that. Jackson in some distress, I think, but strangely he's done okay here. What you haven't seen is in full 1901. If you just pop back. Seem to stress a full 1901 a lot, don't I? Sorry, but I think it's one of those things that, these 2 games suit it. He's not bothered to defend North Sea. He's just popped back to Edinburgh, screw it. And Russia has convoyed to Sweden an army, which is lovely. for England. It means you've got a friend, right? Got a friend guaranteed. So I love that. I love what he's done there. He's worked really hard for that. And that convoy changes the complexion for everything. Russia's already having a very interesting game. 1901. He actually opened to Armenia and got bounced. With Galicia with this massive DMZ. Naples, Italy's gone to Naples in spring 01, which is obviously incorrect. I think never good. But the most interesting move down there is Austrian Fleet Ionian. Obviously the most AI move conceivable. There's no more AI move than that. And specifically, it's the most AI move that you could think of against France. Because what happens now is you push all three west and you've got 3 on 2, except that they don't, as you can see. So England's played a blinder in 1902. He's gone from being on the back foot to try and sort of carve something out with Russia to playing on the fact that you've got this massively strong AI to push his partners into a Western triple. He's pushed France south and he's just flipped on Russia. He's just straight flipped on him. Absolute, just, yep, brilliant. I love it. I'll go against you. I'll support the Germans into Sweden. I'm all in on the treachery. For me, watching it, it's totally unexpected. Sorry, just go back very quickly. For me, really unexpected to see him do it, and he's totally cleared his lines because Russia's engaged with Germany, France is engaged with Italy. Fantastic. AI, not so great. As you can see, their decision to go both ways, and you can flip one on again. Their decision to go both ways here has cost them, I think. I think they had a window, and I don't know why they didn't take it, to push everything west. But maybe something to do with the way that Turkey was doing, or instead they've decided to sort of do both. And I think to a certain degree, they've ended up with neither. In fall 1903, Russia's obviously pissed off. He can't do everything. France misses a free shot at Tunis, actually, in the spring of 03. But then in fall of 03, Italy just retreats everything. She just pulls everything back from the line. And you can see all that does is invite France on even more. They also missed a shot to take Caen in 03. Just didn't order it, maybe ran out of time, a lot going on. Italy might have had a hard time in fall of 03, I'm not sure. But either way, England and Germany did a nice thing up the north to disentangle, which I'll briefly speak about. Germany took St. P and then England dislodged them. And in my opinion, the key to a really strong Western triple is to have that strong Germany and to make sure that England funnels everything through St. P and is set up to do exclusively that. That'll lock you down. That'll make it work. And England is happy to oblige. I think Austria could stab here, to be honest. I think, Italy's got those 4 fleets. I think he could stab earlier than he does. He will stab later. But, ultimately he's just getting ground out at this point. Turkey escapes because once they've missed the chance to take Caen, then Russia's collapse allows Turkey out of the box. Turkey's played a nice game here, actually. Rode his luck very much. I don't know how many 50-50s he must have survived. Maybe 5 or 6. Each one of them would have been critical to send him down. I guess now the question is, can Turkey catch up with the Western triple? Flip forward. Nope. No chance of that. Germany's turned up in Romania. And it's Turkey that put him there. Tim must have been having a much more fun game this time than he had the first time out where he got whacked. He must be laughing now and having a ball because there's no way anyone's going to dislodge him off a top score. And it's just, we flip it through here. Austria can't buy a friend, but he does end with 1. I think the scores that encourage you to hang on for singles, don't they? Because the survival is quite chunky.
Yeah, there is some benefit to surviving. So 40 points is what he gets. And so we end with a 3-way draw here at 9 between McCallis and Jackson and Timothy Crosby. Yeah,
and gold star for England for turning that around and stabbing at the right moment, to me. And they worked it very nicely.
Yeah, I played a game with Jackson later after this, and I was talking to him about this game, and he was saying that there was an AAR on the other side of the map, which we kind of saw everyone going after Turkey, but the AAR didn't kill Turkey very quickly. They weren't that efficient. And then they moved west very, very quickly. And so, the three, Tim, McCallis, and Jackson, all good players, all tactically good players, like they're going to react to that. And I think the AIR was a little surprised. Tim was in that same game. I was talking with Tim and Jackson about this. Like the East seemed surprised that the West sort of made up that quickly. But I think that's what you have to do. You see a triple on the other side of the board, and you don't want to be the one that's ground down, and you sort of have to react to it that way. I mean, they had a really nice Sea Lion. They had a German fleet in North in fall of 01, but you have to give it up, and you have to do what the board tells you to do.
Absolutely, you're right, Katie, and they rolled with it so well. To me, maybe falling into some patterns here hasn't helped, because AI didn't need R.
Yeah.
They could have just let R and T get on with it. AI could have just flung themselves into France, sit still in the East, watch Russia and Turkey sort of try and do something, anything. They had enough resource to hold. And that might have made for a more interesting game, maybe, but for them.
All right. Well, we're going to leave that game there. Thank you, Dan, for narrating it for us. Katie, we're going to give you a break and turn the wheel and bring back Nicolas Taillet. Nicolas, welcome back. And you are going to talk to us about, I believe, round 5. So now we're moving into round 5. So that finishes round 4. And now we're moving into Saturday morning, North America, Saturday evening, Europe, and overnight for Asia Pacific. And this is the board you're going to narrate for us, correct? Oh, you are muted, my friend. Let me unmute you. Nope, you can do it. You have to unmute yourself. Nicolas, you are muted. There we go.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, this is your board, correct?
Yeah, it is my board. It's Navratilova, and it's mostly the same players that we've already seen. So let's not talk too much about that, I guess, not to lose time before the top board.
There is one name that we haven't seen on a board yet.
Exactly, Katie Gray, and that's the theme of the game. The theme of the game is Katie Gray is sneakier than Brendan Fogel and Nicolas Taillet. So that's the theme of the game. In 01, in the whole year of 01, Jackson shows us that he doesn't know that Venice cannot go to Munich. He tries repeatedly to go from Venice to Munich, and it doesn't work, of course.
Okay.
We also have the German builds, which are dictating that they want to go for an EG, but very interestingly, you have a fleet North Coast St. Petersburg. So in case anything would go wrong, they have a friend in the north, it seems. That's very well played from Dennis, in my opinion. In 02, we have the classic "Let's kill Turkey" in the east, where Russia is already in the Black Sea, Austria is already in Bulgaria, and Italy is going into Aegean. So it's basically, if you want to kill Turkey as fast as you can, that's how you do it. In the West, everybody loves England. Everybody decides to support England into Belgium. England has no less than 4 support to enter Belgium in the fall, which is quite interesting, right? They have Picardy, Burgundy, Holland, and Rouen supporting them into Belgium. Also, Tim, if you look at, we're not looking at the fall, but basically there was an interesting move where Tim went from Warsaw to Silesia and then back from Silesia to Warsaw. So somehow indicating that he wanted to go for an air, but he was just a bit too fast compared to Italy and Austria. And in 03, Italy goes after France to help EG. So that's kind of a surprise, right? Usually you could have thought that Italy would help France in that case, but they actually go after France. Maybe the fact that KD was not playing for a place on the top board played in that reasoning. Maybe she just wanted to be safe and nobody was really wanting to be too cautious about her, because I'm not sure else Jackson would have gone for such an aggressive move without a 5th build at the end of 03, right? As Italy, that's quite aggressive and anti-France.
There is a sense sometimes as Italy, though, isn't there, that you're just sort of marking time until you run out of time and die. And it's better to roll the dice, even if you haven't got what it takes, and try. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was just like, I'd give it a go.
Yeah, maybe though. Like that was just an assumption of mine, but maybe indeed that Jackson felt it was his only chance to get a dot somehow. Maybe EG convinced him that it was the best play for him. Like I'm not sure. But the thing is, and that's why I mentioned the move from Timothy to Silesia, is that the West should have seen another air coming. And if you go to 04, the air finally moves west together, and they move very quickly. As you see, that's 1 year. They take Berlin, Munich, and Italy has already Marseille. And that's...
Does he walk in unopposed to Marseille?
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, especially if you feint east.
And the thing is here, maybe this EG should have been more cautious. Maybe even Ben. I think Ben felt really, really great. Like there is conventional wisdom saying that if you are in England against air, you must be feeling pretty great because France and Germany are going to take the bulk of the heat, right? And you're going to be in the back. Same thing when you're Turkey against the Western Triple. The thing is, as you see in 05, if the air sticks together, it doesn't matter that you're in the back of France and Germany. You've just pissed off the two people who could have stopped them. And now everybody is going to make sure that Ben is out and that the air goes on. So if you go to 06, it's the air going on. 07, that's the air going on. There's the help of France as a janissary. And they end up not in an 11-11-11-1, but with Katie getting 12. And Katie is sneakier than Brendan Fogel and Nicolas Taillet.
How did this end up happening? Katie, what is the dot that Katie gets?
Kiel and Berlin, actually.
All right. Do you have a thought before we bring Katie on to tell us what the hell happened here?
She performs dark magic.
Katie, was this a stab? Did you stab?
No, I did not stab. It wasn't even my idea. This game was great. I had so much fun this game. It was Tim and Jackson were great to work with. It was like almost no possibility, I think, of any of us stabbing each other. My suspicion is that the two of them knew I wasn't playing for the top board and they both were competing for it and they didn't want the other person to get ahead of it. And we all agreed we didn't want an 11-11-11 for the broadcast because we knew you'd done one, Brandon. And I wanted to be able to sit here with my hands clean and on my high horse and say, you shouldn't do 11-11-11s. And that's what I got to do. But they were really great. Actually, I want to give a shout out to especially Jackson because I think they were watching other games at the time and the scores, and there were multiple times and he was like, oh, it's going to be close. This person's going to pass me. I don't know if I'm going to make it. And I was just sitting there so quiet. I was like, I really want the 12. I'm not going to say anything. And he never backed down on it. He and Tim both, they never questioned it. They were arguing for me for the group. It was really fun. I had a great time.
Well, this is where I think you're a more skilled diplomat than Nicola and I, because we definitely would have had to ask for it. If we had any chance of getting it, we would have had to ask for it. So well done you, not even having to ask.
Thanks.
All right, Dan, time for you to get a break. We'll bring you back on in a little bit. As we keep the train rolling, let's get the last game in round 5. So round 5 had 3 games. I'm sorry. So no, we're moving on to one of the other 3 games. We've only done one. This is Williams for you, I believe, Katie, correct?
Yes.
All right. Very quickly, John Jameson makes his debut in Austria for this tournament. In England, we've got Cameron Higby playing again. France, former world champ Nicolas Sahuguet. Germany, reigning European champ Jelte Kuiper. Italy, Evan Sweetheart, who has played a bunch of Gunboat and I think is known in the extended deadline community. But is still making his name in the face-to-face. Russia, Micah Blom keeping at it. So hopefully Micah can get another result to go with the one from her first round. And Keith Worstel playing also another extended deadline player who's made some moves into face-to-face. I've seen him at a couple tournaments. He's coming to us from Burlington. All right, Katie, tell us what happens in this game.
All right, 01 starts with another really nice, really early sea line. We've got a French fleet in the Channel and a German fleet in North Sea. One thing I love about this game, Russia opened north, and they sent that army to Finland so they could open up immediately a St. Pete for a Fleet North Coast build. And this is everyone just jumping on England, is really the main story of this game. And then there's some AI conflict between each other, which you don't see that often. But you do hear, and RT are also not getting along. So one side of the board automatically more organized than the other.
How did Austria take Venice in 01?
So I think he was in Trieste. Yeah, and he just moved over.
So
I guess. Yeah.
Oh, Evan.
I know. Chaos.
Maybe Evan was thinking that Trieste would go to Vienna. So he was winning the guess that way.
But
anyway.
there's no reason not to.
All right, moving on.
All right, in 02, we see FG cooperation. England is not long for this world. Russia taking over Scandinavia. We've already got an army in London. England's going down. And then we're seeing some AR coordination in the east. In 03, Germany already moving south, and France already moving south, at least with the build. England is already basically dead, and they say, well, we're going to continue on to what happens next. We've got Russia helping Austria defend from Turkey, but Germany and Italy are working together to go after John Jameson. So yeah, kind of a lot of, it's funny because people are working together in this game that seem to be, it's like you're helping the friend of your enemy. And so it's a lot of sort of conflicting alliances. And I think it's probably a really fun game to play.
1904.
Right. England still, again, basically dead. Germany is turning on Russia, going after Scandinavia. But Italy does turn to defend against France while still working with Germany, which is what I was mentioning before. I think it's just kind of interesting.
Boy, Germany, not a typical 1904 position for Germany.
Nope. Yeah, it's really early in the game.
1905?
1905, Germany does turn on Italy, and Germany and Turkey are now cooperating together against Russia, but Turkey and Italy are staying together. So yeah, a lot of that really going on in this game. France and Germany, still good pals. France, Nicolas Ahoguet, so I guess it's not surprising, but manages to get all of England for himself, and Germany is apparently okay with it.
All right, 1906.
Now it seems like Turkey is sort of, Keith is maybe turning on his neighbors. There might be some sort of end game discussions happening. Germany and Turkey are cooperating against Russia. And, you know, it could just be, I need to be as strong as possible to get myself in as good a position to defend. But I have a feeling this was sort of some final position arranging happening here.
Yeah, like they got the FG got Keith to be the fourth, and he said sure.
Right. Yeah, stab your allies so we can get across the board so we can end the game. Yeah. There's a little bit of Germany-Turkey conflict, then Germany moves away, and France is getting another build from Italy, Turkey's getting another one from Italy, and so this whole year is just sort of setting up this 11-11-11-1, and then it draws.
It is quite early in the game. There's still 3 full game years left. And so, you know, if somebody wanted to try some shenanigans or FG wanted to try to whittle Turkey down a little bit, you know, the opportunity was there, but it doesn't happen. And yeah. What's your final takeaway from this game?
My sort of like tagline was sometimes Turkey's best friends are on the other side of the map. And I think that happens a lot for Turkey. If you can hang on, you can be 5 or 6 centers and you've got conflict on your side of the board, you can be that person who works with the other side, because you're in less danger. And, you know, you said it's early in the game, it certainly is, but especially if we were 2 years later on, what does Turkey have to lose by getting a few more? If the game's going to end, you know, like if you can get there before the end of the game, then go for it.
All right. And Yaltic Hyper gets a good result here. It's nice to see that. You know, he's been trying here for a couple turns. Wonder a little bit if there's, with Yalta, if there's, you know, some figuring out between the, you know, European and sort of global styles of play, but definitely figured it out here. All right, let's. I'm going to bring Dan on. I'm going to keep you all 3 on board here. Oh no, we've got one more game to go in round 5, I believe. Okay, so Nicola gets a break here. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. See you in a bit, Nicola. And then Dan, you are going to take us through this last game in round 5, which is named after Steffi Graf.
Brandon Fogel, how could you nearly forget this game?
Damn it.
Given that there you are right there in Russia. And what a delight it must have been for the players coming into what is effectively, is this right to say the last game before the final board, the last chance? Or is there one more round?
No, there is one more round after
There's
this.
one
So
more
this
round.
is still
Okay.
morning North America, evening Europe, and middle of the night Austria. And there is one more round. But this is the last chance for sort of pre-last round positioning. And we see a lot of familiar names here. This was a fun board. Ruben Sanchez in Austria, I believe, is playing his 4th consecutive game at this point. England is Isaac Jukes. France out of Great Britain. Isaac's a fun player. He's new, but is learning the game and likes to have fun and is really good natured about playing. France is Lauri Haitanen out of Finland. Germany, Michalis Kamaridis. Italy, Johnny Gillam. Russia, some guy out of Chicago. And in Turkey, Riaz Varani. So the East was quite a lot of players. Take us away, Mr. Lester.
Thank you so much. And I think the thing to say about that list pre-game is that you've got 4 guys who are in real contention for the top board. Austria, Germany, Italy, and Turkey. And they would have been approaching this game very differently because Germany is in his Western 3 and he's, probably the only person who's right at the top of the leaderboard, and he's got England and France to deal with, who will probably look at him as a target, or should do. I think maybe we'll get rid of him because he's a danger man.
Yeah,
and then on the other side of the board, you've got Austria, Italy, and Turkey, they can't all get a result, or can they?
Thank you. I've been neglecting this place column, which shows you that the places that players are in coming into this round. And so to your point, you've got 3 people in the top 6 and then 2 others sort of not too far behind.
So what's fascinating is that if you wanted someone who was going to balance the board like this, you would put a really, really strong player who wasn't in it to win it, but was in to get the best possible result for themselves. And if you had to think of the most balancing between the East and the West power, you would pick Italy. No, Russia. You pick Russia. And there he is, Brandon in Russia, not wanting to kingmake, I'm sure, wanting to play the game on its own merit. So here we are, fabulous. Some guys surely gaming for the tournament, Brandon gaming for the game itself, a couple of guys in the West just feeling the same way. So here we are, win 0-1, and you can see clearly a choice has already been made. It's Austria, and it's Italy, and it's not Turkey. Riaz, I'm sorry. Ruben, perhaps playing a 4th game in a row, definitely wanted to make a strong start and get a friend, and he certainly made a bet, hasn't he? And it looks like it's paying off because Italy's done what he said he would do, and there he is in Aegean and all of that stuff. But Germany, in England, we call it squeaky bum time. So if you go back, is it going to work out for you? Like, are things going to go the way that I want? And England has done something here that I don't like. And I'm going to, sorry, Isaac, I'm going to call it out as an exemplar. He has stabbed in the build phase. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can possibly avoid it, try not to stab in the build phase. I think you want that full move to kick someone in the head. Before you stick the new pieces on, that's a step. There's no way that Fleet Liverpool was agreed with France. Absolutely no way. So yeah, try to avoid it. I'm sure Miklas worked some magic here, but yeah, France is in trouble anyway. And so it proves it works out. It seems to be working out-ish for England, but France has gone forward defensive. Again, I'm not sure I love that, but why not? Give it a go, roll the dice. Given up Gascony, but could get Liverpool. It's a lot more fun than sitting there and trying to kind of grind it out one turn at a time, I guess. Brandon, was that? Yeah.
Gascony is rough.
Very rough. But that was a gamble. That was like there's 50-50s all over the shop, right?
Michalis was pretty confident it would work, actually.
Yeah. Here we are.
When is he not, though?
Yeah. Brandon, was that fence a comfortable fence that you were sitting on there? In the north?
No. In the north or the south?
Either, really, because you're on a fence. You're on the fence in the north and in the
south.
south.
Call him out.
The north was comfortable. The south was not. The south was very much me wanting to find an ally, looking warily at the AI who were asking me to help, but not offering me anything. And so I was desperately waiting for somebody to offer me something concrete. So yeah, it was fence sitting, but it's because I was perched atop a very precarious wall.
Love it. I mean, it certainly seems that way from the bits, and like you say, it's comfortable for now. But with the EG looking like it's making an early break, you've got to be thinking. Flicker Son Albin, Winter 03. So it's interesting, I think, that Germany chooses to come back on Paris and not push. If I'm England, I don't know how I feel about that right now, by any means.
Well, there's a stab here. You can't see it,
yeah.
But the taking of Belgium was not agreed upon.
Not ideal. Yeah, but actually, if do you want to go to Fall 01, the Spring 01, Spring 03, sorry, Spring 03.
Sure.
In this scenario, I don't know, the stats in the fall, right? This is arranged, presumably.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So Gascony and Burgundy bouncing each other in Marseille, choosing not to push. Well, I don't love it. It's not a great signal if I'm England. And then the other stab comes, like you say, in the fall. Precarious indeed. Everyone's feeling very precarious. If I was Riaz, sort of kind of goes down. He attacks all three neighbours in Fall 03. He's getting no traction at all, right? Do you know why he chose not to let you into the black, just for the hell of it? Just to put one more guy in the mix, just maybe keep his fingers crossed. Go with you. The others aren't for turning, are they?
He finally does in Fall of 03. I think prior to that, he was hoping he could break AI open. And I think his worry was that once I get into the black, I have a lot of incentive to work with AI. But the communication was good between us, and I was encouraging him to try to break AI up. So it was really a question, could he do it? If he did, then everything changes.
Great stuff. Okay, can we go very slowly through the next two turns? Spring 04. Pretty please.
Not too slowly, though, hopefully. We do have the top board still.
It's all right. I'm good. Spring 04. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Italy's positioning himself to go east, as you do. Maybe a little bit of fun convoy, exactly right. Some fun things happening in the north as well. And then Fall 04. Oh. Yeah. Adriatic? Took me a while to notice it, actually, because the rest of the moves seem so copacetic. Adriatic, and that's the game, ladies and gentlemen. For me, as far as I'm concerned, as soon as Italy's popped into the ADR and those English fleets, look how far away the nearest fleet is to Italy, right? France, he's obviously concerned about Iberia, but he's more concerned about taking his revenge out on the English as much as he continues to do, although it doesn't pop Liverpool. So not quite sure what Laurie's ideas are there, but I'm sure she had excellent reasons, and she's making a great fist of it and hopefully having a great time doing it. Adriatic is a signal that's the future. So that's how it.
And this was a stab as well. Constantinople was supposed to go to Austria. Lowry is a he/him, by the way.
It's a he. Okay, he/him. Great. Well, either way, if we push forward, the game shakes out exactly as you would expect from here. I don't know, Brandon, if you want to weigh in and tell me I'm wrong, but it looks like GIR has got this wrapped up.
Except for one thing. This is the turn that I thought you would focus on. This was not part of the RIG turn. You can see that Johnny taps me in Romania, prevents me from taking Budapest, takes Serbia, and moves into the Aegean here. And so my expectation here was that we would finish 11-11-11-1 with Vienna being the one.
I should have taken Serbia from Trieste. I mean, from Greece, not from Trieste.
No, that's what he did. He thought that he had Ruben on side as a Janissary, which he did. The question was whether Ruben could do very much to help him. And he needed to win more guesses down here and get a better tactical advantage. So once we reached this point, and he saw my disband of Norway and how good of a position I was willing, and that I was threatening MAO, how good of a position I was willing to put McAuliffe in, he changed his tune back to RIG.
it's really hard as Italy to push over past the line that he's at now. Especially, I mean, as Russia, if you've got lots of play in the north and the west, yeah, it's that. I mean, that's very strong to just keep going down there, disband Norway and not one of the fleets and so on. Love that, Brandon. Very nice. And glad to see Johnny give it a go. I had missed it actually. I did miss it, but nice.
I will say the one thing. You know, I actually didn't. You know, I didn't love that he went for it because it didn't seem like it had very low chance of success. So I wasn't impressed by it. And you know, on a different day, I probably try to punish him. You know, McAuliffe, maybe I talk him into doing a two-way between us. You know, 12-12 or 13-13 or even more. Right? There's still plenty of time left in the game. So Johnny said some thank yous to me after the game for not pushing that. And I also, you know, McAuliffe showed a lot of restraint because he could have dived right into Scandinavia and tried to go for a big lone top on his for his part. So.
Yeah, it sounds like it wasn't a coordinated stab, which is what I sort of was trying to mention earlier in this broadcast. Like if Johnny just did that on his own, I mean, there's a real risk that it backfires strongly for him if McAuliffe takes your side and decides, you know, the three of us, we're going to stick together, and then Johnny gets punished. So it's risky, but it is fun to see.
I felt a little bad for Ruben. Did he do anything wrong? Is it just wrong place, wrong time? That Adriatic move must have his heart must have.
It's risky to AIR as Austria because there's always a chance of the wintergreen. I mean, wintergreen is such a fun alliance. I'm sorry, it's really great, but it's always a chance. Like I don't know if he did anything wrong, but it's risky.
I don't think I think he made a couple mistakes. I think the problem for him here and in actually the other game I played with him that also ended, you know, similarly is that he just there was a small margin of error. So when he missed his chances, he didn't really have a lot of opportunity to recover. And that, I think it was just a difficult board, basically, in a difficult sort of dynamical situation. But yeah, he could have stabbed Italy at some point and gotten a better position and been harder to, you know, then made a play for me to be so that he and I are the sort of primary rather than Italy. So.
I think I have to once again scold you for an 11-11-11-1 because I'm contractually obligated. But I think that Germany, Russia, Italy is a fun combination of that, and I don't see that a lot. So I still think the game was actually pretty interesting and kind of fun. So, congrats, I guess.
I'll take that grudging fun. Yeah, I don't. You know, am I trolling DBN by doing? I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a fun game to play, honestly, and sort of like just to kind of shake off the cobwebs, especially since I've only played some local Chicago games since the summer. So we have now completed round 5, which leaves only round 6 left to go, and there were 2 games in round 6. So here is how things stood after 5 rounds of play, going into the final round. Your top 10 is Peter McNamara, clearly having established a spot. McAuliffe also having guaranteed a spot, unlikely for, you know, enough people to pass them to knock them off. Johnny Gillam, pretty close, I would think. We thought the cut line would be somewhere between 300 and 400.
Can you put them on the screen?
Yeah, you don't see the ranking yet.
I see them. You guys don't. There we go. Sorry about that.
Thanks.
Peter McNamara, 498 top. Well, you know, secured his chance. McAuliffe as well. Johnny Gillam probably. Question would be seeding. Jackson also pretty close, you know, so Johnny by actually getting back on side and making sure he was in that 11-11-11-1 managed to stay ahead of Jackson, so that was not insignificant. And then Jamal and Jackson, you know, probably they've done enough. Yelta Kuiper maybe a little bit more precarious, and then me, I was sitting there, I was getting people trying to talk me into playing again in the evening, including Johnny, hilariously. And I would have had to call in a pretty big favor to get somebody to cover me on the broadcast today, and I, you know, I was okay. Timothy Crosby, but in a good position here, needs to replace the score, and then you've got Ruben and Nicola, you know, dangerous players. Ruben, so he played 4 boards in a row. Honestly, really thought about playing a 5th board, which would have been the middle of the night for him, and then he would have had to get up to qualify, and if he qualified, he would have to play the next morning. Well, it would have been evening for him or afternoon, but still, ton of diplomacy, not much sleep. Opted not to play, but hopefully we'll see him at the Invitational. All right, so really quickly, we'll show the next 10 as well. Won't need to call these out, but we can scan these. Katie Gray sitting in 12th place. Did anybody try to talk you into playing again?
No, I wasn't. I don't know. Wasn't for me.
You just
Actually, Nicola did. Nicola didn't want me to be on this broadcast, so he said, "Play again so that you're on the top board, so I don't have to talk to you."
I always have evil intentions when you speak about me. I think you want to talk to somebody about that. I thought, no, I really think that there is like a lot of competition. So if you have Katie and Brendan in addition to that competition, that would have been like 2 last stacked boards. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting sixth round. I think you have at least 3 or 4 players able to get into the top board here. Right.
Yeah, and then anyone on this list on the second 10 just needs another good score to jump up there. So lots of play, lots of potential for the final round. Let's see. I believe that Katie, you're getting a break now, but don't go anywhere because we'll bring you back. All right, we are 2 hours into the broadcast. My hope was that we would get through the prelims in 2 hours, so we are over time, but still dangerously close to the top board. Let's dive right in. This is round 6, and Nicolas, I believe you are.
I'm going to go very quickly about this. So Nicholas Lawton, he's a new player that I've met through VDL this year. New but very smart, a guy who understands the game very well. Then you have a lot of experienced players. Again, Maaike Blom, she's close to contention. So if she has a good score here, she can make it to the top board. Jamal, of course, a world champion, and all those great players, Ben Kellman, Jason Bennett, Mark Sloan, that we've mentioned before.
All right, take us through.
And the theme of the game is when an alliance rolls, and it looks bad for other players, I would say. So in 01, you see what an IT can look like and should look like if you commit fully. So Italy is only building armies, Turkey is only building armies. They're never going to be a danger to each other. Then you have the only tension that can appear is between England and France. So that's basically what you should look at in the West. Sorry, and something interesting also. There was no, that's not really interesting. Sorry. Let's go for the next year. You have, in my opinion, Russia's big mistake. You see an IT which is committed so much, and you keep attacking Austria. And that's something that we've seen several times where in the East, it's either let's kill Austria and see what happens, or let's kill Turkey and see what happens. And I think that's definitely what happened with Russia here. They want to kill somebody, but didn't have a plan afterwards. So now they end up between I and T. And in the West, England is quite sure there is an EG, but actually it's more of an FG, as you see in 03. In 03, so you see what happens when Russia is spread too thin, right? Like it falls down, and here it falls down very quickly. This IT knows what it's doing. That's a way to play the IT that I love, where you only play when you only build armies. And Jamal and Jason are putting it off. It's really great. So in 04, England is dead. Well, England is almost dead, and Austria is almost dead. So the West and the East are both solving very quickly. But as you see, there is actually only one alliance which is getting the best of it, and that's the IT, right? So in 05, France chooses to go after G instead of going after Italy. And that's what definitely gives the IT the game. There is no FG to resist the IT, so the IT can roll while G resists to France. In 06, Italy, Jamal, as the world champion, says, Turkey, you won't stab me, so I'm in position to hurt you if you try anything, which is, I think, a good way to play in this case. And finally, in 07, Jamal gets the 10 centers he wants, to qualify, or maybe to take the first place, or maybe to take another place on the top board, and basically says we stop at 10. And we see here, I think, so when it rolls really well, the IT, and also the French and Italian peace, basically ceasefire, or however you want to call it, which works very well for France and Italy, something that we have mentioned already on several broadcasts.
Can I just maybe say a word in favor of Isaac? I think this is a super gutsy little game as France that he has played. I agree what he's done has favoured the IT especially, but he has come out of it with a pretty decent result. Ben's a strong player to just pile into like that. On your own, more or less, it looks like-ish. And yeah, I think if he builds the fleets and goes south, he's going to get the worst of it. So he's had to sort of ride by the seat of his pants and trust that Italy's telling the truth. It isn't just going to slam down a ton of fleets in the middle of the 1906 or something and rip his guts out when everybody hates him. So strong play by Isaac, I guess, under the circumstances, do you think, or not?
Is it me you're asking? Or is it I guess in this situation, Jamal mostly said, I want 10. That's the result I want. So maybe France was not too much at risk. Generally, in a game where maybe the situation for the scoring is not this one, I think it's really hard, because if the IT continues, you're just opening up the door for a 16 top for Italy or something like that. So,
I mean, I'm not sure where there is left for Turkey to go except through Italian dots. So, and they kind of, like you say, Italy's made sure he can't do that.
No, because Russia has nothing in the north. If you look, usually you have one unit in Norway. There is no unit in Norway. So now Turkey can go to St. Pete, they can go to Scandinavia, which is hilarious as Turkey, of course. And you maybe give Warsaw to Turkey when you're in Berlin and Kiel. I think this IT could continue.
Right.
If I'm in this IT and this is the board, I think I continue with the IT here. Why not, as Turkey?
Certainly, if Italy is willing to push units west, which doesn't appear to be the case, right? Like Italy has a lot of units that are still very much Eastern or potentially Eastern focused. I see the point, Dan, that I mean, I can tell you that Isaac is a player. I think he had 3 eliminations coming into this round. So he's a player who I think was especially on the lookout for, a decent result. It doesn't have to be a big result. It's a fair question to ask whether, given, this behemoth sitting in Italy, who, now in consecutive games has, or maybe there was one in between for him, has worked the IT masterfully from both sides, both Italy and Turkey. To get that kind of DMZ, if the price he has to pay is that he can't top the board, maybe that's one that Isaac was
just a small comment from Mike in the chat. I see that there were some European players who wanted to sleep, which also explains apparently how this game ended, which is a component you can't ignore. Yeah,
this is late at night for the Europeans. And Micah, thank you though for participating. You came close, for a player who's, as far as I can tell, somewhat new to the virtual face-to-face hobby. You came close. You had a shot coming into this game to make the top board, and congratulations for doing that. So we've seen lots of players who put in performances like this, and then within a year were making top boards and winning titles. So we look forward to seeing how you develop over the coming year.
Pretty sure she makes it to the VDL top board next year. That wouldn't surprise me.
All right, we'll have that prediction on record to refer to when it happens. For now, let's bring Katie Gray back to the stream to walk us through the final game. I believe that means that, Dan, you get a break here. We'll bring you back on to review the final standings and then to talk about the top board, which we are very close to covering. All right, so Katie, let's get this last game up on the screen. And here we go. This is Jordan. And would you like to call out the players or shall I?
I'll do it if you want to break. All right, in Austria, we've got world champion Chris Brand. In England, we've got Gus Cohen, who we've seen previously in this tournament. In France is my good ally Tim Crosby from Florida. In Germany, we've got Nicolas Auhuguet. Does he have a world championship? I don't know, but he's very good.
Nicola has a face-to-face world championship and a VDC championship from 2 years ago. So he is the first player to do that.
Wow, I'm so sorry for doubting you, Nicola. I shouldn't have done that. All right. In Italy is Cameron Higby, who, again, we have seen. He's from Missouri. Russia, my good buddy, Craig Mayer. Love the guy. Don't like playing with him. And in Turkey, we've got Johnny Gillum. And I think out of this board, if we look at the places, we've got Johnny in third. So he's kind of already on the top board. Maybe he wants a higher position. Maybe he wants to secure that spot. Tim is right on the line at number 8, Nicola at 10, Gus even at 14. May or may not have a chance depending on how spread out the points are, but quite a few people in contention in this game.
Craig Mayer, the player that you could not believe has not been eliminated yet.
I love Craig so much. He's so much fun. Oh, he's slippery.
Craig, by the way, for the audience, is the guy who runs the Big Sky tournament, which has happened once and hopefully will be happening again soon. That is in Montana. I had the pleasure of going to that a few years ago. Great tournament. Katie, take it away.
All right, Winter 01, big story on the map. This is classic Western triple. We've got England convoying to Norway, putting a fleet into Barents. England is ready to go all out against Russia. Russia's built a fleet north coast. Makes sense because there's an army in Norway, so he's under threat. In the east, we've got some AT cooperation against Russia. Italy's playing pretty neutral, but strong Western triple right here. 02, just kidding. It's not a Western triple. France is attacking England. Tim says, no, thank you. I want a big score. I want to make it to the top board. So I'm going to get those English centers for myself. Nicola, for his part, is still playing very neutrally with England. He's sort of letting France do his thing, and he and England are attacking Russia together. And in the east, there's an alliance between Austria and Turkey, but it has broken down, and Russia is moving north to defend and making peace with Turkey. So this is looking like I would be pretty happy if I were Germany, or if I were Johnny in this position, and Russia was very busy defending. And then there's kind of chaos between Austria and Italy. They're not working well together. And now in 03, they're certainly not working well together. Austria is moving against Chris Brand. And this is all good news for Johnny. Tim has made some progress against England. He's got convoyed an army onto the island. And Nicola was the first to get a center. So not shocking. Nicola playing nice and friendly with everyone, and all of a sudden he's in North Sea and in your home center. That's what a 2-time world champion will do to you. Good for him. All right, in 04, we've got FG just cleaning up England. They're really making quick progress, and they're sort of repositioning with Germany coming after Russia a little bit more, maybe a little bit harder. I'm not sure if these are one dots or if they're agreed, because nobody seems to be reacting very strongly to Johnny, but he's sort of angling for position, angling for centers. He's playing a very, I'm going to say selfish. That sounds bad. I don't necessarily mean it in a bad way, but I think Johnny is playing sort of a scrambly game where he wants to get the best result for himself. So good for him. And look, he does it. +4.
Oh my God.
Great for Johnny. Not good for Johnny. Great for Johnny. He has doubled down. He is taking those dots. They're not 1-dot stabs. Johnny wouldn't do that. He's going all out. And then Austria is trying to fight back a little bit. Fleet Ankara.
Interesting.
I guess he wants to go to Bulgaria, and he can only put one through Aegean or Ionian at a time. I don't know. But yeah, big turn for Johnny. France, Tim in France has now moved pretty much completely south. And I think this is the year that Gus finally died in England. But that's what's going to happen eventually against a strong FG. And we continue on. In 06, Italy and Russia sort of join in against Turkey. Seems pretty clear from the moves at this point that they're punishing the person who's sort of nipping at their backs as they were trying to fend off this alliance. And France and Germany are still together. So that's what you really want to see if you're in a strong alliance. You want to see the other side of the board fighting, maybe punishing the person that you convinced to turn on their ally. Like, that's just good diplomacy. So it's a nice, strong alliance. They take some dots from Austria and Italy and Russia, and Johnny in Turkey is still sort of fighting to hold on to what he's got and doing a good job. I mean, he goes down to center, but he's sort of up there. And 07, this part of the game seems a little scrambly. I think it draws after this year, and I think, yeah.
It's hard for me not to notice that somebody playing in Russia's center count went down to 0.
So no more 0% eliminations from Craig Mayer.
Poor Craig.
Poor Craig.
We love you, Craig.
We do. I will say, knowing that this is the last round of the tournament and a little foreshadowing or blatant spoiler that all 3 of these players make it to the top board, it could be scrambling. It could also be they sat down and did some math and decided all 3 of them could make it. Let's just draw it and let's make sure it ends where we all get to the top board and we all have a chance.
Yeah, you have to think. So at this point, they could do the math and figure out that they'd all qualified. But there's a question of seeding at this point as well. Sure. And Johnny is certainly, by scoring lower than the others, is going to take a hit for that.
That's true. He was 3rd going in. He already pretty much had the top board. So yeah, the seeding definitely could be a factor.
You have to view his stab as playing for seeding, actually. Because that was, unless he was worried that he might get squeezed out somehow and then, have to fight for points. But yeah, I have to say, if you showed me this list, the board list beforehand, this is the result I would have expected, just given the quality of the players and the meta going in.
Wow, what are you trying to say about the quality of Craig's play?
I think it's just that Johnny, he has a Nietzsche trigger. He had the finger on the trigger, and you have some people, they ask themselves, well, should I pull the trigger? And Johnny just does it.
Yeah, That's true. There's 2 games in a row. Both times he seemed to be in a safe position and decided to go for it anyway.
No, it's something I respect. So I say it as fun, but I think it's his play style. And,
is Johnny a gunslinger then? Is that a fair characterization, at least for this tournament?
Maybe you can tell us in the chat, but I wouldn't say no.
All right. Well, that takes us to the end of the preliminary coverage, or coverage of the preliminary rounds, I should say, which means we get to look at the final standings and see who has made the top board. And here they are. This time I'm going to show them to you while I start talking about them. The number 1 seed is reigning world champion Jamal Blackerly. So Jamal has come in and bossed these rounds and put himself in the number 1 spot going into the final board. Second is his fellow Australian, Peter McNamara, no stranger to top boards, did it with just 3 boards. Michalis Kamaridis, reigning North American champion, is in the 3rd seed. Tim Crosby had some ground to make up in the final round and did it, passing several other people and making it into the number 4 seed. Nicolas Sahugay, former world and virtual champion, I should say former world in person and virtual champion, in the number 5 seed, gets in there. Johnny Gillam drops then from, that 3 or 4 spot down to 6th, while Jackson Roberts squeaks in with that 398 in 7th place. Yelta came close, but needed a bigger result in this last game. Some schlub in 9th, and Ruben, came close, but needed to just play a 5th round. Basically, I think that's
should have just stayed up longer. Why not?
All right, so that is our top 7 for the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy Championship. Should say it's the 2023 being played in 2024, but it is for the 2023 season.
Yelta is close, isn't he? Like, I have great familiarity with that 8th spot. It's you always end up looking back, don't you? Could I have squeezed out that extra cent? How far away is he actually from qualifying? Like, what quantity of sleepless nights does that constitute?
4 centers would have gotten him there, or a better top, whether it's less fewer players tied with, or a lone top.
Feels quite fair. It's not. Go on.
Yeah, no, go on then.
No, I was just saying it feels like a lot, but you were going to say, Nicola.
I was going to say just how the last board was shaped. He had no chance. Like the fact that Nicola and Tim needed to go on the board, like it was done already. It's not his fault. It's just the way it is on the last round. And it's a huge disadvantage not playing on the last round, actually, on such tournament. And that comes back to the scoring system that we mentioned at first. Bren, if you don't reward the top as much, you can have this arrangement at the last, round where two people say, well, we can get dots. None of us gets a huge bonus of the top, and we still get in. And it's always at the expense of somebody. So here it was Yeltus.
So you're saying that it was biased against Europeans? That's definitely what I heard. No,
I think it's a legitimate concern. I think it's a legitimate point. I think it kind of is.
Yeah,
I think that's legit.
It may not be deliberate bias, but it is a consequence of the tournament structure. I mean, some time zone would have to be disadvantaged in some way. Yeah. And so, it's possible there are, scoring system adjustments that might moderate some of this. Hard to eliminate it completely.
Impossible.
I mean, we experienced this with the DBNI 2 years ago. We used Open Tribute, and we still saw the kinds of sort of arranged endings that that we were hoping Open Tribute would prevent. In that case, maybe the tournament structure was too small, for that to actually happen. But that led us to the winner-take-all system that we've devised for last year and are continuing this year, which Katie doesn't like for some reason. All right, but the DBNI is for a later time. Today, we have the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. We have the top board set, and now we get to watch some of it. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the power selection that happened, and then I'll give us a chance to comment on it. The power selection video is about 6 minutes, and then we'll give us some comments on our own, and then we're going to watch some player interviews that took place after the power selection was done. And those are about 3 or 4 minutes per player. So altogether, that's about 25 minutes. So we'll get a little break, and our audience will get treated to hearing directly from these players themselves. First, though, is the power selection, which I should have queued already. I did not. Let's see how quickly I can get it up.
Dan, tell a joke.
What do you get if you cross an elephant and a rhino?
No idea.
Elephino.
That was great. Great.
It's not diplomacy related.
Dan Lester, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
This is the Dan Lester Show. But
I'm here all week. Try the deal.
Thank you very much, though. No, I mean, you get a lot of credit for taking the mic and not dropping it. All right, guys, here is the power selection that took place earlier this morning.
All right. Hello, VDC 2023 top board. We've got 7 players here. They've been battling it out for the last couple of days, and we've had over 30 players, lots of boards this weekend. It's been very busy, and these 7 are now at the opportunity to find out who the winner is. So right now we're about to do the Paris method power selection. So these players will get an opportunity to choose which power they'd like to play in the final board, with preference given to whoever's coming into the tournament in first place and down the list. Will get priority of selecting where they choose their power. So if my techs behind the scene want to bring up our top board, there we are. So we've got 7 Titans ready to battle it out. So how the Paris method is going to work is starting with the 7th place player, in this case Jackson. His name is going to get put up onto the board, and then the subsequent players going up, so going next to the 6th place player, will choose if they'd like to choose before Jackson or after Jackson. And we'll keep going up that list until we reach the end, and then we'll go back down and in that order and choose the countries we'd like to play. So let's get started. Jackson, your name's already up there. No choice. Johnny, Where would you like to pick, before or after Jackson?
I would like to choose before Jackson, please.
There we go. And Nicola, where would you like to pick?
Before Johnny.
There we are. And Tim?
I would like to choose before Nicholas.
Yeah. And Mercalis, where would you like to pick?
I will choose before Tim.
And so no surprises so far. Peter, where would you like to go?
I'll go between McCullus and Tim.
All right. Peter's going to drop down a spot. And Jamal, anywhere on this list look good to you?
Yeah, I'd pick between Tim and Nicholas, please.
There we go. A big drop from Jamal. All right. So there's our selection order. So we will now start with order 1 and go down that list and choose the country where we'd like to play. McCullis, where would you like to play this on the stop board?
I will play Russia.
Russia. And Peter, your choice?
I'll play Italy.
Italy. And Tim.
I will play France.
France. All right. And Jamal.
Just going to take 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. We see a lot of thought is put into where people end up.
I'm going to take England.
England. All right, thanks, Jamal. And Nicola, you're up next. Where would you like to play?
Give me a second.
This is fascinating.
I will take Germany.
Germany.
All that and the same choices for me and Jackson, huh?
We're really just
No fun.
padding DBN's runtime at this point. So this is, Brandon is loving it.
It's all about the content.
All right, Johnny, 2 choices left. Where would you like to be?
Austria.
And Jackson, I think you got the longest one to think about. Where would you like to be?
The first country that I would have picked, Turkey.
There you go. All right, everybody. So that is our VDC top board. The powers have been selected. The players have certainly put a lot of thought into where they wanted to go. That was very clear. Whether they're happy with their choice is we'll find out in a couple hours, or maybe less for some people. We'll see. Now, I'd like to give an opportunity to everybody here. If there's anything you'd like to say to your fellow board members, to the DBN audience, to anybody watching.
Good luck, y'all.
Good luck.
Good luck, everybody.
All the best.
Have a lot of fun.
Any advice? Anybody have words of wisdom? To anybody who maybe would be aspiring to be in your spot today on the top board. Or is this too early in the morning for people to get? I think that's
Try and get more than 4 hours sleep, like Pierre and I.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sleep is key. All right, excellent, great takeaway. All right, everybody. Good luck with the board today. It's definitely going to be really entertaining. So looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out. Best of luck.
Cheers.
All right. Gotta love Liam trying to coax something of interest out of the group who are clearly feeling the tension, right? It's not just exhaustion. There is tension there. And you could see it in the lengthy pauses, maybe some for dramatic effect, maybe some for actual cogitation time. I'll go down the line here, starting with you, Dan. What's your takeaway from what seemed interesting to you from that power selection?
Well, so this is the first time I've seen a Paris method happen virtually. And when it happens in person, it's great fun to watch. And all the players are watching each other, right, intently. And like, oh, it's like, ooh, and there's like a little audience around. And it's a manifestation of actual physical togetherness. So you're in the moment, and that's the pressure. And then you've had a long time to choose, and then, to think in advance, and then you pick the country. That was crazy because everybody is in a very real sense on their own, in their own homes or wherever it is that they choose to play, in a room by themselves. And although they're kind of together and they're kind of all looking at each other on Zoom, it felt like a totally different dynamic to me. There was like, it was almost like a horror film to a certain degree. Like, it was really like, it felt a little bit awful. And I hope they're all okay to go into the thing. I don't think anyone was having a wonderful time and enjoying it.
So it felt like psychological torture for our benefit.
Seriously. I mean, look, 7-6-5-4, they do what they do, and then a bit of fun at the top there with people trying to sort of get the jump on each other. So yeah, and then it's panned out. Yeah, I'll let you guys talk about how it's panned out.
Katie, what stuck out to you?
A couple of things. I love Jamal jumping down to the bottom. I don't know if this is accurate at all, but my impression of Jamal is he's a very diplomacy-focused player. So I think this is just indicative of him wanting to know who's going to be around him and who he can play with rather than having a preferred sort of tactical country. I love McCullough picking Russia first. I'm pretty sure that's what I did in the Summer Classic a year ago, and I won that top board. And I think it's great. I think Russia is really fun. It's really risky. I hope it works out for him, but I also hope it works out for everybody. This is really fun. I like Johnny's comment too about like he and Jackson get the same choices that they have. We're going to have initially. I don't know. I'm really excited to see this. I think this is really fun.
Yeah, Austria, sort of the one consistent meta that has been established for top boards in the virtual era is that Austria and Turkey go last. You have a comment, Nicola? You are on mute, my friend.
I have still selected Turkey as a fourth choice in the Summer Classic. It was a bad choice, so smart for the players to avoid it. Katie was here to comment, of course.
So Katie, we should say, is the reigning Summer Classic champion from the summer of 2022 because the tournament was not played this past year.
No.
Yes, it was.
So, didn't Saren win?
Yeah, Saren won. She won as Italy, and I was Turkey. I was out in 03 or 04, I think, something like that.
I take that back. Sorry, Saren. It's not listed on the website for some reason. So I will fix that. Hopefully. Oh dear, does that mean it's not in the invitational standings? No, it's there. Okay, for some reason it's not showing up in the list. Okay, sidebar. Let's get back to it. Nicola, what are your thoughts on the power selection?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting for Jamal to drop down to fourth. And the second interest, I wondered if it was like to see where the pieces would be. Maybe for Nicolas or somebody else, because it's interesting. I'm not sure how familiar he is with those players, but he's definitely familiar, of course, with Peter. So what was he really signaling or waiting for with this drop? I think that's going to be interesting to know. And then the other thing is Peter dropping behind Miklis. I think that's super interesting, and I wonder if it's not something where Peter says that there is one player maybe that I don't want to be next to. And that could be Miklis, right? And then leaving out France for the two first choices, which I think is not too bad. On the top board, we've seen that Italy has actually been recently, the best country to take on the top board. Like, I think, Brandon, you won DBNI as Italy. if I recall correctly, Peter has won DBNI as Italy a few years back. Two, Cern has won the Summer Classic as Italy. So we have recently a few wins as Italy. Russia is also a very strong country on the top board. So yeah, it was surprising, but not that much if you have this kind of retrospective. And the last choice I find interesting, and sorry if I'm taking too much time, is Germany dropping to Nicolas Sayegh. I think it's a very interesting country to play, and with a diplomat like Nicolas Sayegh, I'm really hoping that we see a German win here.
Yeah, I'll point out that the second DBNI won by Jason Massbaum was one with Russia. So Italy and Russia have been strong in these very top boards. In fact, France hadn't won a top board in the virtual era, either in person or in virtual, until the you won it in VDL. That's right, it had one win until last year's DBNI, and in the semifinals it won 3 out of the 7, which was a surprise to everyone. Yeah, yes, Dan.
Oh no, you go, and then I've just looked back on one of the games that I covered, so I've got something that might be nothing. But yeah, sorry, Brandon, to interrupt.
I was going to say it was fun to watch Peter hesitating so much with Italy. My so I'm operating this in the background, and I hover the mouse over the countries I think the players might take, and I just went right to Italy for him. I didn't think there was any chance he would take anything else. My guess is Peter doesn't want to be jumped, and Italy is a country that's very hard to jump at the beginning. So it felt a little bit theatrical that he wanted people to think he was thinking, but didn't. Dan, what's the comment you have?
Yeah, so forgive me if my brain has been completely addled, but you've got in the game that I covered, the middle game, Freeman, there was an EFG, which was Jackson, Michaelis, and Tim, and Jamal was the Austria who just got like obliterated in the middle of them. Just trying to see who. Yeah, the EFG all finished equal on 9. So I don't know if this plays into it at all, but Tim and Michaelis obviously worked together really well in that game as Russia, and they are Russia and France. And Jamal is looking at this list, and I think that's the only game where Jamal had a bad result, and he's gone and put himself right in the middle of them two. He's like, I'm going to go in the middle of them. Like, he's made a conscious decision to do that. Now, I don't know anything about how the diplomacy panned out or what kind of relationships they had in that game, but they did leave him alive on 1. So there's sort of active relations going on here, which could be fun to watch as we go on. I don't know. Could be nothing, could be something. But would you do that? I don't know. These two have worked super great in the previous game that you played. You know they could work great together again. The dynamic worked really well. Boom! I'm going to go in the middle.
One thing I've gleaned from my experience of Jamal is that he does not lack for confidence in his diplomatic abilities. And I would think actually that he might view that as a comfortable spot for him to be because of that experience, actually, that it might give him ammunition to give people reasons to work with him, actually. So, Katie?
I also think on a tournament like this, it's pretty hard to find a pair of players in the top board who didn't work well together in some game. I mean, this kind of tournament has rewarded shared tops or a couple people getting really big scores, and I think that you could probably have a lot of those like little connections of people playing together. But I do agree, Jamal probably does not lack confidence in his diplomatic ability, as he should not. He's good at it.
I super love the take, Katie, because my experience, sorry if I'm talking too much, my experience from face-to-face is normally that by the time you get to a top board, it's hard to find two people who haven't stabbed each other in the liver at some point during the tournament.
That's true,
rather
too.
than have
That's
worked
true, too.
well together. So, yeah.
True, too.
And
who here hates me the least? Yeah.
And just a small last thing, sorry, Dan, if you're done. Like, it's Timothy in the chat. He mentions that he was France and Nicholas was Germany in their last game together in round 6, where they qualified together for the top board. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, and last note on these preliminary games, remembering all the way back to the first game played in the tournament, that round 1 4-way draw between Peter McNamara, Johnny Gillum, and Jackson Roberts, and Micah Blom. Micah Blom, you see how that worked out for these other three. So clearly that, and Micah came close to winning this. That worked out for these, for these players. Micah came close to getting on the top board, I should say. All right, last thing I just want to point out here is there is a bit of a divide among these players. There are 4 of them who have all won major titles. McCallus, Peter, Timothy, McCallus, Peter, Jamal, and Nicola. And then you've got 3 other players who have made noise on the circuits. Timothy's won an event. But they're going to be a little hungrier, and maybe they can fashion an argument that there are the heavyweights, and maybe people shouldn't be as afraid of them, and that might create an opportunity. I'm looking at Timothy in France, especially. He shouldn't be targeted coming out of the gate as France, and France has advantages, so maybe that will he'll be able to turn that to his advantage. All right, guys, any last comments you want to offer before we jump into and hear from the players themselves?
Let's go.
All right. Here, this is about 25 minutes for our audience, and then we will see you guys on the other side. Nope, that is the power selection. Let me remove that. And
I'm not sure I could watch it again. I'm not sure my heart can take it.
All right. Hey, hello, Jackson. Welcome to your...
All right, we're going to kick us off, and then these will play in order from the 7th seed up to the 1st seed.
Pre-DBN, pre-VDC talk. You're coming into this board 7th place. Not much choice in the power selection. Do you have any thoughts? You just were in it. Do you have any thoughts post power selection you'd want to share?
I actually really thought that I was going to end up in 6th. I think that a lot of people really like that highest draw. I know it's a factor in a lot of top boards, but I'm really happy to end up in Turkey and not Austria. We'll see if that works out. First eliminated or not. Who knows?
Is there anybody on this board who you're looking forward to working with, or maybe looking forward to getting out of your way sooner rather than later?
This was pretty similar to what I had prepped for in terms of where people would be. Of course, they mixed themselves up in the order that they chose those powers, but this is pretty close to the East and West that I thought that would happen. So I'm pretty excited about Peter McNamara in Italy. McCallus is going to be a problem on top of me, for sure. That's my biggest worry right here.
That's really interesting. I mean, what does your preparation for a top board look like?
Well, because I knew I was going 6th or 7th, I was really looking at, okay, it's either going to be Austria or Turkey, and then it's planning around who's going to be that one partner nearby where we're going to see if we can make it one of us, and then which of these people that's going to be on this top board is going to be that person that I'm thinking that I kind of want to go with. Mm-hmm. So it's prep for the countries, prep for the people, and then most importantly, prepare to be unprepared.
So now, prepare to be unprepared. That's a great tagline. So now that you've seen where people are, who is that one player that you're thinking, at least initially, to attempt a partnership with?
The first attempt is probably going to go out towards Peter in Italy. I assumed it was going to be Nicola Sahuge, actually. That doesn't work out. But that's going to be the first attempt. The reality is you take what you can get. And I'll be looking for the person to say that Turkey's allowed to be out of the box.
So your strategy is stay alive long enough to be able to do something.
Absolutely. My strategy is get to 5 and then see what happens in the game. That's the goal.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you can do, and be patient, right? So
absolutely, especially in the corner powers. When you're playing like a France or a Germany, getting out to 7 in the first 3 years and just saying, I'm here and I'm going to be one of the people at the end is great. In that England or Austria or Turkey, it's really about waiting until something breaks down and there's an opportunity to jump on it.
Yeah, well, thanks, Jackson. Thank you for the insights, and best of luck on the upcoming board.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, Johnny. Congrats on making the top board this year. had a good tournament. So coming in 6th place. What are your thoughts going into a power selection like this when you only get one opportunity, one small choice to make? What are your thoughts when you go into a power selection?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to have some chaos in the sort of upper rankings, people moving around, people choosing unexpected powers, which did happen. And all that chaos was just so that me and Jackson could still choose between Austria and Turkey. So I got what I was hoping for, and it gave me nothing. I generally prefer to play Turkey than Austria, but in this particular situation, given who the powers were around me, I don't know, made a snap judgment.
Is there anything you're watching out for this game, or is there somebody you're going into this thinking that you either really want to work with or are interested in potentially seeing where a relationship could go on this board?
Yeah, I'm interested in the relationship with McCallus. We had a couple of alliances in this tournament, actually, in a couple of different ways that worked out pretty well. Jackson is somebody I'm very happy to work with, but also somebody to keep a pretty close eye on. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering what it'll partially come down to what Italy and Russia want to do vis-a-vis Jackson. Having Peter McNamara in Italy to my Austria is pretty scary, but it's a thing that I chose to do. So now I get to live with my decisions.
So yeah, I mean, living with decisions, that's a key part of this. And I think that it'd be interesting to hear if you had to come up with, one thing that you wanted to make sure that you do or are aware of throughout this game that you think might help you win. What would be that one sort of either factor or that might give you just some consistency?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's there's going to be a different answer to that question in every game, right? It's always going to come down to keeping an eye on the overall sort of strategic picture, like also making sure that you are tailoring your diplomacy to the people that you're talking to, which is something that I have not done a good job of in this tournament and have been very self-critical of. So it's too soon to say, honestly. I'm gonna have to be careful. I'm playing Austria. It's a bad place to be, but I'll try to make the best of it. Just go in. I don't know. Do my best. I don't really have like a master game plan.
No, sometimes that's winging it and going for it is the right choice, right? The best made plans never work for the most part.
Yeah. Well,
especially in a game like diplomacy. Awesome. Well, thanks, Johnny. Best of luck in the board. You were my pick for the winner on this board.
Yeah, well, I'll try to do you proud, Liam.
So best of luck, Johnny.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we'll see you later. Thanks.
All right, I'm here with the number 5 seed, Nicolas Sahuguet. Nicolas, welcome to yet another top board.
Thank you, Brandon.
Anything surprise you in that power selection?
I mean, a little bit. It seemed that people were a bit afraid of picking France, but other than that, I mean, I thought maybe Peter and Michaelis would be in Italy and Russia. So, but yeah, Team Crosby in France is a bit of a surprise.
Any logic in choosing Germany over Austria and Turkey for you?
I kind of like the West in general and have better results. And then Austria and Turkey were kind of the country I wanted to avoid. And with Peter in Italy and Michaelis in Russia, I think Austria and Turkey is kind of dangerous. I mean, if you can work together, Australia and Turkey, that's fine. Otherwise, I think it's, I don't know.
Do you have a strategy? So you've landed in the West in Germany. You've got current reigning world champion Jamal Blackerly in England. You've got current reigning North American champion in Russia next to you, and you've got Tim Crosby, still looking for his first big win in France. Do you have a strategy on how you'd like to approach the early game?
No, not really. I'm gonna see. I mean, I've never played with Jamal, I think, and I've maybe had one game with Michaelis, so I really don't know them very well. So I will see how it goes, and also I will see how the East is shaping up. I think it's always important to see what's happening and who is going to be under pressure in the middle game to choose the ally. But if I can get an ally and survive the early game, then I think Germany is a country with potential.
So just hoping to survive. Is that,
I mean, no, I'm not hoping to survive, but first you need to survive and avoid that everybody is attacking you, and then I think in the middle game, you have lots of opportunities. There are dots. You can take dots in many directions, and even if you are like kind of small toward the end, if you're at 6-7, I think at the last couple of years you can explode and try to steal dots. So I think it's an okay country. The problem, it has been attacked in the early game quite often recently. So you have to make sure that you survive the early game, and then it's better.
Any prediction on who's going to win this?
I mean, no. Frankly, it's a fantastic top board. I think there are like 3 heavyweights between Michaelis, Peter, and Jamal. Then there are 2 very young and hungry players in Austria and Turkey. And then Tim is very solid, and he got a very good country, and maybe people will give him some space to try to work with him. And then when you are France and you have a good position, it's not so easy to break you. So.
All right.
I think everybody has a chance. And of course, I didn't mention myself. I think I have chances, but, it's hard.
Nicolas, good luck today.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll talk to you after the game. All right. I'm here with number 4 seed, number 4 seed, Tim Crosby, who ended up picking 3rd. Was that a surprise to you that you moved up?
Yeah, I thought I would end up in 4th.
So when it came to you, only Russia and Italy were off the board. What had you come in expecting to have one of those countries available?
Yeah, at 4th I expected that Italy would be available, and that's kind of what I wanted. And then when Italy goes 2nd, I was like, well, after Russia went 1st, I was like, oh, okay, Italy's going to fall this far. Just given how the meta's been playing everywhere this year, I was like, yeah, Italy will be there. And then Peter takes Italy. I was like, uh-oh.
Why did you want Italy?
I thought I might be able to run a Kraken, and because I know those last 2 guys there everybody gets stuck with Turkey and Austria. It's like, all right, well, we got some strong players. If I pick a power where nobody really goes after right away, I can help one of those players. It's like, hey, you know what? If I can team up with somebody, that IT seems to be a good combination.
All right, so that's not what happened. And
it's not what happened.
France ended up being available. You paused quite a while before you selected it. What ended up being the kicker for you? Why'd you end up with it?
Seeing who was left between, I think it was Jamal and Nicholas. I had a good game to get into this top board with Nicholas. So if I grab France, then maybe, Nicholas takes whatever's available between England and France. And then, England and Germany. And we can maybe have a replay. But then Nicholas took Germany, so I was like, hey, you know what? I wonder if he picked it because that last final board.
So it sounds like that you're going into this thinking that an alliance with Nicolas is
possible.
Okay.
Possible.
Is that desirable for you, or
it would be desirable because we really played that last board well.
Now, that said, you've got reigning world champion.
Yeah, we got reigning world champion in England. Exactly.
And former world champion Nicolas Sahuguet
in
Germany. Are you nervous at all?
Of course I'm nervous. I was expecting to get 7th place, but ended up in 4th. So we'll see how it plays.
All right. Well, you've got reigning North American champion on the other side of the board in Michaelis. And then you've got former DBNI champion Peter McNamara. So so well done.
That I'm sitting here in this position right now is confounding to me.
All right. Good luck, man. We'll be watching, and maybe we'll interview you after the game.
That's what I'm aiming for.
All right, Tim. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay. we've got Mr. Camarites here. I won't say his first name because I get it wrong 100 times out of 100. But congratulations on, yada, 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 yet another top board, yet another chance to show that you're the smartest guy in the room. But congratulations.
Thank you. Although I'm not sure that yet another top board is the brag that you think it is when I've never won one of them.
Okay. Tell us about your power selection method and why you picked Russia, how you ended up in first, which I think is hilarious, and then you picked Russia. So the viewers want to know, because we know you are, by a standard deviation, except for Peter, the smartest person playing this game.
I mean, obviously I was third in the selection. I had a feeling Jamal would drop down. I didn't actually think Peter would be, so I was expecting to be picking second. But Peter chose to drop behind me as well. I didn't want to pick France. I really had no intention of playing France, even if I got first, because I just don't think I'm that good at playing France. I've barely ever rolled it in virtual or in face-to-face, and when I have, there's never really been a game I've come out of thinking I played that really well. So France was never really on the agenda for me, and I was basically deciding between Italy and Russia. And once I became first seed, Russia, I think, just became the easy choice, because when you're first seed, you lose all tie breaks, and Italy, I think, is a lot more likely to share a board top and need that tie break than Russia is. Russia has always got that chance of grabbing that 1 or 2 extra dots at the end that they need, whereas Italy, they're a little more out of reach.
Okay. Russia on a top board, I find, is a challenging country because time is, well, it seems more compressed than even normal. How do you intend to handle your time management?
I mean, I've played Russia on the top board in VDL a couple of years ago, and it's definitely a challenge at the start, but once you kill a couple of players off early on, it becomes much easier. So just remove someone from the game.
Who are you killing? You know that this won't be broadcast. What's the game plan here? You've got some fun players there in the East. I mean, you got Peter in Italy, and you've got Johnny, good alliance player in Austria. You've got Jackson, who's wily in Turkey. What's the thoughts?
I mean, in a top board, letting Turkey get out of the box is often very, very dangerous. There's a reason that Turkey is usually ganged up on top boards, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happened again today. Remove them as a threat, focus then on what you want to do in the East afterwards. I'd be quite happy to do that, and we'll see what happens in the West. That's going to be a very interesting West to call. I really don't think Tim was expecting to play France, and I'm not sure. He may have felt he was forced into picking them because they were still available when he got to pick, but we'll see. I don't think he'll have planned for it as much as maybe other people have planned for the countries that they've got.
Okay, so I'm just sort of curious here. Is there a player that you fear, or do you never fear anybody? Are you Iceman?
The player I fear is on commentary duty today, so I don't have to worry about Nicolas Taillet dominating me again.
I thought you were going to say me. Oh, you know, it's Nicolas Taillet. Okay, all right. So no one to fear. Also, you are the North American champion. And I'd like to point out that we have the world champion on here, but in North America, we value the North American champion higher than the world champion. So you have a whole continent behind you.
Excellent. I can represent North America and Europe today.
All right. Look, best of luck to you, Michalis. And I'm just hoping for a good game. I think you'll do well because you always do.
Thank you. I hope for a good game, and I also hope that I do well.
All right. Bye-bye and good luck.
Cheers.
Hello, Peter McNamara, and welcome to yet another top board. Congratulations on qualifying.
Well, thank you.
This power selection was interesting. You were the second seed here, which is an unfamiliar position for you. Usually you are first, so you didn't have total control.
That's not true, though. Usually first.
You are usually first. Yes, that's what I meant. So you didn't have total control here. You tried to drop down into third position after Michalis, and then Jamal pipped you and pushed you back up into second. Was that a surprise to you?
I wasn't too surprised that Jamal pushed me back up. I don't think it matters too much in the end.
What was your logic in choosing Italy?
I've had better results with Italy than France on top boards. I think something like 6 out of 6 on people moving to Channel, Burgundy, and Piedmont in 2 top boards isn't a great form line.
Memories, right? What is your strategy coming into this game?
Try and not be tired.
Come on, you can give us more than that.
Yeah. During the actual game?
Yeah, you've got, let's see, Johnny
Yeah,
Gillum in Austria, Jackson Roberts in Turkey.
It's going to be an interesting triad. The 3 of us were all on the board together in that first round. We all ended up on 8, but it was a bit tense with back and forth throughout. I tried to ally with both of them at various times. Hopefully they've all forgotten about that by now.
So you don't have a sense of who you would want to try to make as a primary ally in the beginning?
I want to work with whoever is going to give me an offer that's going to work, that I think will succeed. And that's what I'm going to try and just have to base it on who I think is giving me a genuine offer. If I close off an option ahead of time, it can be exploited too easily.
Do you have a sense of how this game is going to go overall?
No, because I don't have a good feeling for how the West is going to play out. I might have to interfere in that.
Who do you think is the favorite to win this board, based on the how the selection played out?
Nicolas
Sahuguet. How come?
He's he's got a great country that came down quite late, but he got Germany. I think he plays Germany well.
All right, Peter, good luck. We'll be watching, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, thanks.
All right, man.
All right, we have a player interview, and it's a player I've never heard of. Who are you?
Jamal Blakery, I think.
I mean, this is a diplomacy tournament. Why are you here? I mean, how did you make a top board? Do you have no pedigree?
Look, that is true. Look, I actually learned how to play diplomacy about an hour before the start of this tournament, and I just thought I would click buttons and see what happened, and it seems to work out.
Okay, all right. Well, we're talking to a world champion here, going for another world champion. I'm just kidding. I know who this man is, although I don't know if we've ever played together. When you won your world championship, it's because Chris Brand convoyed you into Tunis. Chris Brand is not here today. So which player will convoy you into Tunis for you to win this game?
Look, I'm really hoping it's Peter McNamara. He's Italy. The history here is Italy convoys me into the Italian center of Tunis. So it's got to be Peter.
Okay. Look, I'm a little afraid that for this game, it took you said, give me a second in power selection. First, you dropped down from the number 1 position. I don't even know what you're thinking. You have to tell us. Second, you dropped down without a plan because you just sat there for like 60 seconds figuring out what to do. So tell us, what were you thinking?
Well, the thought around where I dropped in power selection is I didn't want to be first. I feel like that's my gut is that's not a good place to be. And essentially where I dropped was less about which power I wanted and more about how I wanted to shape the board and which pairings I wanted to put together or not together with the other players. So I dropped to where I was for a kind of specific reason to then see where everyone else picked and then be able to pick my power based on that. So I walk in with no preference for power, just more about how can I try and build this board into something I can work with.
Okay. I watched your headline news interview that went like 2 hours with David Hood, and you proclaimed to be an Alliance player. And that's, I think, true if we look at these games and if we look at how you won the World Championship. But you have players on this board that are not Alliance players, like definitely not Alliance players. And yet I suspect this game is going to be a knife fight. And do you think that's going to happen? I don't. You don't have to agree with me.
I mean, no, I think you're right, Ed. I think like top boards lend themselves to knife fights because there's no prize for coming in second and there's no prize for drawing. So, I think it lends itself away from alliance play. But one of my kind of broader strategies is to be somebody who people can trust. And so, when the shooting starts, when the knives come out, hopefully, if I've built up enough capital and if I've played, in some form of an alliance with people, as much as that's possible on a top board, then hopefully I'll be in a better position when that starts up.
Okay, I want you to be candid if you can, because this isn't going to be heard by the other players until the broadcast. But do you have an initial game plan? You picked England. It's a tough everything. It's tough East. It's a tough West. What is your game plan, and who do you want to work with, and who do you fear the most?
So the thing that I'm most worried about, and that is the risk with my pick, is that obviously Nicola and Tim worked together really well in the final game of the rounds. So obviously being England against France and Germany that have just come out of working together is a bit of a risk here. You have to take a risk somewhere. Everything else, I feel like I'm comfortable in the West with the way that the East has played out, and I think there's I think in Italy, Peter McNamara is going to get a game, and so that's going to be interesting to see how that one plays. And I think everyone is a little bit silly if they're not scared of Peter. So that's probably my pick of who I'm scared of the most. But I guess I'm also hoping that I can make some inroads with Nicola and Tim. I've got good relationships with both of them, and that even if they do start to jump me, hopefully I can defend myself enough that on a top board, no one else is going to let a massive FG form. And so, I'll have some cavalry arriving when I need it.
It sounds like you're more worried about them teaming up against you than you picking who to work with. Am I hearing correctly that you'll work with either one of the two if they want to work with you?
Absolutely. I mean, I can work with anybody, right? I don't feel like there's anybody who I deeply can't work with or who I struggle to work with. So, I'm confident in my ability to form good, solid alliances and work well with any player. In particular, those two, I like them both. And so realistically, it's going to be about trying to find an early ally and trying to build that relationship. And if I don't do that well diplomatically, then I might be in some trouble. But hopefully I can pull it off.
Okay, as an alliance player, and this is sort of my last question. Let's assume things are going well. When do you like to stab? When do the commentators need to think this might be the time Jamal stabs?
I will only stab, and this is true of regular play, not even, but also on top boards. So I do this. I guess on top boards the calculation is different, but I will only stab when at a point when I think that it's going to win me the game. So if I don't think I ever have a window to win the game, I just won't stab because there's no point. If I've got a window to win, if I think that okay, this stab here will put me in a position to actually win the game, that's when I'll stab.
Okay. Look, we have you have potential to be the first double world champion, double virtual and face-to-face today. And so best of luck to you, Jamal. I know you didn't get a lot of sleep given that Australia is in a messed up part of the planet, but we're happy that you're here and I hope you do really well.
That's right, Ed. And just for the viewers at home, I'm getting mentally prepared. I'm in the zone. I have the belt.
You're gonna win, man. You are a champion.
I'll give it a shot.
Bye.
Thanks.
Hey, that's my belt. No, not
stole
anymore.
it.
Not anymore. Not anymore. It gives you power though, that belt, my word. When you put it on, you really feel it.
He steals it. He steals it from us.
Brandon, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, you're muted, Brandon. We can hear you.
Got you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That the same way.
Oh, you're coming and going now.
Yeah.
Your
Really?
levels. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, guys, can you talk about the or the interviews while I get this straightened out?
You sound a lot
Yep.
better now.
You're great now.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I'll stick with it now.
You talk about the interviews, Brandon.
You did some of them.
Yeah, so I don't need to say anything.
I think it was interesting, actually, what Jackson said, that the most worrying thing he had to worry about was Michaelis. So even though it's not a clear target, it's something he's going to pay attention to. So wouldn't be surprised if he opens like the two armies towards the Balkans to leave this fleet in Ankara, or maybe give himself the possibility, to build a second fleet in Constantinople, which would be great for Peter McNamara in Italy. So I thought that was something interesting.
Katie, any thoughts?
I don't know. I think I commented this in the chat because I just thought it was really funny. Nicolas Ahoge being like, "Oh, there's 3 really big contenders here," and he's like listing other people. It's just a stacked board, and I think even the people who aren't big contenders could win at any point. Like, I don't want to make a prediction about this game. I'm excited to see what happens.
And Dan?
I super enjoyed those interviews. I thought they displayed the whole gamut of emotions. From people who looked like they were just kind of like the boxer. I thought Peter McNamara was very like, before the fight, he had his head down and he was going through some things. He didn't really want to talk to anyone. He was just kind of in his preparations. And then you got Tim, who's absolutely bloody delighted and looking forward to it, really excited. I love Tim's chances, actually, going in. I mean, because, he had that kind of fresh approach and he was really ready. He didn't seem troubled by any cares whatsoever. So that was great. I noticed how Michaelis then said, I would get Turkey out, actually, given half a chance. So Jackson goes, I'm worried about Michaelis. And Michaelis goes, I'm going to pound Turkey into dust. It's like, okay, whoa. Maybe some fireworks there, but we'll see. And literally everybody said they wanted to work with Nicola, right? Tim said it'd be great to work with Nicola. Michaelis is like, I'm not that bothered about the West. I'll keep an eye on it, right? Peter said, I might have to interfere in the West. What does that mean, right? And then, of course, you got Jamal. I'll work with everybody. So, lots of fun. It will be about Turkey and Austria as much as anything, will it? Don't you think? If they stick together, will they stick together? Very exciting to find out.
Yeah, Jackson pointing out Peter as a possible early game ally stuck out to me as well. So, possible suggestion that he's not looking for AT, but. I'm going to ask you guys for some predictions, but first we have a little bit of a treat. This was unbeknownst to me, Ed and Liam. Liam Stokes is the tournament director for this tournament. He's also a part of the DBN family, and today he's doing double duty as the tournament director, the GM of the top board, and sideline reporter, along with
yes, amazing.
So unbeknownst to me, they, figuring out how to use the recording setup, decided to record some predictions for the game. This was recorded before the power selection. It's just just 3 minutes long. So I'm going to give us the treat of seeing this.
All right, Liam, we've got the top 7 here. We're about to interview them all. Power selection has not happened. We're just looking. Oh, my God. Look at this top 3 of Jamal, Peter McNamara, and McAllis. Can they get along? What's going to happen? I wouldn't even know where to begin. Are the Australians going to team up?
Yeah, there's a lot of the factors. The down under connection. We'll see if that comes through or not in this board. But I think looking at the selections, if there are no surprises during power selection, the East is going to be a nest of vipers for sure in this board. It is not going to be a friendly, friendly house game by any standards at all.
You know what? If I had to pick, I'd look at Jamal and McAllis as being in the alliance and not the Aussies. Peter's too scary. And both of those guys can play an alliance game. But in the East, oh my God, talk about Jackson capable of any play. Johnny, an alliance player. Sahuge, who likes to play top board slow. And Tim Crosby, who's doing just unbelievable. I don't even know where to begin, but I'm looking at Tim and Johnny as potential allies, no matter what.
Yeah, Tim's had a good year, and Johnny as well. And I think, the two of them, Johnny is really much an alliance player. And like you said, I think to me, if I had an X factor on this board, it would be Jackson Roberts. Like you said, he can play however he wants to play. He's got a really versatile play style, and I'm excited to see what he's able to come up with for this one.
All right, now if anyone drops down for position, I'm going to predict Peter McNamara to go into a country like Italy or Russia, or maybe not take a Western power, even with the number 2 spot, or and we all know McAuliffe likes to play Italy, and of course he's done well playing any country. So I suspect we will see someone drop down.
I think so too. I think people, especially on this board, are going to be taking a look at the tie-breaking factor of where you pick lower in the Paris method. So I do see that's going to come into account for people's thinking when they make their power selection.
All right, Liam, who's going to win VDC 2023?
Who's going to win? I think my winning pick here, I'm going to go with Johnny Gillum.
Good for you. I don't know who's going to win, but if I had to pick, I'm going to go with Michalis Kamaritis.
It's going to be a great board, Ed. Looking forward to the selection, and best of luck to the players.
All right.
All right. So I'm not sure if it was a stab for me to show that or not, but it happened. So here we are. All right. I want to hear some predictions from you guys. Nicola, we're going to start with you. Do you have any? Oh, because you just put food in your mouth.
No. I was wondering myself, like what I would say, because you have so many good players, on that board. It's super hard. I have no clue. It can go in so many different directions. I will go for Nicolas Sergei, because just out of the French Nicolas connection, kind of have to. But I'm not sure he's in the best position, given the fact that Michalis is going to probably play the balanced power stuff in the north. But I'm going to go with Nicolas. That's going to be my pick. Choice of heart.
All right, you're going native. Katie, over to you. Who's going to win this?
Well, I might have said McAuliffe, but I don't want to agree with Ed. So I'm going to pick Jamal, actually. I know he just won a world championship, but I think he's kind of an underdog in a really weird way. I'm going to go with Jamal.
And Dan?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have thankfully picked 2 incredibly strong contenders, so I don't have to. I agree. I think there's both. Really hard. I think Jamal. The thing about Jamal is that he is going to have a huge influence on who wins this game. Right. If I'm going to make a stone cold prediction, I think that Jamal's decisions, his decision making, and the way that he plays is going to really move significantly the wins that move this game. But I am on this occasion. I am going to look past him. I'm going to pick Peter McNamara. I think he's in a position where his tactical ability in the south is going to be able to create dissension, right? He's going to be in the right position to pick up things as they go. He can control the West, like you said, just a unit here, a unit there. I think Peter's going to win this.
I thought you were going to pick Tim, so that's why I didn't pick Tim.
I love Tim's chances. You can't rule him out. You can't rule him out. Were you going to pick?
I don't know. I also want to pick Jackson. We should pick everybody.
The West is going to be incredible, right? The levels will be amazing, and I just think, Jamal will make a big influence. Will it be a European start game, right? Will it be C Diplo? Will it be someone gets to 8 and everyone knocks them back to 6? 7 is barely permissible, right, as a number. Will it be that sort of game? I hope it is. It deserves to be with the standard of the players.
Or it's an 11-11-11 AIR. And then I guess Johnny wins because of seed position. Good game, Johnny.
All right. I have written down these predictions, including the sideline reporters. So the only 2 who weren't picked were Tim Crosby and Johnny Gillum. So I have to choose between the 2 of them, right?
I think Liam picked Johnny, didn't he?
Oh,
Liam picked Johnny.
Liam picked Johnny.
So Jackson is the one. Sorry. So between Jackson and Tim, I'll I'll tell you, my heart is with the three who haven't won major trophies yet. So Timothy, Johnny, and Jackson. My heart is for one of them. So I'm gonna pick the field against the heavyweights. One of them is gonna come out on top.
You could pick a non-heavyweight, and that could be Nicolas Ahoge, who's apparently not a heavyweight, and that's fine.
I'm also rooting for the underdog Nicolas Ahoge.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. We are going to head into the coverage now. We are going to rotate the analysts so that everyone gets 2 years at a time. I have been delinquent in posting that schedule in the group chat, which I have just done. Dan, we're going to give you a break as the rookie, so you will be off first. So enjoy the break. And all right. Three of us are going to open this now 3 hours and 19 minutes into the broadcast. Here are the first moves for the VDC 2023 top board. Katie, we'll start off with having you analyzing the West, and Nicola will have you analyze the East. Here are those orders. This is how this game starts. Katie.
I'll love to go first because this is how to open as a Western country 101. And I think it's Nicola's turn. No, I mean, I guess it's worth saying there is a DMZ in the English channel and in Burgundy, but I don't think that's surprising for a top board. I think people aren't necessarily trying to jump the gun. They could have arranged for a bounce in Burgundy, which would be safer maybe, but it is pretty standard.
Any comment on the move to Picardy? That's probably the only thing of interest here.
If you're not going to Burgundy, you're probably going to Picardy, so it's not that interesting to me.
So everyone just wants to get along in the West.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, have you ever played a game in the spring of 01 where someone was like, I don't want to work with you? No, everyone's always like saying nice things and wanting to get along. And I think in a lot of cases, you see that in the moves also. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
All right, Nicola, over to you.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment in the West. Also, team most likely thinking that the two heavyweights are not him, so he can allow himself not to go into English Channel in Burgundy. In the East, the first interesting move is going to Tyrolia. Venice is going to Tyrolia. So what are they going to do? Are they going to try for Munich or anything? And also the other moves, because the rest is quite standard, but the other move I want to highlight is the fact that Jackson did a very standard opening. With Ankara going to Black Sea and Smyrna going to Ankara, meaning he has a choice in the fall of putting another fleet, trying to go back into the Black Sea. It gives him a lot of flexibility, but he's not going all in for the Balkan. So again, that can be the sign that he's really worried about Michaelis, as he said in the interview, and maybe that's an early sign of that. But maybe I'm just also trying to look for signs. So let's see.
This has quickly become the most popular Turkish opening. It doesn't commit Turkey either way. So like you said, it keeps options open. For me, it's the move to Tyrolia is the sort of only move on the board that creates an interesting dynamic for the fall. Everything else is just about strategic option farming, basically. So let's move on into the fall. And here are the orders for fall of 1901. And Nicola, we'll come over to you in the East. Tell us what you see. Is any of it interesting?
Yeah, that's super interesting. And that's what Jackson was afraid of. And I think that's what realizing that the air is trying to form already, like you have Johnny already supporting Michaelis into Rome rather than supporting Jackson or even supporting himself, to Greece, making sure that Michaelis gets his dot. So a bit of goodwill from Johnny here towards Michaelis, which may be significant in the end. And also Peter saying, I know I can look dangerous, so I'm not even going to try to go for Trieste. Slow growth, be safe rather than sorry.
The move by Johnny to support Ukraine to Romania is a significant risk on his part, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That's why I mentioned I think it's significant against Jackson, actually. I think it's going to bring more against Jackson that it is bringing for Johnny, in my opinion.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear from the sideline reporters if they can give us any insight into what the negotiations were like. Was this a case where McCallus and Johnny were genuinely worried that Jackson would try to hit Rump here instead of, going to Greece or something like that? Or are there some other kinds of signals being sent? We'll find out soon enough. Over to you in the West, Katie.
Can I comment on the East, or do you want to keep it moving?
Sure.
I actually totally agree with not supporting Albania to Greece. I think I don't know if I've ever played a game as Austria, except like my first game I've ever played, maybe, where I didn't support myself to Greece. I think it's the most natural move, and I would have to trust all three neighbors around me to not do that. And how can you ever trust three neighbors? So that's like, I think it actually shows really strongly that Johnny wants to work with McCallus, because not doing that, I think, is actually a really big deal. Yeah. So in the West.
Well, first, while we're over there, does the bouncing Galicia change, complicate your calculations for either of you guys?
No, it doesn't matter. Well, he didn't like save Trieste, right? He didn't like defend Trieste, but I don't think it matters that much. But
one thing that I want to add that I just noticed now, I think the bounce in Black Sea is arranged. Because like if Jackson had wanted to make a sneak attack, he would likely have gone to Armenia rather than Syria. So maybe it's a bit shaky, still in the East, just what's happening.
All right, Katie, over to you in the West.
We've got a bounce in Belgium, which does not particularly surprise me. Jamal does not actually want his North Sea fleet in Belgium, and Tim does not want to be a 6-center Russia in spring of 02. Or sorry, 6-center France in spring of 02. So that's very normal to me. Nicola says, I'm going to stay out of that. I'm going to support myself to Holland. Very standard. Let's McCallus into Sweden. Very standard. I have nothing to say about the West. I mean, I guess like moving to Wales is something, but it just means you can't convoy it to, well, I guess that is something. I don't know what it means. It does mean you can't convoy it into Germany, next year, but I don't know if it actually means anything because it's not like channels open.
So the not bouncing McCallus in Sweden, how important do you think this is going forward?
I basically never bounce Russia out of Sweden, so I think that's the correct play. I think Russia is not your enemy. Russia's not your biggest threat. It's so easy to take it. If France and England are working together, it's so easy to take Sweden next year. It never matters, I think, honestly.
Yeah, Germany and England, which you meant.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, curious to hear from the sideline reporters if they can give us insight. It's hard to believe that the Belgian bounce was not arranged or at least agreed upon, and the move to Syria is interesting as well. Jackson had lots of possibilities, and then we'll come back and we'll have a look at the build. So give some thought to what you think everybody should build. But first, let us hear from our intrepid sideline reporters.
Okay, we just got through with the 1901 pre-builds, and we thought we'd come and tell you how it's shaking out in the rooms. Let's go to that den of vipers in the East. Liam, tell us what you learned.
Well, really, the first thing that I learned out of the conversations in the East is that Jackson Roberts has no friends at the moment. Most of the conversations surround how on a top board like this, you cannot let Turkey out of the box. You cannot let them grow. They're no help in the West should that come up, in any time soon. So the other three in the East are looking at those yellow dots for breakfast.
Okay. Anything else in the East? It just looks like an air from your perspective.
At this point, that's really all it is. I think that there's some early cooperation with and trust happening in Austria and Russia. I think the AR is a potential to break out, but that's really yet to be seen at this point. How about in the West, Ed? How are things shaking out over there?
Okay, well, in the West, everyone's a little worried about an FG, even all the Eastern players who come over, because Nicola and Tim worked together well the first time. And Jamal is keenly aware of that issue, and he pitches himself to England, and he pitches himself to Germany, and everything's kind of fine throughout the spring. But in the fall, there was a little disagreement. Tim seemed to really want England to work with him, and even agreed to put Picardy into Belgium, but Jamal insisted that the fleet go to Belgium, and he wanted a fleet there. Tim said, I don't like that idea because, you know, it gives you leverage over the English Channel. And Jamal said, well, I'll never build a fleet in London if you never build a fleet in Brest, and they agree to it. But there was a definite tone shift with Tim at that point. No question about it. He did not like that suggestion. He immediately told Nicola about that suggestion. And Nicola said, well, just bounce him and don't put him in Belgium. And as we look at the map, that's exactly what happened. In this set of moves, that's not an arranged bounce. England believed that he was going to have that fleet in Belgium. Oh yeah, we're learning the little things. And it did not happen. They had made an agreement never to build fleets in London and Brest. We don't know the builds, but I suspect we're going to see at least one player build a fleet in either London or Brest. And that's it for fall 1901.
Awesome. Yeah, I think this fall is shaping out to be a potentially explosive game, but let's see how things happen. I think the other thing from the East is there's constant conversation about what should happen if certain alliances happen in the West. Like you said, some of the FGs, I think everybody's having a bit of worry with that, and so that's what they're looking out for.
The last thing I would say is everyone seems to be worried about both Peter and McAllis, but everyone also agrees there's not much they can do about it right now. So,
yeah,
all right.
That sounds about right.
Back to the studio.
Good stuff. So just looking back at these moves, so we can comment on them. So Belgium was not arranged, and in fact is a source of acrimony.
Hate it.
And I mean, that's not the moment you want communication to break down. It kind of feels like I'll ask you guys, who do you think do you think somebody was in the right or the wrong?
Yes.
Katie, what do you think?
Jamal was in the wrong. What are you doing? I'm sorry. Why do you want your North Fleet in Belgium? What does that get you? If you actually think it's going to go there, just convoy the army in. Like, I'm sorry. Like, why would you go to France? I don't understand it. I've not won a world championship, so maybe I should just be quiet and learn some stuff. But like, what's to prevent France from just letting him get in there and then having Denmark go to North, and like you take Holland and Denmark, and like Germany still gets 2 builds, and now you're in an early sea lion. I guess the only thing is like it's a top board, and maybe he's banking on no one making big plays. But like, I don't get it. I don't get it, Jamal. Sometime later, you should explain what's going on, because this is wild to me. I think that's crazy. Wild.
I think he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. I think the idea was, I don't want to lie to France, so I'm going to tell him I'm going to put the fleet. It's not dangerous towards Germany, because if Germany is in the North Sea, fine, I build 2 fleets, one in London, one in Eddie. I'm in Belgium. I don't really care. And it gives me the perfect position to attack France. So if France buys it, you build then 2 fleets, one in London, one in Liverpool. France is basically on the back foot. And I think he wanted to have Tim swallow that pill. And Tim said, well, that's not going to go through with me. I am seeing that exactly as it is. And I think that's the result we're seeing here. But for me, the most interesting part is in the East, honestly, where you see that when everybody's saying, I'm afraid of Peter, I'm afraid of Michaelis, that's just a polite way to say, well, here, I'm going to let them grow, and at some point, somebody is going to worry about them, right? And that's exactly what happened to Brendan as Russia in our last VDL top board, basically, where everybody was afraid of Brendan, but nobody was really doing anything against him. And I think that's a dangerous game that Johnny, especially here, is playing, to be completely frank. And if everybody is already speaking about killing Jackson, I think that's bad maybe for the whole board right now.
Yeah, it's hard not to think back to Dan's comment from before the game about this question he had about whether Austria and Turkey would stick together, that they might have some common interest and their fates may be intertwined. And this is a case where Johnny, at least, clearly does not agree with that. And it sounds like you agree with Dan in this point.
On the other hand, Johnny can shift very quickly, so let's see what happens next year.
All right, let's move on ahead. I mean, we could keep talking about this for hours, but we do have other moves to cover, including the winter builds. Are you guys? Is there one thing you're looking for? One center that you're going to focus on when these are revealed, Katie?
Well, I guess I've just looked at the chat and it was, not agree with Tim and Jamal. And we were talking about that. So I think probably I'm expecting fleets in Brest and London. I'm curious about McCullis. He's got 2 builds. Sev's not open, so probably Army Moscow. And then does he want to get involved in the north? Will we see a fleet? I don't know. I guess that's it. St. Pete.
All right, focus on St. Pete. Whether there's a fleet or an army, Nicola.
Yeah, I think there are 2 interesting builds, St. Pete, as you mentioned, and Constantinople for me. Is there a fleet in Constantinople or not? If there's a fleet in Constantinople, the fact that the army went to Syria leads me to think that the fleet is in Constantinople, because else your army is just going to be stuck there and it's not going to be very helpful. But I think that's an interesting build, because the rest, I think you're going to find a fleet London, a fleet Brest, a fleet Kiel. So yeah, I think those are the 2 interesting builds.
All right, let's have a look. We have no unit in Khan. We have the fleet in Smyrna, which clearly says that Jackson does not blame Russia for whatever is happening here and wants to protect westward. And we do have an army in St. Petersburg, which I think that the audible noise meant boring. Is that right?
A little bit for St. Pete, yeah. I think Smyrna makes a little sense. If I'm Jackson and I am not trusting any of my neighbors, I want Khan open for a retreat. So I think that might be why Khan is open. But yeah, I think St. Pete being an army is a little boring. Come on, McCall, let's do better.
All right. Elsewhere, we do have the expected locking of the Horn fleets. Getting ready to lock, I should say. One other thing to point out here are Nicolas builds. He had multiple options here. I think a lot of people would have built the fleet in Kiel and the army in Munich just to keep options open. Nicolas does not. So what does this say about Nicolas' strategic intentions? And we'll go to other Nicolas first.
I think it's a bit puzzling to me. So I'm going to my first reaction, which was, what the hell are you doing, Nicholas? Because the fleet in Berlin is going towards Baltic, and you need an army in Munich to defend Silesia to make sure that Russia doesn't go here. That's my first reaction. But then on the other hand, if he wants to be at peace with Russia and with England to attack Germany, to attack France in a second time and say, well, I'm just going to take Belgium now, basically, and the fleet is going to move slowly to Kiel, the army is going to move to Munich. Maybe that's something that he could do and really slow play it. But
it's a nice idea. We'll see if McCullis would buy that. Katie, what do you make of those builds?
I agree. I think Fleet Berlin is pretty wild. I think it only means anti-Russia. I don't know. Again, another world champion. I can't really compare my thoughts to, but it's surprising. I think Nicolas Tallier is giving him the benefit of the doubt, and maybe I should too. I'll agree with my co-host for once.
I do, Nicolas. I do have to say, I do like the idea that the other Nicolas doesn't want either England or Germany or England or France to be mad at him. It somehow thinks he could sort of stay out of it and not choose any sides.
That's a very Nicolas way to play. So.
Yeah. He's got a little picnic basket. He's like, I'm just going to take my Sweden and maybe Belgium and
my Sweden from Russia. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Very good. We are going to now turn our commentator wheel, and I believe Nicolas gets the first break here. So Nicolas, enjoy the year off. We'll see you in 1903.
Okay, sure.
And we bring back Dan Lister. Dan, welcome back. Any quick thoughts on the state of the game at this point before we move forward?
I think it was very well analysed, you guys. Fantastic work. If I had been a betting man, I would have said that that bounce was not arranged because it was really weird. It just looked super weird. And And it is
It's
terrible,
weirder-
terrible trouble for England if Germany gets into the North Sea. You're
It's
right.
weirder for it to not. It's weirder for it to not be arranged for that reason. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's so weird.
One thing I wanted to say is I think Jackson's doing a great job trying to make himself look as small as possible. And I think when you're finding absolutely no traction in the chat, as Turkey, what you want to do is try and do that, right? You've got no other options, right? You just be like, I'm just tiny. Don't worry about me. I'm over here. I'm as crammed up against the sidelines as I can possibly be. I'm not a threat. Stop sweating about me getting out of the body. Yeah, exactly.
It's
So
like,
I
it's
think
like if he closes his eyes and no one can see him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I super love this, and I wouldn't be surprised if he loses Bulgaria and continues to try and look as small as possible and just to try and just find a friend. Peter's look, I mean, it's just 1901. I can't wait to see. And I agree again with Nicola, the Nicola situation. This is a man who's saying, I'm not getting into this, you guys. And you know, he's right. He couldn't be any more right, because if Turkey gets winked out and you do get some kind of AIR happening over there, you don't want to have some embroilment situation. I think Russia stands to benefit a lot here. So lining up on Sweden and giving him something to think about can work with England without being anti-French, right? That's the thing that can happen.
Real quick question. Who's in a better position right now, McCallis or Peter McNamara? Who would you rather be at this moment in time?
Is this for Dan?
Either of you.
I don't like the Russian North at all. A decision has not been made, and eventually that means a decision can be made for you. So probably Peter.
Katie?
I actually think their positions are both very typical. Well, except the Berlin fleet is really weird, I guess. I would say McCallis because I think they're both really normal positions, and I'd rather be Russia than Italy just because that's my power preference. But the Berlin fleet I'm probably tipping it towards Italy.
All right. You know, we had a very sort of ordinary spring 1901, but it is a feature of this game of diplomacy that it can complicate very, very quickly. And
yes, let's go.
That has happened, and let's push it further. Here are the moves for spring of 1902. Katie, we'll stick with you in the West, and Dan, you will get to tell us what happens in the East. Katie, we'll start with you in the West. What happens here?
Okay. Well, there's a lot of English-Russian coordination, Russia in the East, but also the West in this case. I haven't looked at Italy, but I'm feeling better about wanting Russia because McCallis has found a friend in Jamal. Norway is empty and St. Pete is empty, which really clear borders. And maybe Nicola, well, I don't know. But, you know, he's in Baltic, which is a great place to be in. But between the two of them, he doesn't have a great friend, possibly. But it's really weird, right? Because also Jamal has subordinated himself to English Channel, which seems very EG because he's going after France. But he's also moving away from Wales. So it's so impossible without the sideline commentary, right? But I could totally see Jamal being like, Tim, you weren't supposed to bounce me. I'm taking the channel. And then, no, because why would Tim give up Belgium now? I don't know, man. This is fun. There's 100% English-Russia cooperation. And I think maybe Tim is like, yeah, sure, I'll take Belgium. I don't know. This is great.
Dan, talk us through the East.
Yeah, what's the Austrian order? Is he trying to support the Ionian to the Aegean?
Let's see. Yep.
Well, that doesn't happen. So Peter's not up for it. Here's Jackson continuing to try and make himself as small as possible, which is great. I can't hold Bulgaria, don't want to hold Bulgaria, going to walk backwards out of Bulgaria, and then you guys can have a nice fight over what comes next. Nicholas is St. Pete coming south and draining all of his stuff into the south. I mean, fantastic. What fun. Go for it. Just throw the kitchen sink at it. I don't think we can be under any illusions about where his imperial ambitions lie. And of course, there'll be that Norway fleet coming out. That takes a lot of trust. That's a big balls move. Sorry for my French. I think the English knowing this, as they presumably must, He'd easily have just, I mean, the army's in the wrong place, but they could have slipped those 3 fleets up there, and what you going to do about it? Right?
Yeah, I have to say this to me is evidence of a remarkable bit of diplomacy on behalf of McCallus and Jamal.
I love it. On a top board, that's wild. You don't see that a lot on top boards. That's great.
Under these circumstances, to come to that agreement and to follow through with it and to both be right, that is a multiplier. That's a force multiplier right there.
Yeah, so it's interesting with Tim. I think Tim's continuing to play a real solid game. I wonder if I'm going to regret my decision not to pick Tim, because after a little bit of disagreement, right, suddenly have a nice Belgium with a supporter that doesn't have much else to do. Okay, you could bounce Brest, I guess, self-bounce Brest, but where's the danger? Looking like a decent build. Italy's popped into the Mediterranean. Okay. What is Peter thinking, I wonder? What's he thinking here?
Yeah, very interested to hear from the sideline reporters about this collection of moves right here, because clearly Johnny is expecting something in the Aegean. There really wouldn't be a good reason for him not to go to Aegean if he thinks Ionian is not. So that seems like a miscommunication of some sort. And then, is this arranged? It feels like it might be, given that Austria and Russia both go to the line. This would be a way to keep, Italy in place. So now they have 3 on Munich. But I'm interested to hear from the sideline reporters about that.
I was going to say someone in the comments made a really good point, but then I realized it was actually Nicola, and it's his own point, but it is still a good point about the fleet in Berlin being anti-Russia, but no army in Munich to bounce out of Silesia. So I will give Nicola the props he deserves for being correct.
By the way, Dan, and we're noting that, by the way, Katie, that you have
on the record
conceded something to Nicola. By the way, you may not be familiar with our interface. The orange arrow with the white inside is retreat.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. You can see the H on there means hold. So
same thing. I guess the same thing applies there, right? I mean, this is a guy who deliberately declined to support it because he knows where he is. I really hope he finds a friend, and maybe that is what Peter is up to. We'll find out.
Well, I think the interesting thing with Jackson here is that there's no support to offer to any other move. So he clearly was, trying to get something going with McCallus or Johnny, and couldn't even get them to lie to him about a support, right? So, but I don't know, getting into Aegean's a big move for him, and the apparent lack of communication between Johnny and Peter seems like he has something for him to hang his hat on. Real quick though, so Dan, you surprised me a little bit by liking, and this is the position now, liking Tim's action here, not leaving Portugal in place rather than moving it up. This feels a little bit like he got talked into a potential Western triple like action.
I mean, maybe it's really interesting because they've got their eye on the AIR, right? And as I said at the top of the broadcast, top board, you're expecting that C Diplo, no one get away, no one sneak ahead. But if they're determined to put Turkey out, then the West needs to be on alert that it's going to turn into one of them, So that's probably motivated Nicola a bit, maybe, and also the West. Look, this is Tim keeping his options open, right? They had a little disagreement, Jamal and Tim, maybe a bit of miscommunication, a little bit of early morning weird around that fleet north to Belgium. He's leaving their options open to patch things up, as they absolutely must do. Long game. All
right. And so the opportunity is here, right? If Jamal wants to fight Nicolas to bring France on board, does Tim go for it, or does he try to stand with Nicolas?
Yeah. Now look at Munich. Right, that's your fun for fall.
AIR.
Yep.
Well,
can they agree on who gets it? Does any of them actually want anyone else to get it?
No.
Does Jamal offer a cheeky support from the English Channel, Gascony to Brest?
I hope so. I hope so.
Are they even fighting? I don't even know if they're fighting.
Supporting a fleet to the English Channel isn't the friendliest thing.
No, but it's also relatively defensive. He's gone to Yorkshire. He's not stuck in Wales, right? There's no sort of second guess. I don't know. Well, Jamal can go either way. Jamal can go with Germany here. He could take Belgium guaranteed, and it doesn't even affect Germany's ability to defend Munich or take Sweden.
That's right. Sweden could go to anyone at this point. All right. Shall we find out if Denmark falls or Sweden falls? I guess Denmark isn't. Denmark. Well, see, the problem, right, is that Kiel has to decide whether to support Denmark or to go to Berlin. So if there's cooperation between these four players, then Nicolas is going to go down at least one, and more if he guesses wrong. All right. Shall we find out then? Wow.
No, Denmark does fall.
Wow.
Wow.
Katie, over to you. Talk us through what happens around Denmark.
It's really funny because Jamal gets Denmark. That's great for Jamal. He gets a build. I have never had an army in Denmark and been happy about it. I hope he's happier about it than I have been in the past. Nicola leaves Denmark to take Sweden, which could very easily just be like he sees the writing on the wall. You know, he knows he can't keep Denmark. He might as well try to stay neutral. Silesia, oh, just kidding. He doesn't stay neutral because Russia actually does get into Munich. Do I have to give another point to Nicolas Tallier because of not building Munich and bouncing Silesia? So Michalis gets support from Johnny into Munich, which is kind of what we saw from the beginning, this AR coordination. And does Tyrolia support it also?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Everyone wants Michalis to be the scary Russia at, what is he going to be, 8? I guess he's just staying neutral. So
well,
staying neutral.
But he had an option here in his retreat from Sweden, either to Bothnia or Norway. Norway would be an interesting choice here, and it's interesting that he declines it.
I love that. That's so great. That's like not a top board move, which Michalis, if you're watching this and you don't win this board, then that's why you don't win top boards. But I think it's great. I think it's great for diplomacy games. It's really great. I love that. This is really fun.
Why is it not a top board move in your opinion?
Because I don't know, like people are like, you got to be a shark, you got to like take what you can, blah 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 blah, etc. It's probably wrong. I don't know.
Well,
but
it's a sign that Michalis wants to cultivate favor with Jamal, right?
Yeah, he's more about relationships than about center points, which I think is the correct way to play diplomacy, and that's actually probably also the correct way to play top board. So I'm probably completely wrong, but it's funny because this has been not a great turn for Nicola. And it actually has been a really good turn, I think, for Michalis, because getting support from both Italy and Austria into Munich, I think that's a pretty big deal.
But he ends it even. He would have been building had he gone to Norway.
Right.
Dan.
But that's going to earn a lot of points with Jamal. It has to.
Yes, but who does it benefit is the question. Dan, over to
Jamal.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear cut at the moment. Is it, Russia-Germany is the fight? And everyone seems to want Russia to win at the moment. But it's a top board. So I think Nicolas was willing to take the right risks here. I would rather have a little bit of forward defensive probably in this situation. You can get Russia knocked out of the north and paint that picture to England. You've got a better chance probably. The things I don't understand are in the south. Go on.
Are you in your opinion? Does it feel like these moves were coordinated? That Nicolas and Jamal were coordinating?
I wouldn't necessarily go that far. I don't know. It's not impossible. Someone could easily have turned around to Nicolas and said, "I'm going to take this, and you can't stop it, and let me have it because then I can support you in Sweden, and we can do this or that." I don't know.
He would have to really trust Michalis to not retreat to Norway. To do that, that would be so devious by Jamal. It'd be great, but it'd be so devious because he'd have to really know Michalis wasn't going to retreat into Norway.
But yeah.
Skagerrak supports York into Denmark, not Denmark into Sweden. I suppose if that had happened, then the retreat to Norway would be very likely.
I also think, really quick, if there's any power that I'm not worried about being on a lot of centers early in the game, it's probably Russia. So I think Michalis might be benefiting from that too.
All right, Dan, talk us through the East, if you would.
Yeah, I didn't think that England and France were fighting anymore. That's it. Right, let's talk about the East, where I don't understand anything. France is coming down, right? Maybe this is arranged with Peter, maybe it isn't, but it's a pain in his butt, literally, right? It's coming up behind him when it's preventing Italy from doing anything useful, which is a huge problem. I think he has helped Russia into Munich. Maybe he wants Russia to get too big, to get Austria a bit alarmed. I'm not quite sure. There doesn't seem to be any whip on Italy, but he's still really helping this AR make progress. And he is, he's gone into Aegean now, just that one fleet on its own. Oh, I don't love it. Maybe I don't understand Italy, but I don't understand what's going on here, really. Maybe it just feels like it's not got a lot of traction. Jackson certainly doesn't. Poor soul.
Yeah, it feels like Peter is playing an AR straightforwardly, and is going to be negotiating for a build, and if he doesn't get it, then he'll break the AR. That's definitely his style. The EF forming here, very friendly. I see Bradley Grace has pointed out that Tim Crosby felt good enough about the EF to not cover Brest here, and he's moved to Burgundy. And he's in position to force Western Mediterranean. So this is the response to the AIR, is for an EF where the E is working with R. So it's a fascinating and interesting and complex moment for the game. Clearly not a great one for Nicolas Sahuguet. I think we can all agree, or Jackson Roberts. I think we can all agree on that.
Well, in Germany, you've got recoverability, he said, with his fingers crossed that it doesn't just see him get erased. But it's one of those countries that if you can just hang on, you can. It's very recoverable.
True of Turkey also.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear what the sideline reporters have to say. Here they are.
Okay, very exciting. 1902. Everything hinges off of what is perceived to be an FG at the end of 1901 and Nicolas' fleet build in Berlin. Now, what had happened was during the 1901 negotiations, Jamal had asked for a fleet in Berlin, and Nicola had agreed. He didn't want to break his word, and as he admitted, he wanted England and France to fight. But that fleet in Berlin caused a lot of problems. One, it caused Tim to really rethink, what could be done attacking England. But two, it gave important leverage to Jamal to go to Russia, played by McAllis, to get an ER working, because McAllis absolutely detested that fleet, did not like it, did not want it. And McAllis went around, and Liam, I want you to talk about what happened in the East, but ultimately that fleet in Berlin caused what we saw in the fall.
Yeah, definitely agree there, Ed, that move to the line was discussed currently by the AIR as a response to that. The three of them have at least it seems to be committed against Jackson and making sure that Turkey doesn't get too big. But Peter was wanting some confirmation and some security, because he's not wanting to get too exposed in case the West starts coming around to him. Really, the East as of the spring just continues to be that keep Turkey in the box, and now starting to worry about the West.
As we can see, everybody moves to the line at the end of spring 1902, and as we move into the fall, the very first thing that Tim says is, "I'm thinking too simple. I'm stuck." And he tells Jamal, "Dude, I'm so in over my head." Now, Nicola here is pitching a Western triple to both, saying he'll be the junior partner. Jamal wants an army in Denmark, says the price of that is for me to be in Denmark. I'll put an army in. Nicola goes, "I don't think an army's better for me." Jamal's like, "Well, I'm putting an army in. You should take Sweden." And then Jamal works out that Sweden would not retreat to Norway. Meanwhile, Jamal and Tim in the West are sort of, discussing. It doesn't seem like Jamal really wants to Western triple too much. It seems like he really feels confident with McAllis right now, and Tim, to be fair, is just struggling. You can hear it in his voice. He's asking players what to do. He's telling players what his orders are going to be, and is sort of upset that he picked France because, as he said, I picked France because I didn't think I would get it, and then I got it. And now I'm playing. He said, "quote I'm playing a dead country." Liam, for fall, what happened in the East?
Well, I mean, I can really feel for Jackson here in the fall. You know, I was keeping track of the time, and it took until there were 3 minutes left on the clock for somebody to actually go into Jackson's room and speak to him. So there was not too much involvement there for him. The three AIR is really controlling that side of the board and not really wanting to have too much Turkish input. The most surprising and interesting development actually in the East was a combo from the East-West divide of Peter was having a discussion and found out that through a message from England asking Peter to let Tim into the Western Mediterranean. Which Peter then immediately went into a room with Tim to discuss that, brought up that fact, and they agreed to a bounce because Jamal would have been trying to I think, quote, do something nasty behind Tim. Was the quote that they both agreed on. So some interesting developments there, clearly.
That is a consequence of Tim telling Jamal exactly how he was going to move. Tim is looking for an ally. He wants it to be Jamal, but Jamal's a little cagey now because Jamal got this air to get over the line. The big question, the big themes are, is a Western Triple going to form or not? And one thing I would tell to the people watching this stream is if only any of us could handle stress the way Nicolas Sahuguet does, we would be better players. He's not angry. He's not upset. He's suggesting moves. It's not working right now for the most part, but he's trying to get out of the situation without vitriol or hatred, but rather with helpfulness and good charm. That's all we have for fall 1902, and we'll look forward to seeing you in 1903.
This is fascinating. This is a fascinating moment in this game. Katie, you are muted, but you clearly have something you want to say. So
no, I'm so glad we have sideline reporters. So thank you to whoever set that up. So excited about it. I love it.
What stuck out to you there?
Well, Jamal was like, yeah, McCallus is not going to retreat to Norway. You should totally go for it. And he is being devious, and he was right. And that's wild. That's really, really great. That's really good. I think I had another thought, but I was distracted by that part. So,
Dan?
I'm excited by how, I mean, this is an incredibly difficult thing to do. It's my first one of these where you come on the internet and you give a version of events about what's happened in the games based on seeing the boards. And it's incredibly difficult to do because of the swirl of the diplomacy. And, half the time you miss the really big move if you're me. But bit of a novice. But I think we did pretty well, you guys, right? I think with most of that, I think you're absolutely right. His confidence but he would have arranged that with Michaelis, right? They would have had that conversation, I'm sure. Because if you look at the moves that they've disclosed, Michaelis is trying to get by with one unit north of the line. This is perilous in the extreme.
It's all about relationships. Yeah, if you've got one.
He could get winked out up there in a blink of an eye, and then it's going to be so hard to stop the board just as a Southern Russia in the early play. So, let's do this gamble. I'll knock Germany out, and if it doesn't work and this set of moves happens, you don't retreat to Norway. Yeah, of course I won't, because you're my friend in the north and we're good. That south bounce is interesting with Peter, isn't it? Do you think Tim knew that Jamal was going to tell Peter? Because for a Western Triple, English in the MAO is great. And like you say, he's not covered breast, so he's got a level of confidence. even after being told of some shenanigans.
Well, I would think that Jamal would be happy for Mid-Atlantic to get into West, so I wouldn't think Jamal would alert Peter, but it wouldn't surprise me if Peter discussed it with Timothy.
Yeah, I think so. That bounce in Western Med happens all the time. It's like France and Italy, I think, trying to stay safe, kind of, but also like keep their diplomacy options open.
It is interesting to hear this report about Tim's state of mind at this point in the game, though.
Yes. I was going to say, I feel for you so much, Tim. Totally. It's exactly how I felt my first top board. I don't know that this is your first top board, but I totally relate to you, and I wish you all the best. I
mean, he knows he's swimming with sharks, right? Like he's in this game with some of the best players in the world, and he's a very good player himself, but this is a nut he hasn't learned how to crack. And also he's not the kind of player who expects to get good results yet. He's just started getting the good results over the past year, and he's been some ups and downs, last year and a half, I think, or so. But the confidence, right? Like there are lots of players who don't get the results Tim has, but still have the confidence anyway, right? So it's just a state of mind, and there's nothing deficient in Tim. This is just a moment where he is overwhelmed. He can calm down and turn himself around for sure. Maybe if he can tread water for a year or two. And look, this is a moment where he's getting a build, right? Like he doesn't have anyone really attacking him. He's getting a build. He's France. Like for him to consider himself a dead country at this moment is extraordinary. Right?
But it's relatable. It's so relatable.
Relatable, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We have these moments where the fear descends,
and
you can't think straight. It's coming out in a cold sweat. You don't even notice that your country's actually in a really bananas good position half the time. You think all you can see is the what's going in, but most of the time it only lasts a short period of time. So I'm confident that Tim's going to get back on the horse.
It's a bit like it's a bit like when you go into the ocean and you get hit by that first big wave and it just knocks you out, and it feels like you can't possibly stay in there. You get hit a few times, you get used to it, and then you start enjoying it, and then you start diving under the waves. Right. So can Tim withstand the waves of the emotional overwhelming and stick in there and then learn to like it? I'm ready to find out.
Yeah, he's from Florida. He knows all about oceans and storms and stuff. Yeah, it's fine.
I have to say the other thing is it's hard not to be impressed with what Jamal has done already in the short period in this game. Getting Nicolas to build Fleet Berlin is a masterstroke. It's extraordinary, especially for a player of Nicolas' caliber, because it puts him on a collision course with Michalis. Like there's no way that build could be viewed as anything but hostile by Michalis, and so Jamal suddenly doesn't have to worry about RG coming at him. Brilliant.
And he can leave Norway wide open, and Michalis won't retreat there. It's great.
That's brilliant. The spring move where he and Michalis separate and effectively DMZ. I mean, those are three moments of brilliance that have increased Jamal's chances of winning this game dramatically from what seemed like a difficult first year. All right, that's enough from me. I sometimes take the pulpit. I guess that's host privilege. Do you guys have any other comments before we check out some builds? All right, let's move on then. Let me know. I'm curious. So there's only 4 adjustments here. 5 looks like. Jackson also has one. So there must have been a PIF then, right? If we have an odd number of. In any case, I'm curious to know what you guys are focusing on. Where are your eyes going to be looking when their moves are revealed? And Katie, we'll start with you.
I guess I'm curious on what's really going on between France and England. So I guess I'm focused on them. I also feel like I myself have been focusing too much on the West, and something very exciting could come out of the East. So I don't think builds determines that very much, but I guess for builds, I'm looking between France and England, but I want to know more about the East.
And Dan?
Yeah, what's Tim going to build? Fascinating. It's army for Jamal, right? Yeah, let's find out. Can't wait.
Oh yeah, if Jamal builds a fleet. Oh, wow. How about Fleet Trieste? That's what.
That'd be lovely.
That'd be the curveball I'd like to see.
Be great.
All right, and the answer is for builds in winter 1902. we have 2 fleets from the EF. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Perhaps English to Mid-Atlantic was not expected. Perhaps he was expecting
Perhaps
the channel
not.
to move out. Yeah. Wow. Can you guys make an argument for? I feel like I can make an argument for a French fleet, maybe in Marseille rather than Brest, but you could make an argument. You know, he's still an English channel, so got to build in Brest. Is there any good EF argument for Fleet London?
I don't know. You're already in Skagerrak. You already have Denmark. I guess technically you could go to hell and then move London to north.
Why not Edinburgh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Why not Channel to? I guess
Right.
Channel could. You could say that's still going to middle. Fascinating, right? So Nicola chooses to disband that fleet, Sweden, and.
Do you? Sorry, one last thing. Do you think that it's just waxing on now? But do you think that Tim was supposed to go to North Africa with Mid Atlantic, and that they were supposed to be lining up? So then they'd be. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's ridiculous. Something's gone wrong there for sure. Yeah, and it's Trieste, not Budapest, in the east.
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, that kind of tracks a little bit. I feel like there's been a lot of AR cooperation.
I'm curious to see how Italy and Austria view the cooperation between England and Russia, because there's an argument to be made here that they're both betting that AIR is Russia's primary alliance, but England and Russia are getting along so well. Maybe they start to wonder if ER is really McCullough's end game, which would be a problem for them. Idle thought. All right, shall we? Well, that takes us to the end of 19. Do you guys have any other comments you want to make on 1902? All right, then let us go back to this view. And Katie, I believe you get the break now. We'll see you in a bit. We bring back Nicolas Taillet. Welcome back, Nicolas.
Hey, everybody.
How any quick thoughts on the game as it stands right now?
Yeah, I think you haven't mentioned the most important build to me.
Oh yeah, tell us.
Army Trieste rather than Army Budapest.
I said that.
Oh, okay, sorry, I missed it. I'm very sorry.
What does it tell you? What do you?
That Michaelis is the one pulling the ropes, and that Johnny is more afraid from Peter on 4 centers than Johnny than Michaelis on 6, with an army in Romania and no effort to put the fleet in Romania at all from the start.
All right, let's with that have a look at the spring 1903 builds, and we are gonna. So you guys are switching up now. Dan, you're going to be in the west, and Nicola, you're going to be. Oh, that was the. Yeah. Just we'll go with it. All right, Dan, you're in the west. Nicola, you're in the east. Here are the moves, and Dan, we'll start with you. Oh my God. On my eye was immediately drawn to this action.
Yeah, the chaos. I mean, again, it looks an awful lot like safety first, like it did before. I think we've got a lot of safety first in the West. A lot of people not wanting to make critical mistakes that it's early in a top board, right? Everything that is done can be undone. Holland and Denmark, yeah. I mean, Denmark, that's not great, is it? Bosnia supported Skagerrak to Sweden. So Russia, again, definitely trying to leverage that ER, like you say, to the extent that he's not bothered about Scandinavia anymore. Just not bothered. Livonia is going to crash down. Really interesting decision making from Michaelis. I'd love to know. I mean, maybe he thinks he can, as long as St. Pete can remain safe, he can commit England even further against Germany, that he can always pick up later and start building in St. Pete and recreate a northern entity, which is legit. That's actually super legit, especially if things start to go well continue to go well in the south.
Well, on that score, let's turn over to Nicolas. Are things continuing to go well in the south?
I think Tim is losing his footing. I think he's getting convinced to do these moves while Jamal is going in the back. So that's the back, the west, but it's impacting the east because actually Peter can't move these units from Tyrrhenian Sea into the Ionian. And I think that's a big problem he has. And that's why he's not attacking Turkey right now. Because Peter is not like Johnny. I think Johnny would be one of the players as Italy here. He may take a shot, at trying to get 1 or 2 Turkish dots with this unit in Aegean. Peter is going to be safe. He's going to make sure that Johnny cannot screw him over by getting into Ionian. He's going to make sure that France cannot screw him over. And I think this move from Timothy is going to have huge repercussions. But I'm not sure it's going to be all that positive for France, to be completely frank. And on the other hand, you've got Michaelis going full against Germany, going for Prussia, going for Galicia, of course. And here that's showing that Johnny was right to trust Michaelis in that case, because apparently Michaelis is leaving. And that's super interesting because now what's the next step, right? You could imagine a step where Russia is taking Berlin, is trying to go for Berlin anyways. It's really hard to say. It's a fascinating game. I love that Jackson played the cautious game because now it's bearing fruit. He has Italy getting out, and basically without these Italian fleets, you can't break Turkey. That's done. You don't have the second Italian fleet, you can't break Turkey in this position. Well played from Jackson.
Dan, what sense can we make of Tim's move here? What do you think Tim was thinking? We know that he's a bit on tilt, probably still at this point. So maybe he's not thinking clearly, but do you think this is just Jamal talking him into going south and getting out of the way?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but if you're Tim, you don't. What's your alternative? What are your alternatives right now? I think he's trying to do the right thing in Germany by putting the Germans back into Munich, right? And I think he feels like something needs to be done there. So that's your armies taken care of. Picardy to Paris is interesting. That's on its way somewhere. Not sure where. It's also trying to demilitarize the north. Like I say, I think there's a safety first element to this. It needs to kind of go, well, maybe I'll pop the fleets over, take a little look-see at Tunis, do my bit against the AIR. I don't know. Maybe he's just, I've never played with Tim, but maybe he's not the sort of guy that's comfortable just sitting still and wants a little bit of movement. I mean, who could love an English fleet going to the Irish? That's not nice. But he's got 2 to defend. Like he's got solid defense. What's he worried about? He's not worried about anything, is he?
There's also one thing which makes it worse is the move from Picardy to Paris.
It leaves Belgium unsupported. It leaves Belgium unsupported. It's true. But these are all 1 center stabs. And do you think Jamal is going to do that? Do you think he's going to 1-dot him? I don't.
Why not? Who are his enemies? Like, if you're German here, you can just wait and take your dot in Sweden, but you can also take another dot if you want. Why not?
I think the argument against it was that, first of all, he's got Tim doing everything that he would want him to do. Even the attack on Munich is useful for Jamal in the sense that it keeps the AIR in place. But Jamal's going to get a build here. If he attacks Tim, then Tim might turn on him. Jamal might also scare the rest of the board. Clearly, the board is not scared of Jamal Blakarli because he has no enemies and is being given dots. And at risk here, I think Dan is Mid-Atlantic. If Tim is convinced to put Spain into Western Med here, presumably Jamal will be in Mid-Atlantic. The question for me is whether Tim turns around at this point, whether he sees Irish as a provocation or whether Jamal talked him into it and he's okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, a pattern of safety first, you'd see Mid-Atlantic and Paris bouncing Brest and Spain supporting the North Atlantic back to Mid-Atlantic, that sort of thing. And if I was Tim, I'd be trying to extract a promise from Jamal to leave either Irish or English this turn to park away. We'll see if that happens.
All right, let's.
Small question to a world champion, actually, to Dan, and actually to Brendan, because you came pretty close and you're DBNI Diplomat of the Year. So, to both of you here, do you fear, like, as Austria, where do you go next?
You're right. You're right, Nicola. You're absolutely right. The pivot right now, I'm sorry, is Austria. We talk a lot about the West because it's kind of lol, but Austria is the pivot in this game right now. Is he going to make it? He's going to make a big decision. Is he going to steady as we go? Got Turkey behind. Who's going to deal with? Who's going to start to deal with and do deals with Jackson, right? Because he's there now. Like exactly as you say, Nicola. Excellent point. Right, stone cold, untouchable. What's the plan as well for Michaelis? This is a man who's got what's he got? He seems huge. Like we've been talking about his dominance, right? Oh, he's got everyone in his pocket. He's got the whole thing worked out. He's really, really strong. Suddenly he's gone all narrow and thin. And then you look at his center counter and it says 6. And you go, 6? We're talking about Tim and he's in big trouble and all this. I don't think he is, but and he's got 6. And Russia's got 6. And he's covered the whole half of the board. He's gone super thin through the middle. Who's got the gains? If no gains from Turkey aren't there, where are the gains? Got to hold in place in Munich. What is Austria? Austria is the one with the decisions, the opportunities, right?
But I think Michaelis, the way he plays, the way I know him, and he's a very smart player. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a grim trigger strategy basically here, and he says, "You touch me, Jamal wins this game." Like that would be very Michaelis' way to play. Don't you think, Ben?
100%, and he has the power to do it, and he is in effect doing it, even without being provoked, right? Like Jamal's position is becoming very, very good and better by the moment, and really the only one in position to stop him is Tim Crosby. I think if you're Johnny Gilliam, you have to start thinking about the overall alliance structure on the whole board. And you have to wonder, this is the decision I think that Johnny would be faced with. He's got to grow somewhere. He has 2 directions. Jackson is not an option now because Jackson can defend indefinitely as long as Peter is tied up in the West. If Johnny hits McCallus, it's a losing strategy. Is it a losing strategy if he attacks Peter?
Why is it a losing strategy to attack McCallus?
Because it will give Jamal an easy pass in the north. And
well, what's he get? He's only got Pete left to get. That's only one.
There's more German centers.
What if Johnny, who has the power to do all of this, puts Germany in Munich, takes Romania? What else can he do? Italy gets a pass to go completely west.
Yeah, you're hoping that he could use Germany as a counterweight to what's happening in the West. Essentially.
Well, I'm just trying to say I think it's a moment of peril anyway for Russia, and a moment of opportunity for Johnny in that regard, especially if he gets the Turks. Oh, he's looking for anyone to be mates with, right?
Yeah. So for me, the opportunity is with Peter. So Johnny would have an opportunity to make a deal with Jackson here and get some Italian centers, potentially work with Tim. So if you're worried about Jamal, getting too good of a position, Tim is the potential counterweight. If Tim is willing to, if he's not willing to, then I don't see how Jamal doesn't win this game at this point.
By putting Nicolas Solier back in the game.
So that would be if that would work, and if Nicola would be willing to do it for sure. All right, that's enough jibber jabber from us. Let's see some moves. Here are fall 1903 moves.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So we were interested in discussing whether Johnny might turn on Peter. We did not consider whether Peter might turn on Johnny.
He's not.
It's arranged.
It's arranged fully. He needs somebody against Jackson. Very well played by Johnny. He understands he doesn't need Michaelis because Michaelis is holding him hostage. He's taking the dot and he's saying, but I need somebody to counteract Jackson, so I'm giving a dot to Peter. Great. Love it.
All right, so let's go through this sort of piece by piece. I'll just call it out, and you guys can offer thoughts. So starting from west to east, we have very clear cooperation between England and France here in multiple ways. Jamal keeps the dagger at the back, but very pointedly does not use it, self-bouncing in mid-Atlantic, supports Belgium into Holland. So Tim is getting a build here. So Tim is, maybe being more clever than we've been giving him credit for. And he is getting position in the south. Interesting set of guesses here. Let's see. Peter bounces in Lyon and covers Tunis. Interesting stuff happens up here. Germany does get Munich back, loses Holland, has a piff, so we'll actually get a build here. And then all the dipsy doodle over here, which is effectively Johnny stabbing McCallus, Peter either stabbing or getting the build out of that arrangement. Okay, so you guys, your initial reaction was that AI is still on here. You still feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, this is more or less what I said he might do, to get some movement, to get something to do. Take Romania, let Germany back Munich. So, and you're right, Nicola, giving Italy the build is much more useful because then they can get the leverage on Turkey that they need to unlock 3 more free dots later. Russia's out of the picture because he's going to be down 2. So what can he realistically do? We'll find out. In the north, what a fantastic move for Jamal. Sorry. Blowing up that German fleet in the Baltic. Fewer fleets is better if you're England. Just get them off the board. Let's have as few fleets as possible in existence. Sounds good to me. At this point, the Baltic is an English lake, realistically, over to pretty soon. Although, Germany does have a build there, but will he build a fleet again? I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know why he taps Kiel. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Holland might be arranged, it might not, but it's one of those situations where you go, well, we're going to take it, so too bad. Maybe that's the reason why maybe Germany doesn't get it, but I'm not sure I have to add that up. And in the West, so again, just safety first, all up and down the line. Slightly, it's good. Mm-hmm.
Nicola?
I think it's great by Jamal again. He had only one way he could lose, basically, and that would be a comeback from Nicolas Sergei. And he's doing somebody else to take the dots, which is kind of beautiful, right? It's I'm not sure. Maybe in the end it was supposed to be a double bounce, and he supported Tim into Holland. I have no idea. It's also a possibility, but here it's beautiful. Like, I mean, I have nothing else to say. It's really great. I don't know why Tim would do that though. Like, I don't get this war. I'm not the guy who is going to say France and Italy should never fight, but I don't get why you would go. Like, you have an England in English Channel in the Irish Sea, and you're putting your 3 fleets into the Med, and your only place to build is now Marseille. Like,
so do you remember that game though that we did where Jamal was Turkey and Russia was doing very well, and it was in whatever it was, ITR, and Russia just got to keep going forwards, keep having fun, keep picking up centers, keep feeling parity. And then Jamal just sort of Komodo dragoned his way all up into Ukraine and Livonia and just sat there being nice and don't mind me and I'm just safety first and we're just here to help. And then gradually over time, as I said, I don't know if this is true or not, but I felt like Russia would have come to terms just naturally with the idea that Jamal could just take all that stuff whenever he wanted. And he didn't mind that much. He was having a great game. And, if he gets a 6 in a 9-9-6, it didn't matter. We could be in for that with Tim. Tim is here. He's having a fantastic game right now. He's building. He's going to succeed. Jamal's behind him, but he's a super nice guy, great fun to talk to. He feels pivotal and important. Peter will be in his ear now. Peter will be saying, you've got to go back. You've got to go back. You're the only one. This game's going to die without you. You've got to go back. And he'll be looking at going back and saying, I don't fancy it. It's not going to be fun. I'll probably not succeed. Now, Peter, best tactician in the game as far as I'm concerned, probably in the history of this game. If Peter can get into Tim's head and they can work something out in a minute, then there's 7 years left in this game. loads of play, tons to go, tons of time to go. Anyone can recover.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of time. It's just right now, if you don't have fleets to fight England, England is in a pretty good shape. And right now, the only guy with fleet is sending them towards the Med. Not sure it's a great choice. That's just my take. Maybe I'm wrong.
It seems to me that the concern, apart from overcommitting into the South, is simply that he's left England in such a good position in Irish and English Channel. I think most people, constructing an EF wouldn't want that as France and would demand that those fleets be in different places, because the only thing, they're in position to move against you. So we'll see. But again, we've talked about Tim. The metaphor I used was getting buffeted by the waves. It still feels like he's getting buffeted. He happens to be still, gaining from it. But now he's got decisions to make. And if if the units he's getting just go into the South, well, that harms Peter McNamara and doesn't disadvantage Jamal Blackharley. I'll be curious from you guys. We've got some questions of builds. Both Jamal and Tim get builds here. We have the sideline reports to listen to, so we'll do that, and then we'll talk about builds. And Michalis has some choices to make here. I'm sorry, so Nicola does not get a rebuild here. That's because he lost to Sweden and Holland while regaining Munich. Okay. And then Peter McNamara gets a build here as well. I think we'll all be surprised if it's not a fleet. So think about the English and French builds while we listen to the sideline report. We'll be right back.
All right, we're at the end of 1903 here before the builds, and things are heating up. And in the West, you can call this the battle for Tim. Tim is totally struggling. He's telling everyone he's struggling. Michalis tells Tim to work with him against Germany, and then Michalis says, then I can go to England. Germany's just trying to get Tim to help him with Munich back, and they want a Western triple. But then what happens in spring 19? And Nicola's really begging for a Western triple, and it seems like Tim's on board. And Jamal seems like he's on board, but if you listen carefully, he didn't commit to doing, anything. And as it turns out, when the spring moves go through, Jamal moves his fleets to Irish, which was agreed, but not the Channel. And now there's friction between E and F again, and that stemmed from Jamal trying to go to Mid-Atlantic. And Jamal said, well, you lied to me 3 times, and that was trust but verify, and it was all going to bounce. Didn't seem like Tim was going to believe it. And meanwhile, Peter had been working with Tim, trying to convince him to go after England. But Tim is committed to this Western triple, which is what Nicola wanted. But so it doesn't look like there's a Western triple from here at the end of spring 1903. Germany doesn't particularly like it, and England seems to be in the driver's seat at the end of spring 1903.
In the East, the AIR at least seems to continue to roll, but there is an underlying tone that all 3 of those players are feeling stuck. None of them are quite sure where their next dot is going to come from. They haven't really been able to make any good progress cracking Jackson in Turkey. And Peter is really fearful of what Tim is doing in the East in terms of ensuring that his back is covered at all costs, and is needing a build to make sure that he can counter the West and try to contribute both in the East. Otherwise, one of the counters I'm keeping track of is the negotiation time of Jackson. In spring of 03, he spent 60 seconds negotiating in a room with somebody, and that was with England. So not probably the most productive conversations. Otherwise, currently in the spring, the theme is just the AIR wants to continue to roll it, but they're very quickly realizing they're out of room.
Okay, so the fall was momentous. As we can see the moves here, I will tell you, the battle for Tim continued. And if you want to know my impression of Tim, he's very much struggling to figure out what to do. Peter's acting like a therapist for him. Tim is sort of acting like a judge who rules for the party who speaks to him last. And Peter had him first. So that's why this ended up bad for Peter, I think. But Peter is being a therapist, explaining that if Jamal gets all the ports and if he can somehow get into Mid-Atlantic, then Jamal's going to win the game. Tim's not committing to anything, but you can tell that really had an effect on him. And I thought for a minute he was going to go with England until he goes to talk to Jamal. Now, understand, Jamal is very friendly, and this conversation, I'm going to say, sounds strange, but also in his own way, Jamal, after Tim talks to Jamal, is being like a therapist and is saying things like, I really want to work with you, but you have to trust me. You have to understand that you need a friend. I'm willing to be that friend, but it has to be on my terms. He literally said that. Your friendship is on my terms. But he said it in a nice way. And he basically just said, look, I need space. Okay? That's what I need you to do. You need to attack Peter. You need to get a dot. That's how this thing, sort of needs to happen. And I'll support you into Holland. But then he also said, if you don't build a fleet Marseille, I'm coming to kill you. So that is a key question, is what happens. But as big a news as the West is, what happened in the East, Liam? I didn't hear any of these conversations. This is crazy. Tell us what happened.
Well, the East has finally exploded. The AIR has realized some members of them have realized that they've officially run out of room and are starting to figure out where their next dots are coming from in order to be able to try to secure their spot at the top here. Again, in the East, negotiations with Turkey are kept at a bare minimal, less than maybe 60 seconds, if at all. Meanwhile, the AI has cut out their third partner in their negotiations. Peter needed a build that, begging for Trieste or Greece, something to, maybe not begging, but ensuring that he gets that build to be able to respond to the War of Tim. And Johnny is wanting to ensure that Peter is okay with this stab. He asked that straight question: "Are you okay with this?" So they're cooperating on this, but Jackson certainly wasn't involved too much. Otherwise, they've all Italy and Austria both confirmed with Germany about zero support on Munich, and so Nicola was given a bit of a heads up that Munich was unsupported. So they're really trying to make an effort on their side of the board. But I mean, one of the relationships I want to highlight is the conversations that happened between McCallus in Russia and Jamal in England. They've managed to get along so far. They've been quite cordial, but McCallus did note that the relationship has been, or he's certainly feeling that the relationship is very England heavy, England sided, and so he's asking for a little bit more from him. So we'll see how that relationship holds now with this move, but those conversations will be ongoing.
All right. Well, it's an exciting 1904 coming up. Peter gets a build. He told Tim, much like Jamal did, that, I'm getting a build, and I hope you're not attacking me. And that's what Tim is doing. So we will see what happens next in 1904. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great stuff. All right, so let's talk about what stood out to you guys. I can offer thoughts unless you have them. Dan, start with you.
Yeah, nothing to add, really. I think we covered most of that. Again, I thought Peter might be wanting to spend the maximum amount of time possible with Tim, and it was really interesting to hear Ed say Peter suffered from going first, and I wonder if Peter knows that. Yeah, and Jamal got in last. the theme it. Guess who's the only person who's talking to Turkey?
Jamal.
Right? How's he finding the time? This is woof.
The battle for the soul of Tim Crosby is sort of the story of the moment. Jamal and Peter have both been described as playing therapist. And so it's interesting. They both sort of have deduced that the right approach with Tim is to soothe him and try to help him find some equilibrium. It seems to me that Peter has more at stake in that. Jamal probably, doesn't mind him being a little bit blinkered and allowing him to stay in those positions. But they both concluded that the soothing tone and the empathetic tone is the right one. Nicola, over to you.
If nothing changes, Jamal has won this game. The builds are going to be super interesting, and especially Michaelis' build, or dispense. That's going to be key. Because if he wants to give the game to Jamal at this point, he just can. Like, honestly, you just keep the armies in the front line against Germany, you put Jamal already in Kiel, Berlin. Jamal can put himself in Belgium, Holland. Now it's over. Or Michaelis thinks he still has a game to play, and then he keeps units in the back, trying to help Turkey back in the game and trying to get up. It's going to be really complicated. Like, honestly, I mentioned before, the only way I saw out of this was Team resurrecting Nicolas Sergei. And I still think it's the case. It should be the case. But one thing, I think we've been saying that, and in the chat also, and here, we've been saying that Tim was too eager to go to the med, he's listening too much to Jamal. It's also one of the issues of France on the top board. It's a highly regarded country, and for good reasons, solid defensively, but it's hard to get that dot after the sixth dot, right? And to know which direction you're going to have to go. And here Jamal is giving him a viable option of where to go. And maybe he didn't feel that he had that option with somebody else. So very well played from Jamal here.
Yeah, I think Michaelis finally realizing that Jamal has had the better of their relationship was interesting. Let's see, I think that was an accidental click on my part. So was that. So it'll be surprising if Tim doesn't build Fleet Marseille, given the connection that he seems to be having with Jamal right now. If he doesn't, then that's a sign that that he's willing to fight Jamal. What do you build if you're Jamal? You've got everything going your way. What is it that you need tactically right now?
Well, so that's a really good question about how you promulgate your advantage. Don't forget that Tim is still the largest player on this board. And for all those kind of, discussions of his demise and of being horribly out of position, and Fleet Marseille wouldn't help that any, I think, what can you put down as Jamal that isn't going to scare the horses any more than they already are? Who do you kill first? What the risk of a Jamal is that you get an all-board coalition. And this is the top board. And this thing about person X is going to win, that can get a lot more traction on a top board. Has everyone already given up on their dream?
So what would you build if you're Jamal? Would you wave?
Jamal loves a wave.
Does love a wave.
Every single game so far, he's had a lovely little wave.
Nicola, any thoughts?
Builds an army, I think.
Army.
But also, like, as Tim, let's say you build an army in Marseille, you're just going to worry Peter even more because it can go to Piedmont. You're going to worry Nicolas because it can go to Burgundy. So you're basically checkmated here. The only way you could send a signal to the board that you're going to fight Jamal is to build an army in Paris. And even then, you're going to possibly make Nicolas Sergei even more scared. Even though at this stage, is he really scared? Like, he has one card to play, try to get back into the game. So maybe that's a correct answer.
All right, it would take some wheeling and dealing on Tim's part, I think, with Nicolas. Let's see. Well, the focus is on Jamal's build, Timothy's build, and Nicolas' disbands. The answer is me hitting the wrong thing because I'm on the wrong screen. Let's try this again. dramatic music, drum roll. The answer is Army London, Fleet Marseille. We lose Baltic and Livonia. A little bit of a surprise, actually. I would have thought Tyrolia would be one of the ones off the board here. So maybe this is a play to get Johnny to work against Peter, or vice versa.
This is what Nicolas said. Nicolas said, if Nicolas has had enough and he says, screw it, I'm just going to accelerate the end of this and Jamal can win. Those are the disbands that he would order. What has Nicolas? I mean, did we in Nicolas's cornflakes somewhere along the line? What has Nicolas done to deserve this unrelenting pressure? Was it just that Fleet Berlin that we now know was a big, which we now know was all a great ploy by Jamal in the first place anyway?
Oh, you think all those units are going to help EF in the German centers? You don't think he'll defend his home centers at all?
Oh, I mean, he might do, but why not keep Livonia? I don't know.
Yeah,
Tyrolia is bloody useless, isn't it? I mean,
I think it's Nicolas being very unhappy that Nicolas destroyed his plan with the fleet in Berlin.
Didn't they both say they wanted to work with each other at the start? Or they didn't identify each other. In any case, all right, let's move forward. We've enjoyed this turn quite a bit because it is very juicy and rich with complication and intrigue. However, we do have a job to do, and I believe, Dan, you get the break now. Is that correct? We'll see
you in a year.
All right. And that brings back to the stream Katie Gray. Welcome back, Katie.
Hi.
Katie, any quick thoughts?
All right.
Do that.
I do have a quick thought. It's about that man who just tried to talk over me, Ed Sullivan. He said something that really resonated with me in a way that Tim's stress resonated with me last year, which is that Jackson talked to one person for 30 seconds, and that was Jamal. And that sucks.
Yeah.
That is so rough. I know we're all focusing a little bit on the West and on who's going to win, and nobody really thinks Jackson's going to win, and he's probably not. But that is really rough when nobody will even talk to you, and it's terrible. I really feel for Jackson this year. It sucks.
Yep, can't agree more.
Anyway.
All right, let's see if anything's possible, right? To some degree. All right, here are the orders for spring 1904, and Nicolas will have you in the West, and Katie will have you in the East. And we do have some movement in the West. Nicolas, how does it look, and what can you glean from it?
So Tim is finally worried just a little bit, but it seems that the deal is that he abandons Holland to England most likely still, because he's leaving Holland for Belgium, but he's not bringing his unit to Picardy, meaning he can't save both. England is taking Helgoland, England is taking Baltic, the most two important spots to take the German heavens, so the Kiel and Berlin centers. And I think that's the West. And as opposed to what I said, Michaelis is defending himself, it seems. I think it's against Austria, but still, he's defending rather than attacking. So is it because of Jamal? Maybe they have a deal, maybe Jamal said it's better for me that I don't get outraced by Austria since he just won the championship with Austria. Basically, I just don't want to get outraced by Austria because I can't do anything against this. Or is it just Michaelis' choice? He thinks he can be more efficient this way, but I still think he's going to try to defend as much as he can. Yeah, sorry. And I'm going east. I'm really sorry, Katie. Go on.
-1 point for you, Nicola.
Katie, tell us about the East.
Johnny is committing against Russia, against McCullough and Russia. Jackson has gotten into Black Sea, which it might even not be anti-Russia at this point. Like, it might just be pro-Jackson, which is kind of nice. He might get a little breather. Nicola said it, but McCullough's moving sort of to defend Warsaw or Moscow. I think that's a guess, right? You either defend Warsaw or bounce Moscow. There still seems to be some AI coordination, right? Why didn't Tyrolia get displaced? Like, how did that not work?
I had to think about this for a little while. That arrow or the dotted line there is actually Tyrolia supporting Trieste to Vienna. Let me get these up on the screen here.
Oh, not Vienna supporting. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
Vienna
McCallus maybe thought he had Peter.
Well, maybe it was hoping.
Yeah.
And either Vienna not supporting the move Trieste to Tyrolia was a misorder, or maybe they decided they didn't want it to be dislodged for some reason.
Yeah, maybe they didn't want to retreat to Munich or something.
Right, or Bohemia, some sort of tactical. Jackson is allowed into the Black Sea, and there's some commentary, some chat in the commentary about whether this is good or bad for Russia. So McCallus presumably invited this in the hopes that Jackson would help him. Do you think that's? Would you guys expect that to happen here?
I think Jackson's going to do whatever he thinks will get him more dots. If that's helping McCallus right now, then sure. If it's helping Johnny, then sure. I don't think it's going to be helping Johnny because there's an AI, but I don't know.
I mean, it's a deal that the AI could try to make. Get Jackson on side and then deal with him later.
Yeah.
But okay, I think for me the big story here this turn is the recovery of Tim Crosby's state of mind.
Good.
Tim has clearly finally accepted that the position that he was in and that Jamal was in was incompatible with victory, and he decided that he was ready to play for himself in a clearer way. For what's happening around Holland, Belgium, and why Burgundy doesn't go to Picardy or something, or there's none more aggressive here, we'll have to wait for the sideline reports to find out. But at the very least, we now have Tim not simply doing presumably what Jamal wants.
Good for Tim.
All right, let us turn the wheel on this very entertaining early game. I guess we're potentially moving into the mid game, although usually that's marked by a player being eliminated. And Nicola is still on the edge here. Let's see what happens here. Fall of 1904. Here are the orders. And Nicola, talk to us about the West. Perhaps I spoke too soon.
That's the West is what I feared, that he would give Holland to England, and now England is killed and
GG Jamal.
Yeah, like I don't get Tim's play here. I don't understand. To be completely fair, you just give the game to maybe like he thought he could get second place. I don't know. I don't know. It's puzzling to me. The only I think Nicholas made the right pitch by trying to put France back into Holland, saying, well, we need to get this back on track as German wins, and Tim didn't listen, I guess. Which it's a hard choice to make, you're here where you don't immediately see your next dots if you're working with Germany, but I think that would have been most likely less favorable to Jamal.
All right, so just to call out the details here, so the viewers are isolating what we're talking about. Jamal has taken Kiel, and that is made possible by Tim hitting Ruhr. So if Tim doesn't hit Ruhr, then Kiel doesn't fall. Holland also falls. In fact, England takes it unopposed, which wasn't necessary because he walks into it, and that could have been stopped if Belgium had simply gone there.
Yeah.
So, because it was not supported in, Helgoland was supporting the move to Kiel. So, whether Holland was agreed upon or not, this set of moves is exactly what you would want if you were Jamal. And with Tim, you look at something like Mid-Atlantic retreating to Portugal and there being a self bounce in Mid-Atlantic, and it's just all friendly to Jamal at this point.
I can just feel Nicolas Ahogé's frustration when these moves are revealed. He knew what was going on. He was like, "You're gonna bounce Holland. I'm gonna keep Kiel," and I don't know. It just feels very frustrating.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see how much of this Tim was Tim was in on. I mean, Belgium supporting Burgundy to Ruhr is peculiar because Holland has to be covered, actually.
Right. Yeah.
So that tells me that Tim probably expected Jamal to be convoying there, and in which case, why is Jamal getting 2 and Tim going down 1? In the East, Katie, do you want to?
Yeah, so McCullough guessed wrong. He supported Warsaw instead of covering Moscow, so +1 for Johnny. But I guessed right, which is that Black Sea is working for Jackson, not for anybody else, and Jackson takes Bulgaria. So I think, I don't know what Italy's doing. Is Italy supporting Russia into Vienna?
Yes.
Is that what Peter's doing?
Yes.
All right.
and Galicia senses this out and
oh no, so McCullough just needed to tap Galicia and cover Moscow, and it's a totally different East. Bummer. Yep. It's a 50-50. You can't know. And then I think also maybe Romania was supporting Jackson to Sev. So this is actually, in terms of diplomacy, not great for Johnny. He loses allies everywhere. Nobody decides to work with him, but he does actually stay neutral because he guessed right on Moscow.
Yeah, which isn't great because now
it's not great. It's not great for
out of position, right?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great for Johnny. So I mean, he'll probably survive though for a while. We'll see.
Is there an argument before we go to the sideline report? Is there an argument that this game isn't over? Has Jamal already won? Convince me that Jamal has not already won this game.
Well, Peter McNamara is still alive and has 5 centers, and I guess that's it. I mean, the East is chaotic. Like, I mean, the East is chaotic. McCullough and Johnny are not friends, and Jackson is like a fighter, and so is Peter. I covered a game earlier today where Peter came back from like 3 centers in 04 and topped the board. I mean, this is a really high caliber game. I'd be surprised if he could do that, but he really might be able to. If Tim can be convinced that Jamal is actually the threat, then Peter might have the space to do it. But if Tim is going to continue listening to Jamal, then it probably is just Jamal's game.
Nicola?
I think Katie nailed it. It really depends whether Tim keeps listening to Jamal or not. The fact that he's not in Mao lets me think that he is. The thing is, it's not over because, like, people don't realize it, but on the top boards, usually the country in the East have an advantage because you have more dots there. So if you look at the Balkans here, Vienna, Budapest, Romania, Serbia, Greece, Michaelis wants maybe Jamal to win, but he certainly doesn't want Johnny to win. So he's going to keep attacking Johnny, most likely, okay? Meaning Jackson, they have potentially like 8 dots between the both of them. That's 4 dots each. So that's 9 dots for McNamara. Just out of sheer numbers, there is an argument that it's not over. But Tim needs not to throw the game to Jamal, as unfortunately he's doing right now.
All right, and so the argument is Jamal's the leader, so we have to gang up on the leader. Maybe that will work with Tim, and then outrace him in the East somewhere. And Jamal has now moved ahead, right? So if that argument is ever going to have salience for Tim, it's going to be right now. Let's hear from the sideline reports, and we'll be right back.
All right, end of 1904, and this is where everyone's ping-ponging back and forth. Except for one player, Jamal, at the beginning of spring 1904, he's feeling strong. And when a player feels strong, the blood pressure's down. He's very relaxed. He's telling everybody what to do. And he thinks he can get away with a lot. He's telling Germany they have to go after Austria now. And Germany's like, I don't want to do that. And he's like, well, you have to, because it'll turn out badly, if you don't. And he's explaining to Tim, oh, well, now you can get Tunis, you can get Tyrrhenian. This is all going to be fantastic. Meanwhile, when Jamal's not in the room, everyone's worried about Jamal. Everyone is worried about Jamal, from, across the board. McCullough is saying that Johnny's moves essentially given Jamal the game. Nicola is explaining that if France attacks him, give him the game, and Peter is explaining to Tim just the threat that Jamal is, and says, "Well, I can defend Tunis for at least a year." And so Tim,
Alex,
we see what happens in spring 1904. It's the battle for Tim. Tim backs off. This is not what Jamal expected, and it is it will set the stage for fall 1904. In the East.
In the East, there's more conversations about Jamal than I think the actual things that are happening in the East. So Ed, your thoughts are right. Everybody is speaking about him. After this turn, Peter lobbying very heavily with Tim to turn around to give Peter the space to go after Turkey to give Tim the space he needs to go after England, to give Peter the space he needs to go after Turkey. And now that the East has exploded, this has given Jackson Roberts an opening. He's back in the conversations now. He's negotiating. His minute count is going up. Everybody's conversations in the East now is figuring out what they can do to try to get some semblance of wrapped up.
Okay, so as we move into fall 1904, Jamal is peeved at these moves. He's not angry. He's just peeved. And Tim says, "I'm just balancing the board. I think we can still work together." Jamal's like, "It's hard to do that when you're not attacking Peter." And Tim has said, "Everyone's putting a lot of pressure on me." And Jamal says, "I need you to be real. Do you want to work with me?" And Tim just says, "I want to be in an alliance." But he doesn't say he wants to be in an alliance with Jamal, which Jamal didn't pick up on. But fine. Meanwhile, Tim is hatching a plot with Germany, and it seems like Germany and France are really going to work together. But if you look at these moves, none of that happened. And the reason is Tim, being the person who seems to do what the last person who speaks with him does. Jamal had Tim in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the phase, worked out these set of moves, said, "Okay, you're going to lose Holland, but just disband a fleet because it's not like you're attacking Peter anyways. I'll put you into Munich. We're going to work together." And that was fantastic. The other thing that's really hilarious, because we're going cross now, is McAllis. McAllis is at his best when he's at his sardonic wit. And the quote I have here is his conversation with Jamal. He goes, "I think Johnny is a madman. He's lost the plot. He doesn't seem to realize that Peter's path to win is through Johnny's dots. Johnny is useless on this board. I will die, but Johnny will die also."
And to corroborate some of that in the East, the conversation that Jackson and Johnny started off having was Johnny offering support to Sev and giving Jackson a way out that wasn't through him. So Johnny certainly has been trying to now realizes maybe a little bit about his position and is trying what he can to alleviate that. Meanwhile, with Jackson and Peter having a conversation about, which, by the way, every conversation Jackson has been in this year is just saying yes, yes, yes to anybody who's speaking to him about anything. Jackson is wanting to be very agreeable and just be seen as somebody who has some value still in play on this board. So Jackson's doing a really good job of managing this tough position to get himself back in by speaking to everybody and just being that agreeable partner. They're really, and now he's the tone that's being used in the conversations with him and Peter is just to give them both some opportunity. Peter seems to believe that his path is through the red dots there to give himself any chance. So he's taking any advantage or any opportunity to do that.
Okay, that's it for 1904. Back to it. Back to the studio.
Thanks.
Hi, Katie.
What the fuck?
Oh, wow.
What was that?
That was magic. That was TV magic from DBN.
Hi, Ed.
God. Didn't know that was coming. Didn't plan that whatsoever. It was at the end of the clip. He just because it didn't shut off when we came on screen. Here's my question for you guys. After Jamal, has Jackson played the best game in this game so far? You're muted, Nicola.
Yes, I think so. It's he played the defensive game you should play as Turkey, and the fact that France went after Italy meant that it worked. So very well played.
All right, let's get back to this game. Was there anything from the sideline reports that stuck out to you guys? Katie, over to you.
No, just Ed scaring me.
Well, it is interesting that the board is actually talking about Jamal and is actually concerned about him, even though it's a stem winder in the East, right? It's just a tornado of knives, and so they're not getting together on the same page to fight the threat that Jamal does. It's kind of all on Tim right now, and Tim is feeling that pressure.
It has to be on Tim because who else can it be? I mean, McCallus is out of the North. Nicholas got 2 units left. I mean, like, I think Ed said McCallus's quote about like, well, I'm going to die, but so is Johnny or something. And that's very much, I think, what tends to happen in top boards when McCallus is on it, because he does play pretty vindictively. But in a lot of senses, that's what happens in general. Like, people are mad that you took away their shot and now you're not going to win. And this person I've been working with is. And yeah, who can stop Jamal besides Tim? Nobody.
It is interesting if McCallus had gotten Vienna here, I believe he would have gotten a rebuild. No, he just would have stayed even.
Well, no, because he could have protected Moscow if he.
Oh, yeah, that's Moscow.
Yeah, if he guessed right, he probably would have blocked Moscow and gotten Vienna.
Well, it's interesting, right? From a tactical perspective, that would have been the better set of moves because you're guaranteeing Vienna and only risking Warsaw.
Wow, okay. McCallus doesn't know tactics. You heard it first.
So if he had guessed right, he would be getting a build here, and then things are interesting, right? Because maybe McCallus starts to get back into this game, and he's in a position to once the East is better stabilized to do something with Jamal. Okay, that didn't happen. That's the counterfactual world. In this world, what do you disband if you are Tim, and what do you build if you are Jamal? Katie, I'll give you Tim's disband, and Nicola, I'll give you Jamal's builds. Either of you can go first.
Well, I guess it depends what Tim wants. If Tim is trying to win, he has to fight Jamal, and he has to make peace with Peter to do that. So maybe Marseille, but can you really fight England with 2 fleets? I have no idea. I don't know.
He has 3. He has North Africa. He has a fleet in North Africa too.
Oh, I missed that because Peter's name's in the way. Okay, so maybe Marseille. I think maybe that if I'm Tim and I'm trying to win and fight Jamal, maybe.
And Nicola, what do you build if you are Jamal?
2 armies.
And just pump them into the middle of the continent?
Yeah, I think it's in the way they describe the relationship between both players. Why not? And then there's the other way where you say, well, I put 2 fleets because anyway you can't do anything against me, and so I force it. But it doesn't seem to be like Jamal since the beginning of the game. So yeah.
All right. And I assume with Jackson we're expecting Army Khan, and the answer is Army Khan, Fleet Marseille, and we have a fleet and an army from Jamal. So, okay, the question now becomes, does Tim go back? Does he send fleets back? Does he defend against Jamal? And is it too late? That's a separate question, but does he even try?
It's 0-4. This game can go to 10, right?
Yep.
So it's not literally too late. It might be kind of too late since the game. But.
All right. We will find out. Yes.
Just one thing which is key also, and we always forget, but I think it's great to remind here. It's the small powers. What is Nicolas Sergei going to do? What is Miklis going to do? Because they can have huge impact in this game. Is somebody like, can you be as Jackson or Peter McNamara saying, well, we're going to help you both, like somehow to get you back on your feet.
All right.
Yeah, that's
really nice point. I've already forgotten which one. Is it Nicola? I think it's your turn for a break. Yep. Okay. All right, Nicola, we'll see you in a bit. And we welcome back Dan Lester. It feels like it's been a while because we spent a lot of time on that year because it was so juicy. How much of the juice did you drink and how did it taste?
I drank all of the juice and it tasted absolutely terrible.
Oh,
it's the worst juice. I mean, talk about the game. Your commentary was epic. I've come back in here to restore some hope and faith that this is going to turn into a game in a second. This game is definitely not over, right? And there is so much that can still be done. Not just to stop Jamal, but actually to, as you said slightly earlier, to build a different winner in a different part of this board. But people are really embroiled in the things that they have got hooked up in my opinion, in this game so far. And I think it's really interesting to see that a couple of these players are not treating it like a top board. They're not treating it like a method for determining the winner of the tournament. They're treating it like any game.
Which players are you?
Call
you've
them
got Tim.
out. Name names.
Yeah, so you've got Tim. He's talking about being in an alliance, right? He's hot and heavy. He's having a bit of trouble, and he wants to go back to what's familiar for him in diplomacy, which is you get in a good alliance and you score a good number of points, and maybe you end up a little bit ahead and win, right? It's not the game. You're not going to find a long-term ally in this game, right? Not one that isn't going to hollow you out and eat your soul, okay? Or expect you to do the same. The alliance structure shift.
Why are you talking about Jamal like that?
They all will. They all will. Not me. I'm nice.
Okay.
Peter, the idea that he could just walk over to Peter in an instant and go, now we're the best. Now we're absolute besties. 100% besties. You're my ally. We can be in an alliance. This is a super alliance. Because working with Peter is so fantastic. He will just tell you all the moves to make. And if they're away from him, he'll tell you the best possible moves.
Yeah, true.
Right? And it's a dream. You've got nothing to do. You put your feet up, have a chat, maybe even talk to Turkey. Imagine that. Right?
Someone could talk to Turkey. That'd be great.
And this Jamal situation is so stressful. If you do this, I'll attack you. And you better give me one of your centers for no reason, or otherwise I shall be annoyed and I shall take one of your centers. Like what's happened there? That was a disaster, right? What's the worst thing that can happen? He can take your center. What do you want to do? Give me a center. I mean, anyway, never mind about that. Mikolas isn't. I mean, he is absolutely enmeshed in whatever it is that's happened to him in this game. And he's another one that doesn't know, right? Start again. When he disbanded Baltic and Livonia, that was a horrible moment for this game. Because he's hung on to Tyrolia, which did nothing except stop Austria and Italy from going up and helping Nicolau or putting pressure on the leaders. Right? So it literally stood there in the way and was a bone of contention. And he kept Prussia, which then immediately walked to Livonia. So, like, and if you had Baltic, at least it's a pain in someone's butt, right? At least it's doing something. Livonia could have gone to St. Pete, Baltic could have gone to Livonia, and then Mikolas can walk to the board and say, who is the only person on this board apart from Nicola that is doing anything and is capable of doing anything? He can blame Johnny as much as he likes for getting a build and wanting to be a player. Everyone wants to be a player. It's the top board. I would have done exactly the same thing, and I pointed out Johnny's moves, and I would have done the same thing. But then if Mikolas comes to me and says, Johnny, I want you to give me these centres back because God knows someone has to build fleets at Pete, and I'm North, and I'm the only one that can do it. And you look at this time and space that Jamal has given me to do that. It's the last bastion. But he has not done it. He's not done it. I don't know if he has done it. He might have done it. He might well have done it. He might have done it the whole game and everyone ignored him. I don't know. But it doesn't look like he's done it. And he can still do it. Johnny, pop Sev, and then walk out. Right?
Yeah, Brandon, I think I'm done here. I think I'm done with this channel. Let's just get Dan to replace me all the time. This is great. I'm learning so much. It's so true. I mean, I was like close to saying it. I was like, nobody can stop him. McCullis can't stop him. And Dan was like, but he could have. And he's right. And I missed it.
And they can still make it really, really difficult.
You're
and
so
if
right.
I'm Tim, I want to see... I got to come in. Hey, Tim, off you go on your own and stop Jamal so that we can have a nice, convenient knife fight in a phone box in the east. If Tim sees stuff happening in the north, then suddenly he's not on his own and he's got an alliance that makes sense, as opposed to old Lion Chops down there in Italy who's going, move away from me. It's the good thing for the board, right?
No, he does it in an Australian accent, though. It's better.
I would. You posited something here that I would literally wet myself with joy if Jackson wins this board.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the delight?
Yeah.
It's not that he doesn't deserve it. Okay. So that's me.
I think turkeys of past, present, and future would rejoice if Jackson came back and won this. I'm reminded, by the way, of my experience at Bangkok playing turkey next to you and Doc Binder, and being on two centers for quite a long time and desperately making arguments and trying. You at least were talking to me. So Jackson's loneliness in spirit, I understand, even if at least I was getting some words. I'm with you though. I mean, this is why I thought that Johnny working with Tim against Peter and keeping McCallus on side was an interesting strategic structure before the stab. I mean, if you can stab McCallus, get him to weaken, and then get him back on side, so much the better, because then you have more position. Except you're giving Peter McNamara dots.
So
all right,
really have a position, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. But I'm with you. I mean, if Jamal is not going to win this game, it's going to be because people get their stuff together, the rest of the board. All right, shall we look at some moves then? I hear yes.
Yes.
I hear.
Although I dread it.
But we all know what they're going to be, right?
Go for Leon, Western Med. Yeah, no, okay.
We're going to drag this out a little bit. Where are you looking? Where are your eyes pointed right now? Katie?
It's still at Tim. I mean, it's still at Tim. I mean, if Tim and Nicola can get on the same page, that's great, but it still requires Tim on the same page.
Okay, so you're looking at Mid-Atlantic then to see if fleets are moving west, north?
Yeah, I mean, you should be forcing Mid-Atlantic and then, I don't know, doing something to defend or go for Holland or something. I don't know.
Dan, where are you looking?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the Russian bits. I'm going to look at the Russian bits.
All right.
Let's see.
Here we go. The answer is... All right. All right.
Hey,
all right.
It's almost like these players are really good and they know what's going on.
So we do have, I mean, it's interesting what we have in the West. Katie, I'll let you describe it. Talk us through what you see over here.
Well, Tim did decide he's not just letting Jamal into MAO, and Jamal may or may not have offered a bounce in MAO. It actually seems kind of likely to me, but Tim was like, no, I'm going there. And the other thing, actually, it's not in the West, but I think it's really relevant to the conversation, is Peter leaving Tunis completely. I think that's 100% of France, Italy get together and being like, we literally have to split up now or else the game is over. Peter leaves Tunis and Tim leaves North Africa. Picardy to Burgundy. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Somebody else can analyze that one. Jamal convoying to Norway is probably good for Tim too.
Feels like it's good for Jamal.
Well, it's good for Jamal. It wouldn't be good for McCallus, except that Austria also left Moscow, but I'm now stepping on Dan's toes. So,
Dan, talk us through the East.
Yeah, so I mean, they tried to work something out with Johnny, and it was no go. Who can say? I'm not a fan, but it needs must, I guess. So
well, he left, and Johnny left Galicia. I mean, I think they did work something out. I think McCallus just also said, "Well, I'm not going to trust you for it."
I mean, Livonia to if they've worked something out, then it's Livonia to St. Pete, Warsaw to Moscow, isn't it? And just keep your fingers crossed. If they haven't worked something out, then I don't know. What's the point? Anyway, bottom line is, it's all knives are out for Johnny, right? So Greece is gone, and Moscow. I mean, it collapse impending, possibly here.
Yeah, this feels like a trust but verify moment from McCallus. You have the support in Romania and then the verify part is supporting himself to Moscow.
Mm.
He can still cover St. Petersburg, right? I mean, in fact, it's even worse if there's a bounce in St. Petersburg, because then he has the potential to build something in the north.
It'll make it interesting, certainly. I think it's interesting what Jamal has done. I think he possibly still thought he had the French with him, that he could trust. He's not getting Berlin though, is he? That's the thing. And there's no order Kiel supports Ruhr to Munich. So I think we heard from the sideline commentary that Jamal was promising Munich next for Tim.
Mm.
And that would be what I would do as well as Jamal. I would try and, again, remain calm, play the long game, give Munich, crack out Germany. But anyway.
Dan, what do you make of Picardy to Burgundy?
I loathe it. I don't understand it. It's entirely unnecessary. You don't need to cover Marseille because you've got a fleet for that, right? In Spain. Maybe you do. Maybe he's worried Venice to Piedmont, Mediterranean Sea to Gulf of Lyon, and then Marseille goes down. Actually,
it's a very conservative play at this point of the game, though. If that's
it is, but if you're confident that you're going to get Mao, then Brest can't fall.
All right. It's hard for me not to see that there are now four red units on Trieste. Peter, that was not what Peter wanted to see this turn. I think he probably wouldn't have wanted that. Let's see, did Albania move or was it dislodged?
I mean, Greece can tap Serbia. It's not the worst thing. It's not the best thing for Austria, I guess I'll say.
All right, let's have a look at some. Are you guys ready for fall 1905?
Yeah. So the question is, does Jamal just give up on Tim now and go, right, screw it? St. Pete's I'm locked on St. Pete eventually. Just forget about Berlin, Munich, or what happens.
All right, here we go. Sorry, say that again. You're looking at Burgundy?
No, I was just looking to see at what point Jamal gives up on trying to work Tim and then just goes all out for him.
Mm.
So let's find out.
All right, here we go. Fall of 1905. And all right.
Aha. Look at that. It's what you said. It's exactly what you said, Brandon. The perfect outcome. Hush your mouth, Daniel Lester. He's got the bounce in St. Pete, and he's got the build.
And he doesn't have.
And he's got rum.
Yeah.
Game on. It's absolute game on. Well done, Nicholas.
Wow.
Shut your mouth, Dan Lester.
Wow. The second build is the one that really strikes me here, because it means McAuliffe has good reason to build a northern unit to make the case that he is somebody who can fight Jamal, because his win chances are not zero.
And St. Pete's open.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, we'll talk about that build in a second because it's a big one. Let's talk about what else happens in the south. A little bit surprising. I assumed that that Johnny would take Trieste here, master diplomacy by Peter to keep him from doing that. Instead, he retakes Greece.
Yeah. Is this because nobody's talking to Jackson again? Jeez.
That's tough. Jackson will get a rebuild.
He'll get a build. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this is just fascinating, right? Like that McAuliffe can talk Jackson into giving him the build. I can only think that Jackson thought that he had Peter on side and was happy to, help support McAuliffe to try to keep the game alive longer.
Or he thinks McAuliffe is very anti-Johnny, and at least that's somebody who's not anti-Jackson.
Mm.
It's desperately risky because of Ukraine to Sevastopol, which could easily be ordered.
Yeah, true. Nothing to lose, right? We got three centers.
It depends. Okay, so in these moments, sorry to digress, it depends who's lying to who, and who feels confident that they've got, or by lying, or deciding whether to lie later, deciding whether it's true later, has managed to extract the full believable order set from someone that they either are or are not trusting, right? Is Russia here? Like, who's told who what they're really going to do, and given them that extra confidence?
I hope that the sideline reporters are able to give us some insight into that delicious question. We've got lots of strategic considerations in the East to figure out, because now it's I think Peter did the only thing that he could do. The question is, what does he do next? I mean, he's not going to win without getting Austrian dots, so he needs a further reconfiguration over here. Michalis is suddenly a player. Tim has now put himself in position to move a second fleet back, and has gotten away with basically the guess over Picardy. Right? There's a world in which Jamal convoys into Picardy and goes all out here. Meanwhile, he's made a commitment. Tim,
could you imagine if Jamal had convoy to Picardy? This game is over.
There's
I think Jamal's made two mistakes this year, and that's uncharacteristic. Because in the game that I had as Turkey, he was full 1905 before he had a single unit that didn't do exactly what it wanted to do, unbounced by anybody. Right, as Turkey.
No. Fall of 01, Tim bounced him out of Belgium, and that started this whole mess.
No, sorry, in the game that I had where Jamal was Turkey in qualifying. Sorry, it was full 1905. But anyway, digress. In this game, Baltic to Bosnia in spring. St. Pete's gone, problem's over. Instead, he's using it to try and crack Berlin with two that he doesn't need to do, and isn't going to work unless France is still doing the thing. Lock up St. Pete, you can't be touched from the east.
Yep.
Right? For Bosnia, if he had just moved Baltic to Bosnia, he could now be supporting Norway to St. Petersburg. Those two are the two. There's no others. That's it. It's over. Unless Germany can find a way to build in Berlin. Good luck. Good luck. I'll see you in 1909. Right? And then he can push everything west. The second mistake is that he hasn't tapped Brest here.
Yep.
Of course Mao has to go to Brest.
Yep.
And if English Channel taps Brest, then nothing can come up into Mao, and he's still 1-on-1, and France is dead in the water with this big queue of fleets tapping their fingers and waiting for the train. He's got to do it, and it can't fail in that way. But instead, he's let Brest, and now Brest is occupied, and there's 3 on Mao. So I think there's 2 uncharacteristic mistakes from Jamal. I think he's probably kicking himself by the winter. Yeah.
So these are mistakes that are minor compared to the brilliant things he was doing earlier in the game. He's still in quite good position, and I think we'd all agree he's still the favorite, but maybe a bit less than he was a year ago. All right, I see some nodding heads, so we're going to go with that. It is now winter 1905. We have a sideline report to listen to, and I made the mistake of not queuing it up ahead of time, but here we go.
All right, welcome. We've got your sideline reporters fighting the elements to help you understand what's happening here in this game. So in the West, in the spring negotiations are kind of all about Mid-Atlantic and English Channel. It's a huge sticking point, but a bigger sticking point is that Jamal took Holland in 1904, which I reported to you that I thought Tim had agreed to. Jamal thought the same thing, but Tim starts out very mad that Jamal is in Holland. And he's like, we didn't agree. And I think he did agree, folks, but he certainly doesn't think he agreed. And he's like, you're making me look a fool. You're up 2. And this is unfair. And so they work out a deal to demilitarize the English Channel because Tim doesn't want a threat on Belgium. And they also work out a deal to just bounce 1 in Mid-Atlantic. But then Tim talks to Peter, and Tim really can't do that because Peter really needs him to leave North Africa. And so he takes back Mid-Atlantic, and then Jamal takes English Channel in the spring. And so now we have tensions again here. I think this was a legitimate attempt by Tim to try and take Holland back, but it wasn't really discussed between anybody. Okay, on to you for the East.
In the East, it's been noted that if anybody there wants a chance to win that somebody needs to start balancing against Jamal, which the only one in position to do that is McCullough. So the AIR have the words that they were used in a conversation with the three of them is to put the band back together again and to get McCullough a build in order to counter Jamal. Peter's sort of leading that charge. Peter's doing everything he can to get enough space to go after Jackson and get his builds. He believes that that's his only path to victory is going through the East and letting the West and using Tim to keep the West at bay.
Okay, so as we move into negotiations for the fall, the Mid-Atlantic is the sticking point because Tim really wants to be in the Mid-Atlantic because he thinks it will give him a defensible position, and Jamal really does not want him to be in the Mid-Atlantic. And they go round and round and round about this. Tim just thinks it's fair to be in the Mid-Atlantic. It's not fair that he's in the English Channel. And Tim is sort of like an abused spouse trying to stand up to the other spouse. I mean, and he's just like, you just want me to be defenseless. This is ridiculous that you're up to and you want to talk about a relationship. And he's like, well, take Munich. And anyways, it's clear the two of them are not getting together. This is not an alliance. And so as we see in the moves here, there's an attempt here for France to sort of take back Holland. And so I think we can safely say that ENF are at war.
In the East, we've officially broken the fourth wall and reached the meta stage of some of the conversations. Both Jackson and McCullough and Jackson and Peter have started to talk about DB&I points and placements. So people are now starting to think beyond what this game, what this tournament means for them. So those are thoughts that are happening right now. One of the quotes that I had between the two people who the board believes are the only people who have a shot to win, at least as of this stage, Jamal and Peter. Jamal says to Peter, "I'd like to win, but I'd also like to work with you." So we'll have to see how that shakes up. But those two are currently who the board sees as favorites to win.
Two things that they are. I'm going to give one tip to players, which is the players that are succeeding are the ones that are pitching ideas to the others, and the ones letting them have ideas pitched to them where they just try to agree to everything inevitably anger people. And controlling the time on the clock and controlling the negotiations. Right now, Jamal's doing a good job of that. And he has McCullough on his side. McCullough made a hand-on-heart promise that if St. Petersburg was needed in the end for Jamal to top, that he would have it. And they arranged this bounce and fall. So will McCullough end up helping Jamal to top, or will this newfound momentum in the East continue? To be seen in 1906.
Thanks, Ed. Back to the studio.
You're muted.
Thank you. That was one of the best sideline reports we've ever had on DBN. That was extraordinary. It started off well. It was great in the middle, and then the bombshell at the end is actually remarkable. So first of all, the psychological battle for Tim Crosby has defined this game. And Jamal has largely won it so far, although perhaps not in the way that I was suggesting earlier, which was taking the stance of that of a therapist. He's taking the stance of an abusive partner, according to Ed, which, maybe that's a bit too strong, maybe a manipulative partner. But it's being effective so far in this game. It's gotten him to the position he's in. Liam, go ahead, Dan.
It was really interesting to hear that Tim's reaction to going down 1 when Jamal went up 2 was that I can't possibly have agreed to this, right? Even though the sense was that he did. His looking back on it, his sense was that he couldn't possibly have done it. And we've all been there in that diplomacy position where we've promised a thing and not got it. And then it's like, what's happened? But as they said, I said it before, give me a dot or I will take a dot, right? It's nonsensical, or I'll attack you, and then you take a dot. Tim's woken up. right? He's been under this threat of being hit in the chops for 4 or 5 years. Now it's actually happened. He's like, this is over. Your hold on me is finished. I understand now. You hit me. And Jamal's like, well, go and hit Nicola, right? Okay, Munich, you can have centers over there. Tim's not having any of it. So I've got high hopes over there. High hopes. Nicholas's build.
It's all about it. It's not all about that, but that is a what's the right term here? It's a fulcrum point about which this game can shift, because the only other weakness on the board here is mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic. That's the only other spot where Jamal's wall here can be cracked open. But if McCallus builds that will involve guesses as well, which will suddenly become important in the fall, assuming Tim goes to Mid-Atlantic here. But McCallus, if he builds a Northern fleet here, he has a guaranteed way to pull the rug out from underneath Jamal. To hear that McCallus has agreed not to do that is extraordinary. Will he follow through on that? That's the question right now. Katie.
That's hard because I've been in positions where McCallus has agreed to all kinds of things to spite somebody else. And it's been great for me and for other people. But if he has a chance to win, he's going to take it. And Jamal has to know that too, right? Like, everybody on this board knows people are saying things. Oh yeah, if I can't win, you can't win. But there's always that implied if I can't win, right? Like, there's always the first step of if he can win. I don't know. I guess my question from like a tactical perspective is like, how much does like an anti-English build help Russia here? Like, can he get stuff from Russia? Is this just helping somebody else, France? I don't know, but I guess the board kind of needs it, so I'm hoping for it. We'll see.
There's 5 years. There's
Right.
5 years left.
Plenty of time.
And if Russia builds St. Pete and he goes, he can get a 6th. And
If
then
people leave him alone in the south, yeah.
Yeah, of course, and that relies on that. But I hate the idea that people have given. I mean, it's okay. Maybe a couple of people have. It's interesting to hear that only two. They said only 2 people could win, Jamal or Peter. Did I hear that right?
I don't remember. Whatever it was, it's wrong.
Yeah, it's. I mean, almost anyone can still win. I don't think Nicola's chance is gone, but
I would say Johnny's probably gone as well.
Yeah, because it's gone to pick up too. But Austria.
It's possible if he can get through this year. If he can get back to 5 this year or next, then there's a chance. It all like Jamal. Somebody has to get Jamal down from 8, right? Because I don't think, barring some fascinating thing that happens in the East, I don't think any of them are getting to 8. Maybe they will, but only like McCallus could if he gets Norway or something like that, right? But if certainly Jamal can't get St. Petersburg. But if McCallus puts down Fleet North Coast, Barents is guaranteed. He can then support himself to St. Petersburg, and then Norway is under threat. Jamal can actually block it with North, right? And Helgoland supports Holland. There's a guess actually between Holland and Kiel, so that is another weak point. As long as North is occupied somewhere else. Sorry.
Yeah, if McCallus and Tim are talking, then like Jamal is not in as good of a position as we think.
And then so Jackson's getting a rebuild here. What do you put down here if you're Jackson?
Army, either.
Because Fleet basically says, I'm fighting you, Italy.
I think Army is more defensive. I guess I would probably put it in Smyrna, because if I were Jackson, I'd probably be trying to get McCallus to focus on anybody but me. So I guess Smyrna, but no.
Dan, what about you? What would you do here if you're Jackson?
It's tricky because you won't have chatted about disbands with Austria.
But are they chatting anyway? I don't know.
Well, I probably Army. It's very difficult to see past it, but maybe Ankara.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? If you're Jackson, you do have a chance here, but it's really it's not by fighting Italy. You have to get either Russian or Austrian dots. You can't do Russian because you need Russia to fight Jamal, so it's probably Austrian. I put down an army.
Smyrna, Smyrna's better, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you disband if you are Johnny? That kind of depends on what you think your path forward is. Disbanding Greece will be interesting if he does it. Shall we find out?
Yeah.
We're taking longer than I expected with this game because I think it's very fun. This game has been enjoyable to discuss. All right, here we go. Winter 1905. Here are the builds.
What a bummer.
It is a bummer because the game would be much more interesting with that Northern Fleet. Yeah. It's not completely over, but now he has guesses between going to Finland. And this suggests that he might not even do it, right?
There's no guess. There's no guess.
Norway can go to Finland.
Yeah. It's just about looking it up now for England.
Yep. Well, again, Tim Crosby's fleets can squeak up north. So that's not stoppable. But diplomatic tasks. Can Jamal keep Tim from coming at him? Can he keep McCallus from coming at him?
Oh, and Jackson built a fleet in Smyrna too. So, okay.
Yeah. That probably makes it hard for Peter to win this, but
yeah.
All right. Our eyes are on St. Petersburg and Mid-Atlantic. Yes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
think I'm supposed to leave. The people want Nicola back.
I think at this point, it's. I think we just go all three of us. You guys good with that?
Yep.
All right. Let's welcome back Nicola Taillet. Because it's possible we have 5 years left, but this is also a very pivotal moment. The game could actually sort of tip in one direction or another right now. Nicola, you get we just talked for a while. You get the chance to give one thought on this board.
One thought.
Just very quickly, I think Michaelis has learned from our first top board together. And I think he knows that if he attacks England now, he's going to solidify the potential EF, and he has nothing to prevent France from topping. If Jamal feels he's threatened in the north, you open the door to France becoming too powerful because Peter is not going to go after France. That's not going to happen. So I really don't.
Why not? Why not? There's 5 years left.
That's the way he kind of lost the top board, if you remember, Brandon, 2 years ago, by putting these fleets in the north against Carthage. And actually, in the end, you immobilize England, and the fleets of England are going to Scandinavia rather than going to the mid-Atlantic. And that's not what you want.
Yeah, I think the thing that you're arguing here is that Jamal would essentially let Tim win at a peak.
Not let him win, but he wouldn't have enough fleets to retain Tim, and nobody's going to do that job.
Oh, so if McCallus took Norway and Sweden, for example, and forced 2 disbands, I think McCallus would take that.
I don't think so. I think he's going to continue in the south, but maybe I'm wrong.
All right, let's find out. Yeah, this question of what he will do, a question of what we think he should do, different ones, and different for each of us, I'm sure. All right, here we go. Spring of 1906. All right, let's see who should call out what. Nikolai, you just came on. Tell us what happens in the West. There is a development there, a surprising one.
In the West, Jamal wins the guess and destroys Ruhr. And it's pivotal because it makes sure that actually he can take Berlin now. Yeah. Which is, of course, here kind of huge. That's the only thing really happening, with Tim also going back to Mao. So it's a guess that is won by Jamal here. Let's see if he can continue winning them. It means that he is probably on 9 at the end of the year, right?
Yep.
Is there a guess he can lose? No, he can't lose Holland. No, he can't lose Kiev, so no, he's sure, basically, to
either Belgium or Berlin.
Yeah.
And Belgium's the one you go for if you're, I think, if you're Jamal here.
Why? Why would you not go for Berlin? I would go for Berlin.
Berlin will be there whenever he wants it. If he's fighting Timothy.
I guess if McCallus is on his side, yeah. Okay.
And you don't want this way. This would prevent Tim from rebuilding. Tim kind of has one opportunity here right now, which is to win a guess over North Atlantic Irish or English Channel. In the East, Dan, what do you see happening over there?
So I'm not quite sure what people are trying to achieve, and we're here to commentate on the top board, and we're thinking about it in terms of top board. But the guys said that a few guys have given up on it and have now started to talk about DB&I points. So I wonder if that's what it's about. I wonder if we're no longer in a world where people are thinking, I need to do everything I can to stay in contention for the next 5 years because somehow I could claw my way back into this. I think that's a bit of a pity. I don't get the Russian. What's going on with Black Sea? What's that?
It switched.
He switched the fleet and the army.
It's actually great. I don't know if it's a good move, but it's great.
Is Black Sea convoying Seb? Is that the idea?
That's right.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's right.
Right. Okay. I mean, does Russia think he can outrace England?
No.
So what's it all about then?
He thinks he can kill Johnny. That's what he said. That's what Ed said. He said.
He thinks he can, and that's good because
Johnny attacked him.
No, because Johnny is useless here. So let's take his dots, and then if he can win, let's go after him. That is the correct play, I think.
I agree. I think, the question I think that we're considering now is whether Moscow is needed to fight Austria here, whether Moscow should go north to at least try to slow down Jamal in the meantime. I wouldn't have thought so personally. I would have thought that Moscow was free to go north, but looking at the Italian moves. There is no way that McAuliffe can take out Austria without Italian help. So I'm a little surprised that Peter is not agreeing with that.
What do you think Peter is doing?
Why would Peter give Russia a whole ton of dots if he's going to just completely squander opportunities to stop Jamal?
Well, this would be the argument that Peter could be making to McAuliffe, which is that, our only chances of winning this game are if you're building northern units. I can help you get them by taking out Austria, and we can both benefit. Supporting Munich here.
Absolutely what are we saying?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Moscow has got, I think for anyone else to win, Moscow has to go north here. And if you're Tim Crosby, he's finally moving against Jamal in the best way that he can, and it's not being matched on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, you might say he's reaped what he's sown there a little bit, but still, yeah, I agree with you. It needed to happen. I
disagree. It's because if you do it now, what's to prevent Austria and Turkey to go back at you?
Well, the idea that someone's going. Sorry, Brandon. The idea that someone has to stop Jamal, otherwise Jamal's won the game.
Yeah, but he's stopped. He's at 9. So
no, he is not. He's not.
Oh no, not at all.
There's I mean, if you've given up on the top board, just quit. Right, it's over. What's the point carrying on?
I mean, people always have secondary objectives, right? That's a huge part of this game. If you can say if you can't win, what's the point of playing? But I mean, in every single game I've ever played, somebody who knows they're not going to win has some other goal.
On a top board, though?
I think, yeah, even on a top board. I mean, you got to play for something. Everyone's not I can't win, I'm going to quit. I don't think people play that way.
So Tim has popped up in the chat and has said, at this point, the game got personal. And I suppose by personal, this is having to do with the East. That there just must be enmity in the East that is preventing people from basically forming the alliance that's needed to give them a path to win the game.
Well, who has Jamal screwed over in the East? Not a single person. So none of them care if Jamal wins.
Except that we know that Fleet Berlin was Jamal's idea. And
okay,
that's
but
the
then
thing
he
that started all this in the first place.
Yeah. So maybe he screwed over Russia, but not anybody else. I don't know.
Yeah, and McAuliffe probably, wouldn't know that at this point, or wouldn't necessarily believe it. But the secondary objective would be to improve DB&I seeding, because that does confer some advantage in the tournament. Although my opinion is that the amount of advantage is a bit overblown. But I think we're all being disappointed because we do feel like multiple people still have paths to win this game. and it's not entirely over yet, but it might be close to that. Shall we move ahead? Fall 1906, and we do have the taking of Belgium. Interestingly, with the fleet, obviously, I think that was the only option he had. It's not ideal if you're fighting France to have a fleet in Belgium, but better to have the dot than to not.
It's not the only option. Can't Virgo?
You
have to tap Burgundy. Never mind.
It wouldn't be guaranteed.
Yep.
Because Mao can tap English Channel. I think this is a place where if you're Tim Crosby, you probably need to accept that you're going to lose Belgium and blow up Ruhr and try to sneak into North Atlantic or Irish. Take a guess on that. This is unfortunate. I think Jamal's position here is largely unassailable. Anyone want to make an argument against that?
Nope.
Michaelis and Peter could do it, but they're not working together.
Yeah, are they not? Yeah.
So let's take a look at the East. I guess this game isn't technically over, so let's not. So the fleet in Bulgaria gets blown up and can't be rebuilt because there are no home centers open. Venice does move to Tyrolia, Trieste at least, so that it could participate in some action against Austria, and Galicia is now occupied. And Tyrolia is hanging out ostensibly to help out Munich, which it would need at this point. That's it.
Yeah, actually now it's over. Yeah, actually, because the unit is piffed, and now we can take Berlin and Munich most likely in the end. Yeah.
All right.
Did Serbia support Aegean to Greece? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, Johnny supported Greece.
I thought Serbia supported Bulgaria to Greece in an organised double bounce. Is that
No.
wrong?
Looks like Aegean to Greece.
Why?
It was not like Johnny thought that Turkey was back on side. They were supposed to convoy Con to Romania, I think.
Con to Romania.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Jackson just half did it? Okay.
No, this is a full stab.
Yeah. Johnny had put 2 supports for Aegean into Greece, which would have guaranteed it. Instead, Jackson took back Bulgaria and prevented Peter from taking Greece. I mean, that's significant, right? Peter takes Greece there. He puts down another army, and there's more possibility here. All right, so we do have a fall 19 as the depression descends upon us for.
I'm not depressed. I was right.
The apparent tracking of what has been a really fun game to watch. Here is the sideline report for winter 1906.
All right. Welcome to the end of 1906. This has been a fantastic season here. We'll start with the West and what's going on. And the truth is that it's continuing to be EF bickering, and they're just getting into recriminations now of what's happened over and over. And Tim feels very sort of resentful. He is that abused spouse right now. Meanwhile, Tim is very frustrated because he thinks that McAuliffe should be going against England here, and that's not putting any pressure on England. But McAuliffe is not going against England. England is a friend to McAuliffe. Tim has not recognized that, and I'm not sure the board recognizes that. McAuliffe's motivations here are to hurt Johnny, even though Johnny, helped him into 2, because that's what he wants to do. And so, in the spring, what happens here is, and I think it's a fascinating conversation. Jamal's trying to get Tim on board. Tim's such a nice guy. Tim won't say he's on board. He won't lie to Jamal. He just keeps saying, I just don't think I can do it. So Jamal's like, well, what are you going to do? And so he goes, well, I'm just going to do the same thing I did last time. And Jamal's like, fine. And of course, now knowing what's going to happen, he was able to take Ruhr because Tim basically leaked away what he intended to do. And this is devastating and drives discussions in the fall. on to you in the East for the spring 1906.
For the spring, the common theme, like you said, McCallus being a friend to England. The quote I have from McCallus when speaking to another Eastern partner is, "I'm going to maintain my relationship with Jamal unless somebody asks me to do otherwise. Currently, it's a good deal for me." So I think that sums it up in terms of that relationship. And meanwhile, Peter is really working his neighbors. Peter's coaching Tim, trying to get him to work more with McCallus and convince him, push him, and put some pressure to make him go into Scandinavia. Meanwhile, Peter is speaking to McCallus and pressuring McCallus to move down into Armenia and to put pressure on Jackson. So Peter is working the phones and doing whatever he can to get his neighbors to do things that will benefit him in the long run.
Okay, so as we move to the fall, it's actually pretty sad if we think about between the West and Jamal and Tim, because that move, the English move to Ruhr is sort of devastating. And Jamal just is like Larry Bird or Michael Jordan at the height of their powers when they know they can dunk on a player. And he just goes to Jamal, to Tim, "You want to fight me? Let's go." And Tim said, "Well, I'd like to work with you, but I don't want it to be on your terms." And Jamal, "Well, now it's on my terms." He goes, "We can mess around if you want, but I'm taking Belgium. My pitch to you is go south, take Italian dots, and be second in the tournament. But that's all it's going to be. And if you don't want to be second in the tournament, we'll just keep doing this." And we can see what happened here. Meanwhile, very interesting tactically, there was a debate about whether Brest should support Mid-Atlantic to English Channel because Tim was hoping that he would be able to keep Belgium. I don't think there was any universe where that would happen, but that was what he was hoping for, was he would get in English Channel, open up Brest for a rebuild, and somehow save Belgium. And of course, that didn't happen. So this is devastating for Tim.
Over in the East, it's really devolved into a bit of chaos. At one point, Jackson says to one of his Eastern quote unquote partners that I've decided to not even look in the West anymore. It's not worth my time. And so you can see where some of the players' heads are at right now, where they're looking, and the conversations between all of them have been bouncing back and forth in the Discord channels, all trying to get on some kind of a side. And at one point, Peter, trying to figure out who's working with who, says, "I really want this to be a 3-on-1, not a 2-on-2. I don't even know who's working with who at this point." So lots of confusion in the East until the AIR get into a room to try to work things out together. But unfortunately, that conversation ends with a line from McCallus that says, "I am not supporting Ball. I'm attacking Johnny until the end." So that gives you a sense of how things are shaping out in the East.
The last thing is, all the viewers should be extremely jealous of Jamal. Jamal is not a fluke. You don't become a world champion by a fluke. This guy is really good. He never had an FG. I mean, he never had an ally in the West. And, he's just playing everybody perfectly. Nicola complained, told him at one point, he goes, "You are very good at manipulation." He goes, "You never lied, but you would work with McCallus, and, this is what you've done to me." So Jamal, I don't know if he's going to win, but man, it's a pleasure getting to hear what he's saying, and I hope I'm doing justice to how well he's playing. Thank you.
All right, back to the studio. Thanks.
All right, so you heard it from the sideline. It's hard not to be deeply impressed with the game that Jamal has played so far.
Why try not to be? Why would you try not to be? Just admit you played a great game. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It would take a miracle, I think, at this point to stop him from winning. So why don't we push forward here? We have a rebuild from Timothy. We'll have plenty of time, assuming Jamal finishes this out. Plenty of time to loud him. And Any any guesses about what the build is here for Jamal? Fleet
London.
Doesn't matter. I don't know.
I think it's Fleet London because it's going to be Fleet Brest.
Yeah, you could make an argument for Fleet Liverpool to go to North Atlantic, I think. In any case, let's see what it is. The answer are Fleet London and Fleet Brest. We have a waved build from Johnny Gillam, whose centers are all occupied. Moving forward, spring 1907. We've got one of the loveliest sites, a power of 4 move. We have larger arrows on our map with extra striping to show the strength of a move, and we don't see the 4 fleet move very often, or 4 unit move very often. There it is. In the east, we still have fighting. This time it is, I guess, IR. So Italy is fighting Austria, and Russia is fighting Austria, and Turkey is fighting Austria. So everyone's fighting Austria except Italy and Turkey are also fighting each other.
Everyone's just trying to grab dots, I think.
That's fun.
That's fine.
Yeah. Another point of significance, not that this definitely cinches things. Liverpool.
Yeah, I mean, I've been tough on Nicholas, and we just clearly have a different view about how this, and I wasn't there, and it is very, very difficult. But yeah, that's it, isn't it? Really.
Yep.
Unless it isn't, unless he gets a build and builds something in the north, maybe MT is better.
He might build in St. Pete, but it'll be an army, and it won't matter.
All right, we do get McCallus getting a build. We'll see if that matters. We have Jamal finally closing off the North Atlantic loophole, and this will free him, I think, to eventually take Berlin, because Ruhr won't be needed to protect Belgium. North will be able to do that unless he wants to protect English Channel. Blah blah blah. We've got more.
Could we just? I mean, look. I get the feeling that Jamal could, have pushed real hard here. He could be cleaning up now. I think take a couple of risks, pick off St. Pete, Berlin, maybe really start to bear down on France. And he's chosen not to do it, right? Because this is a great way to win a top board, right? Get to a position where you've only got 9 and everyone else has just packed it in. Yeah. And I'm not giving him enough credit. He has walked a tightrope with his units. And if you look back over every turn, since about 1903 or 4, every unit has had utility, and they've been maxed out. And we've talked about how if you had just one unit doing something it shouldn't have done, just one Russian unit, one French unit, even one Austrian unit, maybe, I don't know, in the wrong place, it would have made his life very difficult. So, yeah, that's not the case now, and he's locked it up, and I think he thinks he's done enough, and I think he's right. Why rock the boat?
Yeah, why take St. Pete when Russia is perfectly fine for you to win? Why take Berlin when, as someone else pointed out, you can take it at any point? He's what, 3 centers above everybody else? Something would have to go so horribly wrong for him to lose this. There's no way.
Before we hear Winter 1907, let us get another sideline report. Here we go.
All right, it's just me. Liam has GM duties to do, which should tell you that the players are thinking all about draw in 1907. That's what the hope is. That's what they're doing. I don't know how to move this dipcast, so I'm not even going to try to move the dipcast. But they had a discussion, and Peter verbally vetoed the draw at the beginning of spring 1907. Peter wants to keep playing. He's hoping Johnny will throw him all his dots. Meanwhile, Nicola is basically saying, if anything funny happens, I don't want to throw dots, but I'm not going to let that happen. And so most of the players are just milling about, except for Peter, who's trying to work Johnny, McCallus, Jackson, do what he can. He asked McCallus if McCallus would give him dots, and McCallus like, no. He's like, so you're picking Jamal over me? And he's like, well, Jamal never lied to me. And Peter's, well, I didn't either. McCallus goes, yeah, that's fair, but I'm not going to pick you over Jamal. And as we move into the fall, as the moves are sort of irrelevant because all the people they're not even really talking tactics. We have a formal draw vote. The concern here at this point is that Johnny is going to throw, and that Peter's going to have Greece. He's going to have Bulgaria. He's Greece, Vienna, Budapest, and there's an actual draw vote. This time there were 2 vetoes. I'm not going to say just for player integrity. Deny they, how it goes. I didn't do this, I didn't do that, and in any event, the fall moves have gone through, and now there's another draw vote which Liam is dealing with, but there's no interesting conversations. It's just a series of recriminations, and this all screwed up here, and this player did this to me, and my game is ruined, and blah blah blah, and it's the kind of diplomacy that I like, the bitterness. So we'll leave it at that. It looks like we might be for a draw. We'll see. And if not, we'll be back, or I'll be back at least in 1908.
All right. So a bit of sadness there that the game might be wrapping up as well. So we have some draw votes. Let's head on over. Oops, that's not what I want. This is what I want. The winter 1907 builds. Watch McCallus put down a Northern Fleet now. Right? I think we're all expecting Army Venice and probably Army Moscow. There is Army Rome, maybe to convoy into Greece. Or something. Yeah. All right, the game ends right here. Congratulations to Jamal Blakarli, the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy Champion. Jamal is now the world champion of both the face-to-face hobby and the virtual face-to-face hobby at the same time. Not only is that unprecedented, it is extraordinary, and we congratulate you, Jamal.
Yeah, very cool. He and Nicola can enjoy that together.
So Nicolas Ahuguet has won both of them, not at the same time. So I think we can agree that Jamal's feat is remarkable. While we, as we begin to sing the praises of Jamal, or before we go fully into it, this game was fascinating. Let's just give it, a wrap up here. We talked about the psychological battle for Tim Crosby, and Jamal and Peter were described as therapists. There was a description of abusiveness at one point, which we should probably apologize for that. So Ed and I should both.
Oh, Ed.
For that. Yeah. So I do apologize for that, Jamal. That was inappropriate. There are times, however, in this game when manipulativeness and emotional prodding is effective and not offensive. I think in the past the hobby has involved a lot more sort of aggressive emotional tactics. I think those have been largely sort of pushed out through codes of conduct. And I don't think there's any suggestion here that Jamal engaged in any of that. So I think Ed was using some poetic license, and I made the mistake of repeating that. Jamal did win the psychological, in whatever way he did it, he did win the psychological battle for Tim long enough to gain a tactical advantage here that ultimately carried him through. I want to ask you guys in turn here for your thoughts on the game overall. You can focus on what Jamal did well. You can focus on what other people could have done better, or what they did do well. We'll start at the bottom with Nicolas. Nicolas, what are your final thoughts on this game?
Can I have 3 final thoughts?
Yeah.
So the first one is you have 2 ways to negotiate in this game. And you have the rational way and the emotional way. And I think Nicolas Ahuguet, and I am leaning towards him, is very rational and sometimes doesn't give you the traction that you need. And I'm pretty sure he made better points than Jamal did for why Tim should turn around. But it never worked because sometimes you just need these emotions, this emotional side to it. So That's a psychological battle, and I think Katie is much better on this side than I am, for example, completely transparently here. And the second part is, I think some people had a plan, basically, and when something changed, it completely derailed their plan, and that's the case for Michaelis, and I think that had the biggest impact. And sometimes, you need to save people from themselves. And what I mentioned with the unit from Nicolas Sayuge, not built in Munich, it incentivized Michaelis to derail his game, which derailed everybody's game, I think. If you have this bounce inside Ligia, the game is completely different. So the second thought is really, if you have a plan, don't let it be derailed because of one thing not going your way, And the third part is, sometimes patience pays off. And that's a shout out to Jackson Roberts. He ends up on 4 dots, whereas nobody wanted to talk to him for 4 years out of 8. So sometimes being patient is good.
All right, Dan, next to you.
I think I'll talk about Jamal a little, if I may, and what the things that we've heard. I think we've heard that it was his idea, Nicholas's builds, and Nicholas made those builds in deference to him and in a desire to continue to avoid conflict and to keep balance. We've heard that Jamal is, no one talks to Jackson for the whole turn except Jamal, right? And we hear of a man that is playing beyond his own borders. Ultimately, he played the game not just to think about what he was going to do with his moves and how he was going to interact directly, but what the way that he thought he could maybe influence someone next turn, or the turn after that, or the turn after that. And that's the way that we all want to play diplomacy, and we all know that we should speak to everyone every single turn, and we all know that we should be thinking ahead and trying to, lay little seeds. And in the heat of a moment like this, someone talks about him being calm and the stronger and in the interviews he was very calm. He's able to a few little jokes. God knows what time it must have been, 3 a.m. I think ultimately this is a diplomacy victory that he's got here. He did not out-tactic this board. He did, his tactics were perfectly good, but it's not like we went, oh my goodness, what a masterstroke. He had people moving where he wanted them to go, and that's the champion's way. So congratulations, and well deserved. And I think I've been critical of some people. There's just one game, and next time I'll make exactly the same mistakes as you guys. So no sweat. But I think from my perspective, don't take it personally. Jamal did it to you. Okay, whatever it is that you think might have gone wrong, you might have done differently. Jamal did it to you.
But it wasn't Dan's fault.
Katie.
I think Jamal put a fantastic game. I mean, I think it was basically over that turn where he took Denmark and Nicola took Sweden and McCullough didn't retreat to Norway. I mean, like when they did the sideline and we learned that Jamal was like, yeah, McCullough will have a retreat. He won't go to Sweden. It'll be fine. Like that confidence and that ability to control the players around you in a way that's so completely diplomatic. There was nothing stopping McCullough from just taking Norway, right? I think that kind of thing is really, really impressive. And the fact that he knew that was a perfectly viable outcome, and that's exactly what happened, is really impressive. I also think there's something to be said about knowing the players you're playing with. So this is a throwback to my game with Jackson, but in my game with Jackson, I was Austria and he was Italy, and I was like, can you go against France, please? And he was like, no, because eventually France will invite you there because he'll be frustrated. And I think it's really important that you know the kind of people you're playing against. And I don't blame Johnny for this because I think he saw it as his chance to win. But I think, we've seen McCullough on a lot of top boards, and he gets like this. He gets I'm not going to win, but you're not going to win either. And I think that kind of put the nail in both of their coffins in a way. I don't know that Johnny had a better play, so I'm not necessarily criticizing it. But Jamal knowing how to play the people around him, Tim and McCullough, and just picking the one person he probably couldn't manipulate, which was Nicola, as his target. I think that was really good. He had no enemies. Who was Jamal's enemy? Maybe Tim for 2 years. I don't know. He just played so well. He really deserved this.
Yeah, I think we've identified, throughout this broadcast, the things that Jamal did so well in those first 2 years. First of all, it was not a great opening for him, and he turned it around. But getting Nicola to build Fleet Berlin was brilliant. I mean, it's just flat out brilliant. Getting
But it's not like
McCallus,
yeah.
Nicola.
He's not that. I don't know. I wish that I could have been the side of the reporter. I want to know what was said explicitly, like not their report of it. I want to know what was said.
I'll be honest. I've played with Nicolas Ahuge plenty of times, including he was Austria to my Italy in the DBNI final last year, and I don't think I could ever have convinced Nicola to do something like that.
Right, that's what I mean. I want to know what it was.
It's just it's a brilliant masterstroke of diplomacy that fundamentally altered this game. Because if he doesn't do that, if there's a chance that Nicola and Russia can work together, they might do it. There's a really good chance that they might do it, but they can't at that point. It's simply over, or at least they don't figure out how to make it work, given that. And then the vacating of Norway and St. Petersburg simultaneously, and then the not retreating. I mean, into Norway, it's just brilliant. And then keeping McCallus on side, right, like the whole game.
Yeah.
No, I think we're look, Jamal's win in Bangkok was of a very different character, right? It was
he lied and schemed, and everyone else got screwed over.
No. I mean, look, he took advantage brilliantly of mistakes that were made on the other side of the board, largely by me. And then that opened the door, and he took advantage brilliantly. And then it came down to a single order on the last turn. This is very different. Jamal pretty much ran this board from a very early point, and this win wasn't really. We were looking for measures of doubt here and there, hoping to find them, and we found them. They just didn't actually amount to anything. So I just want to say that I think we're witnessing, one of the great players of the game coming into his own, and I'm thankful that we are going to get to see more of not only Jamal, but of other championship events coming up. And I'll tell you guys about those in a little bit. But first, we have the opportunity to hear from the champion himself. And here it is.
All right. Thank you, Jamal, for joining me here. And hopefully everybody can give a big congratulations to the tournament winner. Jamal's just finished playing a fantastic game. So, Jamal, is there anything you'd like to say before I have a couple of questions to grill you?
No, look, I mean, thank you. I wanted to thank yourself, Liam, for running the tournament. It was a really well-run tournament. It was a heap of fun. Thank all the players on the board. I mean, that was a really tense top board. There was a lot going on. It was really dynamic. I had a lot of fun, obviously. But yeah, I think everyone who played, everyone who's part of the community, a big shout out to everyone there, because none of this happens without a real communal effort.
Awesome. Yeah, no, thank you so much, Jamal. Thanks for playing. So I want you to tell me a little bit about your game plan for going in. You finished Paris Method, you picked your country, you found out where you were going to be. What was your first initial thoughts?
So like my initial thoughts were very heavily around the idea that FG was possible, right? So like I picked England, and a lot of my thoughts were dominated by the idea that that Tim in France and Nicola in Germany had literally just the last game run a massive FG that had completely swept the board, and like that was possible again, and it was, if anything, it was likely. And so initially I took that calculated risk by picking England there. And a lot of my early conversations and thoughts at the start of the game were around how do I either A, break apart this FG and pitch to either of them that we should work together instead of them working together. And so, what offers can I make? How can I build trust with both of them? Or B, how can I get McCallus and Peter and the other side of the board to be aware enough of that possibility that they'll rush to my aid the minute that it even looks like it's going to happen.
Oh, that's great. And, I think that, sort of leads into my next questions of, when you're negotiating with some of your Western partners between Tim and Nicola, what were some of the things that either you said to them or that they said to you that helped influence some of your decisions for the actions that you took?
Look, I think I'm not sure what I said to them that helped influence things. I mean, I generally say very similar things every game to people. It's about building trust. It's about going, hey, I want to work with you. How do we build trust here? Like, let's discuss possible moves. Let's discuss ways to do things. But it's all about relationship building and trust building. So I did that pretty normally. Probably the big thing that really shaped me at the start of the game was Tim essentially not keeping his side of the deal a few times. So there was a couple of times where, we had agreed on things, we had agreed on certain move sets, and Tim suddenly isn't doing those things. And that puts a bit of a red flag in my head to go, is Tim trustworthy here? I've been trying to get Tim to trust me. Well, can I trust him? I guess, eventually you have to make a decision and attack somebody. And given that Tim had been the one to betray me, it was hard to choose him early on over Nicola, just because Nicola hadn't. Nicola had, kept his agreements. He hadn't built Fleet Kiel like I'd asked him to, and that kind of stuff, so like all these things. And yet, I just, that was the strategy on the board. I had offers that just meant that attacking Nicola was a better option, which was hard. But then I had in the back of my head, is Tim going to be flip-flopping here, and can I really trust him reliably?
Well, you had brought up the infamous fleet build in Berlin that Nicola had made, and you had asked for that. What did you expect him to follow through? What not many Germans would be willing to take that as.
Yeah, and to be clear, I didn't ask for Fleet Berlin. I asked for no Fleet Kiel. Right? I would have been equally happy with an Army Kiel, Army Berlin kind of situation. Like, I don't mind. The Fleet Kiel is the one that I was a little bit hesitant about. And look, I asked for it. He followed through. That was genuinely good. I mean, the trade-off was that I wasn't going to, pump out armies and completely just flood him. And I think there was that turn where Tim had done I forgot which move it was, but Tim had moved against me or moved into the channel or something.
So it seems we have had some technical issues.
Hello, everybody.
And they just need more of us.
The world wants more of you, Dan. Have you seen this strat?
What? No. Really? Oh, I'm ready for my close-up.
All right. Thank you.
That I wasn't going to, pump out armies and completely just flood him. And I think there was that turn where Tim had done I forgot which move it was, but Tim had moved against me or moved into the channel or something, and essentially made me have to build Fleet London, which worked perfectly because Nicola was very happy with me building Fleet London and all that. So I think that worked, and that was a good show of trust. And honestly, if the situation had been different, that was a really good way for me and Nicola to build an alliance because we both kept our word.
And so we've talked a lot about your neighbors, but how much did the chaos or perceived chaos in the East play into your win and into some of your long-term thinking?
I mean, I think the chaos in the East definitely played into the win. I think they definitely, them not being able to get it together gave me time and space and gave me time to fight Tim properly and that kind of thing. I mean, it wasn't so. I guess the chaos of the board played well for me because I guess maybe this is the trick to winning a top board, but one of the ways I try to play is that if there's chaos, be the calm one, right? Like, the moves kind of don't matter. If you are able to be calm in the middle of all the chaos, you'll have a good shot. Like, you'll be in contention if you can stay reasonable, calm. And like, even when Tim and I were going back and forth, I was always telling him what I was going to do. I was always making him offers. I was always following through with all my deals here. And so, it was a situation of I was calm and there was chaos. And I guess that obviously really helps.
I mean, that's a great way to put it. And you're not just reading off of fortune cookie or mugs that are saying in the chaos be the calm. So I think that you really showed that what that calm can do on a board like this, and the results speak for itself.
Yeah,
well,
thanks.
Jamal, thanks for joining me. Is there any last little bits you want to send out to either your board mates or anyone in the tournament or anything, just in terms of your win here today?
Look, I think my win, I'm very happy about it. Obviously, I think it was. I genuinely felt like I was able to play the game in my own style, which was really nice. I'm an alliance player. I built friendships and built alliances on the board, and to be able to do that on a top board is good. And I feel very positive about the fact that I was able to effectively keep my promises all game on the top board. I know that there was a move to Holland that Tim thought was a stab, but genuinely, I thought we had agreed that was actually a mistake. And had I known we hadn't agreed that, I wouldn't have done it. But yeah, it was. So I'm glad that I've been able to play in my own way. Probably, I'm going to take the opportunity to use the soapbox because this is what I'm using the soapbox for. But I'm conscious there were no women on the top board. I'm conscious that there was a really big gender imbalance during the whole tournament. I don't think that's the fault of any of the organizers and that kind of thing. But I think, as a hobby, we need to take efforts to try and bring women in. It's not as hard as people think it is. I'm doing some work in Canberra at the moment. We are consistently getting female players. We're consistently getting people coming back and a really, really good, a more diverse hobby. And that's super important. So I will jump on the soapbox one more time about that one and just go, please, everybody, get out there. Encourage people who are not your normal kind of diplomacy players to come play diplomacy because that's how we grow.
Oh, thanks, Jamal. And I'm sure all of us in the hobby appreciate your efforts to help it grow and help it diversify. It's important that these hobbies represent everybody and that everybody feels welcome and wants to play. I think we all want to hear. We're all here to have a good time, and some of us are here to win.
You can absolutely do both.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. You proved it here today, Jamal. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for spending the time with me. Congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you on your next board.
Thank you. I'll be in Cascadia if anybody wants to do that little shout out there. So come say hi, and if anyone's in Australia, get in touch, and we'll link you up with the Canberra hobby and anyone else.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jamal.
Thanks, Liam.
See you later.
What a guy. Huh?
It's just us left. Brandon is gone.
Man, the clicks are coming up left and right.
Dang it. I wanted to make Nicola tell a joke. Aha, Nicola, tell a joke.
So it's a horse. He comes into a bar and the bartender says, "Why the long face?" Sorry.
Well, 6 long faces today.
All right, Nicola.
I'm very happy. He's seen himself out.
Nicola fell through. He fell through a trapdoor. All right. So that was Jamal Placarli giving his second winner's speech for World Championship in about 6 months. Before we sign off, I'm going to give you guys a chance to give your final thoughts on the whole tournament. Do want to advertise coming up on DBN? We have the VDL Championship, the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship, in 2 weeks, and our friend Nicola Taillet is the #1 seed, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Again, I should say, and he will be trying to reclaim his title. And that is in 2 weeks. Then I believe the week after that, we have the North American Championship in-person face-to-face coming from Cascadia, which is the Cascadia tournament, in Vancouver. I will be there. Katie Gray will be there.
Yep.
All right. Dan Lester, Nicola Taillet, you guys will not be there. You're stuck over in Europe.
No.
You're going to check airfares.
I'll have a look.
Are you really?
No, well, I always have a look and then I rarely come, but you never know, right?
So Jamal will be there. He's told me he's going to come for a couple weeks and fly over. So there he's going to be going for a triple crown, including the North American Championship. North American Championships tend to be bigger tournaments actually than World Championships. So it's different kind of prestige, but it's an opportunity to add another rung to his belt. After that, we have the culmination of the season in the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational Tournament. Invitations will be going out shortly. We have this is the last major event. We also have to wait for the VDL Championship to conclude for the invites to be official. But check your email inboxes for invites to give your preferences. The semifinal rounds will take place in mid-February, I believe the 16th, 17th, and 18th. And then the final board will take place the following Saturday. And this is the 4th iteration of this tournament, and it's an exciting one. And Jamal will also be playing in that. So he has the opportunity for a quadruple crown here. Lots and lots of global championships that he can add to his belt. All right, so that's the preview of what's coming up. We're going to do some signing off here. And let's see, Katie, we'll start with you. What are your final thoughts on this tournament?
The tournament was great. Had a great time. I wish there were fewer 11-11-11 ones, but such is life. I do want to draw a little bit of attention to one thing Jamal said. He said he got to play his kind of game on the top board. I think that's really important advice for people. I mean, it's not his first top board, obviously, but he's newer to the hobby. And on my first top board, I floundered like crazy. Both you, Brendan, and also Nicola can attest that. Like people. When you make it to like a top board, when you're doing well, stick to what you know, play the game you want to play, be confident, be yourself, do what you do, and then maybe you too can be like Jamal and win a bunch of stuff.
Nicola?
Congrats to Jamal again. But if he describes that play as an alliance play, guys, there is a new carrier in town.
Okay.
No, that was a great tournament. Just want to say thanks to the organizer. It was a pleasure commenting. As top board was also a pleasure to comment. It was a great crew. A lot of interesting people also with different styles. So I'm genuinely happy to have commented on that, and congrats again for Jenna.
Yeah, we need to have a DBN special on the term alliance player. Because it's one of the most confusing terms in the hobby. I think everyone wants to call themselves an alliance player. Nobody actually knows what they mean by it. Dan Lester, you are the rookie, and you are the rookie who is the MVP. You have made an excellent debut. We thank you very, very much. We hope you will join us again. And now you get to give your final thoughts.
I'd be grateful. Look, this is my first in-depth encounter with virtual diplomacy. I think that my overall comment on the tournament is that the quality of play across the games that I saw, looked at myself, is outstanding. Really, really surprising. I'm sorry if that speaks badly to me, because I was expecting to see a lot more poor play, people cracking under pressure as they do, and making bad moves. People falling out of the tree, so to speak. And I didn't see any of that in any of the games. I didn't see any poor sets of moves. Everyone was playing their own games and played well. So what a good standard of tournament that was. And I thought that, again, the top board was very high standard too. Like no nonsense, really. All our conversations were about the level of diplomacy and whether people were making the right diplomatic decisions, and we weren't sitting here going, "Oh, these tactics are weak," and so on and so forth. So really, obviously, a very, very strong cast of players. A couple of clear differences, I thought. Not a lot of all-table talk, is there? There's no chance for you to sort of disrupt, is there? I don't think, and sort of walk in and speak to everyone or have a shout. Maybe that's not at people, but just in general, and maybe some of that emotional side is taken away, so that allows people to play very rationally and get that good quality of play out as well. But on the downside, perhaps not able to alert people to the danger. And I think we definitely know who the danger is now, don't we?
Some people knew it all along, and some people picked them to win, but it's fine.
You can yell at people in the room. Katie can confirm with that.
I don't yell at people.
Dan, you have to play one of these games. Everyone meets at a game table for adjudications, and so there is that possibility. But in the middle of the negotiations, everyone's dispersed into different voice rooms. But your overall point, I think, stands that it's hard to sort of get everyone's attention at once anytime you want, which you can definitely do in person, for better or worse, I should say. This is, I think, we've just seen a master stroke of diplomacy from start to finish in this tournament. Jamal was the #1 seed as the reigning, in-person world champion, and bossed the top board. It's just a virtuoso performance from, like I said, an emerging great of the game. Speaking of greats, Katie and Nicolas, you guys are the old hands here. I don't know if you can believe that, but you are. You were the experienced ones on this broadcast, and you guys did a wonderful job. This is one of my favorite broadcasts that I've done, and I'm glad that you guys helped make it so great. We've gone at least a half an hour longer than I expected to, because the game was interesting and you guys were fun to hang out with. With all those pats on the back, let us give this one a close, and we'll sign off with the expression we owe to Siobhan, which is to all of our viewers out there, stay safe and stab well.